Welcome to Sleep Audiobooks. If you would like our Better Sleep Quick Guide filled with proven techniques to improve sleep, sign up to our mailing list at sleepaudiobooks.com and we'll send the PDF as a thank you. Subscribing and leaving a comment helps this channel more than you know, so please feel free to offer suggestions for future audiobooks or to just say hi. Thank you for listening. We hope you have an excellent night's sleep. This is Sleep Audiobooks.
The Children of the New Forest by Captain Marryat. Recording by Nick Whitley.
Chapter 15. It was now very dark, as there was no moon, and the stars were often obscured by the clouds, which were heavy and borne along by the wind, which was very high. The light again appeared, and this time Edward heard the clash of the flint against the steel, and he was certain that it was somebody striking a light. He advanced very cautiously and arrived at a large tree, behind which he remained to reconnoitre. The people, whoever they might be, were not more than 30 yards from him. A light spread its rays for a moment or two, and he could make out a figure kneeling and holding his hat to protect it from the wind. Then it burnt brighter, and he saw that a lantern had been lighted, and then again, of a sudden, all was dark again. So Edward immediately satisfied himself that a dark lantern had been lighted, and then closed. Who the parties might be, he of course had no idea, but he was resolved that he would ascertain, if he could, before he accosted them and asked his way. They have no dog, thought Edward, or it would have growled before this, and it's lucky that I have none either. Edward then crept softly nearer to them. The wind, which was strong, blew from where they were to where Edward stood, so that there was less chance of their hearing his approach. Edward went on his hands and knees, and crawled through the fern until he gained another tree, and within 10 yards of them, and from where he could hear what they might say. He was thus cautious, as he had been told by Oswald that there were many disbanded soldiers who had taken up their quarters in the forest, and had committed several depredations upon the houses adjacent to it, always returning to the forest as a rendezvous. Edward listened, and heard one say, "It is not time yet. No, too soon, by half an hour or more. The people from Lymington, who buy him what he wants, always bring it to him at night, that his retreat may not be discovered. They sometimes do not leave the cottage till 2 hours after dark, for they do not leave Lymington to go there till it is dark. Do you know who it is who supplies him with food?" "Yes, the people at the inn in Parliament Street. I forget the sign." "Oh, I know. Yes, the landlord is a downright malignant in his heart. We might squeeze him well if we dared show ourselves in Lymington." "Yes, but they would squeeze our necks tighter than would be agreeable, I expect," replied the other. "Are you sure that he has money?" "Quite sure, for I peeped through the chinks of the window shutters, and I saw him pay for the things brought to him. It was from a canvas bag, and it was gold that he took out." "And where did he put the bag after he had paid them?" "That I can't tell, for as I knew that they would come out as soon as they were paid, I was obliged to beat a retreat, lest I should be seen." "Well then, how is it to be managed?" "We must first tap at the door, and try if we can get in as benighted travellers. If that won't do, and I fear it will not, while you remain begging for admittance at the door and keep him occupied, I will try the door behind that leads into the garden, and if not the door, I will try the window. I have examined them both well, and have been outside when he has shut up his shutters, and I know the fastenings. With a pane out, I could open them immediately. Is there anybody else besides him in the cottage? Yes, the lad who attends him and goes to Lymington for him. No women? Not one. But do you think we two are sufficient? Had we not better get more help? There is Broom and Black the Gypsy at the rendezvous. I can go for them and be back in time. They are stout and true. Stout enough, but not true. No, I want no sharers in this business. And you know how ill they behaved in the last affair. I'll swear that they only produced half the swag. I like honour between gentlemen and soldiers, and that's why I have chosen you. I know I can trust you, Benjamin. It's time now. What do you say? We are 2 to 1, for I count the boy as nothing. Shall we start? I am with you. You say there's a bag of gold, and that's worth fighting for. Yes, Ben, and I'll tell you, with what I've got buried and my share in that bag, I shall have enough, I think, and I'll start for the Low Countries, for England's getting rather too warm for me. Well, I shan't go yet, replied Benjamin. I don't like your foreign parts. They have no good ale, and I can't understand their talk. I'd sooner remain in jolly old England, with a halter twisted ready for me, than pass my life with such a set of chaps who drink nothing but Schiedam and wear 20 pair of breeches. Come, let's be off. If we get the money, you shall go to the Low Countries, Will, and I'll start for the north, where they don't know me. For if you go, I won't stay here. The 2 men then rose up, and the one whose name appeared to be Will first examined if the candle in his dark lantern burned well, and then they both set off, followed by Edward, who had heard quite enough to satisfy him that they were bent upon a burglary, if not murder. Edward followed them so as to keep their forms indistinctly in sight, which was as much as he could do at 20 yards distance. Fortunately, the wind was so high that they did not hear his footsteps, although he often trod upon a rotten stick, which snapped as it broke in twain. As near as Edward could guess, he had tracked them for about 3 miles, when they stopped, and he perceived that they were examining their pistols, which they took from their belts. They then went on again, and entered a small plantation of oak trees, of about 40 years' growth, very thick and very dark, with close underwood below. They followed each other through a narrow path, until they came to a cleared place in the middle of the plantation, in which there stood a low cottage, surrounded with covert on every side, with the exception of some 30 yards of land around it. All was still, and as dark as pitch. Edward remained behind the trees, and when the 2 men again stopped, he was not 6 feet from them. They consulted in a low tone, but the wind was so high that he could not distinguish what they said. At last they advanced to the cottage, and Edward, still keeping within the trees, shifted his position, so that he should be opposite the gable end of the cottage. He observed one man to go up to the front door, while the other went round to the door behind, as had been agreed. Edward threw open the pan of the lock of the gun, and re-primed it that he might be sure, and then waited for what was to follow. He heard the man Will at the front door, talking and asking for shelter in a plaintive but loud voice, and shortly afterwards he perceived a light through the chinks of the shutters, for Edward was continually altering his position to see what was going on in the front and in the back. At one time he thought of levelling his gun and killing one of the men at once, but he could not make up his mind to do that, as a burglary, although intended, had not yet been committed. So he remained passive until the attack was really made, when he resolved that he would come to the rescue. After some minutes of entreaty that they would open the door, the man in front commenced thumping and beating against it, as if he would make them open the door by force. But this was to attract the attention of those within, and divert it from the attempts that the other was making to get in behind. Edward was aware of this. He now kept his eye upon what was going on at the back, advancing nearer, which he ventured to do now that both men were so occupied. He perceived that the fellow had contrived to open the window close to the back door, and was remaining quite close to it with a pistol in his hand, apparently not wishing to run the risk of climbing in. Edward slipped under the eaves of the cottage, not 6 feet from the man, who remained with his back partly turned towards him. Edward, then finding he had obtained this position unperceived, crouched down with his gun ready pointed. As Edward remained in this position, he heard a shrill voice cry out, "They are getting in behind!" and a movement in the cottage. The man near him, who had his pistol in his hand, put his arm through the window and fired inside. A shriek was given, and Edward fired his gun into the body of the man, who immediately fell. Edward lost no time in reloading his gun, during which he heard the bursting open of the front door and the report of firearms. Then all was silent for a moment, except the wailing of somebody within. As soon as his gun was reloaded, Edward walked round to the front of the cottage, where he found the man who was called Ben lying across the threshold of the open door. He stepped across the body, and looking into the room within, perceived a body stretched on the floor, and a young lad weeping over it. "Don't be alarmed, I am a friend," said Edward, going in to where the body lay, and taking the light which was at the farther end of the chamber, he placed it on the floor that he might examine the state of the person, who was breathing heavily and apparently badly wounded. "Rise up, my lad," said Edward, "and let me see if I can be of any use." "Ah, no," cried the boy, throwing back his long hair from his temples. "He bleeds to death." "Bring me some water, quick," said Edward. "There's a good lad, while I see where he is hurt." The boy ran up to fetch the water, and Edward discovered that the ball had entered the neck above the collarbone, and that the blood poured out of the man's mouth, who was choking with the effusion. Although ignorant of surgery, Edward thought that such a wound must be mortal. But the man was not only alive, but sensible, and although he could not utter a word, he spoke with his eyes and with signs. He raised his hand and pointed to himself first, and shook his head, as if to say that it was all over with him, and then he turned round his head, as if looking for the lad, who was now returning with the water. When the lad again knelt by his side, weeping bitterly, the man pointed to him, and gave such an imploring look that Edward immediately comprehended what he wished. It was to ask protection for the boy. It could not be misunderstood, and could Edward do otherwise than promise it to the dying man? His generous nature could not refuse it, and he said, "I understand you. You wish me to take care of your boy when you are gone. Is it not so?" The man signified assent. "I promise you I will do so. I will take him into my own family, and he shall share with us." The man raised his hand again, and a gleam of joy passed over his features as he took the hand of the lad and put it into that of Edward. His eyes were then fixed upon Edward, as if to scrutinize into his character by his features, while the former bathed his temples and washed the blood from his mouth with the water brought by the boy, who appeared in a state of grief so violent as to paralyze his senses. After a minute or two, another effusion of blood choked the wounded man, who after a short struggle fell back dead. "He is gone," thought Edward, "and now what is to be done? I must first ascertain whether the two villains are dead or not." Edward took a light and examined the body of Ben, lying over the threshold of the door. The man was quite dead, the ball having entered his brain. He was proceeding round the outside of the cottage to examine the state of the other man, whom he had shot himself, but the wind nearly blew out the light, and he therefore returned to the chamber and placed it on the floor near to where the boy lay insensible over the corpse of the man who had died in the arms of Edward, and then went out without a light and with his gun to the other side of the cottage where the other robber had fallen. As he approached the man, a faint voice was heard to say, "Ben, Ben, some water, for the love of God. Ben, I'm done for." Edward, without giving an answer, went back to the room for the water, which he took round to the man and put it to his lips. He felt that he was bound by humanity so to do to a dying man, scoundrel though he might be. It was still dark, but not so dark as it had previously been, for the late moon was just rising. The man drank the water eagerly and said, "Ben, I can speak now, but I shan't long." He then pulled the basin towards him again, and after he had drunk, he said in broken sentences, "I feel that I am bleeding to death inside." Then he paused. "You know the oak, struck by lightning, a mile north of this. Oh, I'm going fast. 3 yards from it south, I buried all my money. It's yours. Oh, another drink." The man again attempted to drink out of the basin proffered by Edward, but as he made the attempt, he fell back with a groan. Edward, perceiving that he was dead, returned to the cottage to look after the lad, who still remained prostrate and embracing the corpse in the chamber. Edward then reflected upon what had best be done. After a time, he decided upon dragging away the body of the robber named Ben outside of the threshold, and then securing the door. This, with some trouble, he effected, and he then made fast the window that had been forced open behind. Before he removed the boy, who lay with his face buried on the corpse and appeared to be in a state of insensibility, Edward examined the corpse as it lay. Although plainly dressed, yet it was evident that it was not the body of a rustic. The features were fair, and the beard was carefully cut. The hands were white, and the fingers long, and evidently had never been employed in labor. That the body was that of some superior person disguised as a rustic was evident, and this was corroborated by the conversation which took place between the two robbers. "Alas," thought Edward, "the family of Arnwood appear not to be the only people who are in disguise in this forest. That poor boy, he must not remain there." Edward looked round and perceived that there was a bed in the adjoining room, the door of which was open. He lifted up the boy and carried him, still insensible, into the room, and laid him on the bed. He then went for some more water, which he found and threw into his face, and poured a little into his mouth. Gradually the boy stirred and recovered from his stupor, and then Edward held the water to his mouth and made him drink some, which he did, and then, suddenly aroused to a recollection of what had passed, the boy gave a shriek of woe and burst into a paroxysm of tears. This ended in convulsive sobbings and low moanings. Edward felt that he could do no more at present, and that it would be better if he was left for a time to give vent to his grief. Edward sat down on a stool by the side of the orphan, and remained for some time in deep and melancholy thought. How strange, thought he at last, it is that I should feel so little as I do now, surrounded by death, compared to what I did when good old Jacob Armitage died. Then I felt it deeply, and there was an awe in death. Now I no longer dread it. Is it because I loved the good old man and felt that I had lost a friend? No, that cannot be the cause. I may have felt more grief, but not awe or dread. Or is it because that was the first time that I had seen death, and it is the first sight of death which occasions awe? Or is it because that every day I have fancied myself on the battlefield, with hundreds lying dead and wounded around me, in my dreamings? I know not. Poor old Jacob died peaceably in his bed, like a good Christian, and trusting, after a blameless life, to find mercy through his Saviour. 2 of these, who are now dead, out of the 3, have been summoned away in the height of their wickedness, and in the very commission of crime. The 3rd has been foully murdered, and out of 3 lying dead, 1 has fallen by his own hand. Yet I feel not so much as when I attended the couch and listened to the parting words of a dying Christian. I cannot account for it, or reason why. I only know that it is so, and I now look upon death unconcerned. Well, this is a kind of preparation for the wholesale murder and horrors of the battlefield, which I have so long sighed for. God forgive me if I am wrong. And this poor boy, I have promised to protect him, and I will. Could I fail my promise, I should imagine the spirit of his father, as I presume he was, looking down and upbraiding me. No, I will protect him. I and my brother and sisters have been preserved and protected, and I were indeed vile if I did not do to others as I have been done by. And now let me reflect what is to be done. I must not take the boy away and bury the bodies. This person has friends at Lymington, and they will come here. The murder has taken place in the forest. Then I must let the intendant know what has occurred. I will send over to Oswald. Humphrey shall go. Poor fellow, what a state of anxiety must he and my little sisters be in at my not returning home. I had quite forgotten that, but it cannot be helped. I will wait till sunrise, and then see if the boy will be more himself, and probably from him I shall be able to find out what part of the forest I am in. Edward took up the candle and went into the room in which he had laid the boy on the bed. He found him in a sound sleep. Poor fellow, said Edward. He has for a time forgotten his misery. What a beautiful boy he is! I long to know his history. Sleep on, my poor fellow. It will do you service. Edward then returned to the other room, and recollected, or rather was reminded, that he had had no supper, and it was now nearly dawn of day. He looked into a cupboard and found plenty of provisions and some flasks of wine. I have earned my supper, thought he, and I will not therefore deny myself. So he brought out the viands and a flask of wine, and made a hearty meal. It is long since I have tasted wine, thought he, and it may be long ere I drink it again. I have little relish for it now, it is too fiery to the palate. I recollect, when a child, how my father used to have me at the table, and give me a stoup of claret, which I could hardly lift to my lips, to drink to the health of the king. The memory of the king raised other thoughts in Edward's mind, and he again sank into one of his reveries, which lasted till he fell into a slumber. When he woke up, it was at the voice of the boy, who in his sleep had cried out, "Father!" Edward started up, and found that the sun was an hour high, and that he must have slept some time. He gently opened the cottage door, looked at the bodies of the two men, and then walked out to survey the locality of the cottage, which he had but faintly made out during the night. He found that it was surrounded by a thicket of trees and underwood, so close and thick that there appeared to him no outlet in any direction. What a place for concealment, thought Edward. But still these prowling thieves discovered it. Why, troops of horse might scour the forest for months and never discover such a hiding place. Edward walked round by the side of the thicket to find out the track by which the robbers had entered when he followed them, and at last succeeded in doing so. He followed the path through the thicket until he was clear of it and again in the forest. But the scenery outside was unknown to him, and he had not an idea as to what part of the forest it was in. I must question the boy, thought Edward. I will go back and wake him up, for it is time that I was moving. As he was again turning into the thicket, he heard a dog giving tongue as if on a scent. It came nearer and nearer to him, and Edward remained to see what it might be. In a moment more he perceived his own dog, Smoker, come bounding out of a neighbouring copse, followed by Humphrey and Pablo. Edward hallooed. Smoker sprang towards him, leaping up and loading him with caresses, and in another moment he was in Humphrey's arms. "Oh, Edward, let me first thank God," said Humphrey, as the tears started and rolled down his cheeks. "What a night we have passed! What has happened?" That dear fellow Pablo thought of putting Smoker on the scent. He brought out your jacket and showed it to Smoker, and gave it him to smell, and then led him along till he was on your footsteps, and the dog followed him, it seems, although it has been round and round in every direction, till at last he has brought us to you." Edward shook hands with Pablo and thanked him. "How far are we from the cottage, Humphrey?" "About 8 miles, I should say, Edward, not more." "Well, I have much to tell you, and I must tell it to you in few words before I go farther, and afterwards I will tell you all in detail." Edward then gave a succinct narration of what had occurred, and having thus prepared Humphrey and Pablo for what they were to see, led the way back through the thicket to the cottage inside of it. Humphrey and Pablo were much shocked at the scene of slaughter which presented itself to their eyes, and after having viewed the bodies, they began to consult what had best be done. The proposal of Edward that Humphrey should go over and make known the circumstances to Oswald, that they might be communicated to the intendant, was readily acceded to, and Pablo, it was agreed, should go home and tell Alice and Edith that Edward was safe. "But now, Humphrey, about this boy. We cannot leave him here." "Where is he?" "He still sleeps, I believe. The question is whether you should ride over with the pony, or walk and leave Pablo to return with the pony and cart." for I will not take the boy away or leave the house myself without removing the property which belongs to the boy, and of which I will make inquiry when he wakes. Besides, there is money, by what the robbers stated, which of course must be taken care of for him. I think it will be best for me to walk over, Edward. If I ride, I should arrive too late in the afternoon for anything to be done till next morning, and if I walk, I shall be in time enough. So that is settled. Besides, it will give you more time to remove the boy's property, which, as his father was in all probability a malignant and a denounced man, they might think right to secure for the government. Very true. Then be it so. Do you start for the intendant's, and Pablo, go home and fetch the pony and cart, while I remain here with the boy and get everything ready. Humphrey and Pablo both set off, and then Edward went to waken the boy, still lying on the bed. Come, you must get up now. You know that what's done cannot be undone, and if you are a good boy and have read the Bible, you must know that we must submit to the will of God, who is our kind Father in heaven. Ah, me, said the boy, who was awake when Edward went to him. I know well it is my duty, but it is a hard duty, and I am heartbroken. I have lost my father, the only friend I had in the world. Who is there to love and to cherish me now? What will become of me? I promised your father before he died that I would take care of you, my poor fellow, and a promise is sacred with me, even if it were not made to a dying man. I will do my best, depend upon it, for I have known myself what it is to want and to find a protector. You shall live with me and my brother and sisters, and you shall have all we have. Have you sisters, then? Replied the boy. Yes, I have sent for the cart to take you away from this, and tonight you shall be in our cottage. But now tell me, I do not ask who your father was, or why he was living here in secret, as I found it out by what I overheard the robbers say to one another. But how long have you lived here? More than a year. Whose cottage is it? My father bought it when he came, as he thought it safer so, that he might not be discovered or betrayed, for he had escaped from prison after having been condemned to death by the Parliament. Then he was a loyal man to his king? Yes, he was, and that was his only crime. Then fear not, my good boy. We are all loyal as well as he was, and will never be otherwise. I tell you this, that you may safely trust to us. Now, if the cottage was his, the furniture and property were his also. Yes, all was his. And it is now yours, is it not? Said the boy, bursting into tears. Then listen to me. Your father is safe from all persecution now. He is, I trust, in heaven, and you they cannot touch, as you have done nothing to offend them. But still they will take possession of your father's property as soon as they know of his death, and find out who he was. This, for your sake, I wish to prevent them from doing, and have therefore sent for the cart, that I may remove to my cottage everything that is of value, that it may be held for your benefit. Some day or another you may require it. The murder having been committed in the forest, and I having been a witness, and moreover having shot one of the robbers, I have considered it right to send over to the intendant of the forest, to give him notice of what has taken place within his jurisdiction. I do not think he is so bad a man as the rest, but still, when he comes here, he may consider it his duty to take possession of everything for the Parliament, as I have no doubt such are his orders, or will be when he communicates with the Parliament. Now, this is a robbery which I wish to prevent by carrying away your property before they come over, which they will tomorrow. And I propose that you shall accompany me with all that you can take away, or that may be useful, this evening." "You are very kind," replied the boy. "I will do all you wish, but I feel very weak and very unwell." "You must exert yourself for your own sake, my poor fellow. Come now, sit up and put all your own clothes together. Collect everything in this room while I look about the house. And tell me, had not your father some money? For the robbers said that they saw him counting it out of a sack through the chinks of the shutters, and that was why they made the attack." "Hateful money!" cried the boy. "Yes, he had, I believe, a great deal of money, but I cannot say how much." "Now get up and do as I request, my dear boy," said Edward, raising him up in his arms. "When your grief is lessened, you may have many happy days yet in store for you. You have a Father in heaven that you must put your trust in, and with him you will find peace." The boy rose up, and Edward closed the door of the chamber, that he might not see his father's corpse. "I do put my trust in heaven, good sir," replied the boy, "for it has already sent me a kind friend in my distress. You are good, I am sure. I see that in your face. Alas, how much more wretched would have been my condition if you had not fortunately come to our assistance. Too late indeed to save my poor father, but not too late to succor and console his child. I will go away with you, for I cannot stay here." Chapter 16. Edward then took the counterpane off the bed and went with it into the next room. He gently drew the body to the corner of the room and covered it up with the counterpane, and then proceeded to examine the cupboards, etc. In one he found a good store of books. In another there was linen of all sorts, a great many curious arms, 2 suits of bright armor, such as worn in those times, pistols and guns, and ammunition. On the floor of one of the cupboards was an iron chest, about 2 feet by 18 inches. It was locked. Edward immediately concluded that this chest held the money of the unfortunate man. But where was the key? Most likely about his person. He did not like to afflict the poor boy by putting the question to him, but he went to the body and examined the pockets of the clothes. He found a bunch of several keys, which he took, and then replaced the coverlid. He tried one of the keys, which appeared to be of the right size, to the lock of the iron chest, and found that it fitted it. Satisfied with this, he did not raise the lid of the chest, but dragged it out into the center of the room. There were many things of value about the room. The candlesticks were silver, and there were goblets of the same metal. Edward collected all these articles and a timepiece, and put them into a basket, of which there were 2 large ones at the end of the room, apparently used for holding firewood. Everything that he thought could be useful or of value he gathered together for the benefit of the poor orphan boy. He afterwards went into another small room, where he found sundry small trunks and cases locked up. These he brought out without examining, as he presumed that they contained what was of value, or they would not be locked. When he had collected everything, he found that he had already more than the cart could carry in one trip, and he wanted to take some bedding with him, as he had not a spare bed in the cottage to give to the boy. Edward decided in his own mind that he would take the most valuable items away that night, and return with the cart for the remainder
early on the following morning. It was now past noon, and Edward took out of the cupboard what victuals were left, and then went into the chamber where the boy was, and begged that he would eat something. The poor boy said that he had no appetite, but Edward insisted, and at last prevailed upon him to eat some bread and drink a glass of wine, which proved of great service to him. The poor fellow shuddered as he saw the body covered up in the corner of the room, but said nothing. Edward was trying to make him eat a little more when Pablo made his appearance at the door. "Have you put up all that you want in the bedchamber?" said Edward. "Yes, I have put up everything." "Then we will bring them out. Come, Pablo, you must help us." Pablo made signs and pointed to the door. Edward went out.
"First pull body away from this."
"Yes," replied Edward, "we must do so." Edward and Pablo pulled the body of the robber on one side of the doorway and threw over it some dried fern which lay by. They then backed the cart down to the door. The iron chest was first got in, then all the heavy articles, such as armor, guns, and books, etc., and by that time the cart was more than half loaded. Edward then went into the chamber and brought out the packages the boy had made up, and put them all in the cart until it was loaded high up. They brought out some blankets and laid over all to keep things steady, and then Edward told the boy that all was ready, and that they had better go.
"Yes, I am willing,"
replied he with streaming eyes.
"Let me see him once more."
"Come then," said Edward, leading him to the corpse and uncovering the face. The boy knelt down, kissed the forehead and cold lips, covered up the face again, and then rose and wept bitterly on Edward's shoulder. Edward did not attempt to check his sorrow. He thought it better it should have vent, but after a time he led the boy by degrees till they were out of the cottage. "Now then," said Edward, "we must go, or we shall be late. My poor little sisters have been dreadfully alarmed at my not having come home last night, and I long to clasp them in my arms."
"Indeed you must,"
replied the boy, wiping away his tears.
"and I am very selfish. Let us go on." "No room for cart to get through wood," said Pablo. "Hard work, cart empty. More hard work, cart full."
And so it proved to be, and it required all the united efforts of Billy, Edward, and Pablo to force a passage for the cart through the narrow pathway. But at last it was effected, and then they went on at a quick pace, and in less than 2 hours the cottage was in sight. When within 200 yards of it, Edith, who had been on the watch, came bounding out, flew into Edward's arms, and covered him with kisses.
"Naughty Edward, to frighten us so!"
"Look, Edith, I have brought you a nice little playfellow. Welcome him, dearest." Edith extended her hand as she looked into the boy's face.
"He is a pretty boy, Edward, much prettier than Pablo." "No, Missy Edith," said Pablo. "Pablo more man than he." "Yes, you may be more man, Pablo, but you are not pretty."
"And where is Alice?"
"She was getting supper ready, and I did not tell her that I saw you coming, because I wanted first kiss."
"You little jealous thing! But here comes Alice. Dear Alice, you have been very uneasy, but it was not my fault," said Edward, kissing her. "If I had not been where I was, this poor boy would have been killed as well as his father. Make him welcome, Alice, for he is an orphan now and must live with us. I have brought many things in the cart, and tomorrow we will bring more, for we have no bed for him, and tonight he must sleep with me." We will make him as happy as we can, Edward, and we will be sisters to him, said Alice, looking at the boy, who was blushing deeply. How old are you, and what is your name? I am 13 years old next January, replied the boy. And your Christian name? I will tell you by and by, replied he, confused. They arrived at the cottage, and Edward and Pablo were busy unpacking the cart and putting all the contents into the inner chamber, where Pablo now slept, when Alice, who with Edith had been talking to the boy, came to Edward and said, Edward, she's a girl. A girl? Replied Edward, astonished. Yes, she has told me so and wished me to tell you. But why does she wear boys' clothes? It was her father's wish, as he was very often obliged to send her to Lymington to a friend's house, and he was afraid of her getting into trouble. But she has not told me her story as yet. She says that she will tonight. Well then, replied Edward, you must make up a bed for her in your room tonight. Take Pablo's bed, and he shall sleep with me. Tomorrow morning I will bring some more bedding from her cottage. How Humphrey will be surprised when he comes back, said Alice, laughing. Yes, she will make a nice little wife for him some years hence, and she may prove an heiress perhaps, for there is an iron chest with money in it. Alice returned to her new companion, and Edward and Pablo continued to unload the cart. Well, Pablo, I suppose you will allow that, now that you know she is a girl, she is handsomer than you. Oh, yes, replied Pablo. Very handsome girl, but too much girl for handsome boy. At last everything was out of the cart, the iron chest dragged into Pablo's room, and Billy put into his stable and given his supper, which he had well earned, for the cart had been very heavily loaded. They then all sat down to supper, Edward saying to their new acquaintance, So I find that I am to have another sister instead of another brother. Now you will tell me your name? Yes, Clara is my name. And why did you not tell me that you were a girl? I did not like, because I was in boys' clothes and felt ashamed. Indeed, I was too unhappy to think about what I was. My poor dear father. And she burst into tears. Alice and Edith kissed her and consoled her, and she became calm again. After supper was over, they busied themselves making arrangements for her sleeping in their room, and then they went to prayers. We have much to be thankful for, my dears, said Edward. I am sure I feel that I have been in great danger, and I only wish that I had been more useful than I have been. But it has been the will of God, and we must not arraign his decrees. Let us return thanks for his great mercies, and bow in submission to his dispensations, and pray that he will give peace to poor little Clara, and soften her affliction. And as Edward prayed, little Clara knelt and sobbed, while Alice caressed her with her arm round her waist, and at times stopped her prayer to kiss and console her. When they had finished, Alice led her away to her bedroom, followed by Edith, and they put her to bed. Edward and Pablo also retired, both worn out by the fatigue and excitement of the day. They were up on the following morning at day dawn, and putting Billy in the cart, set off for the cottage of Clara. They found everything as they had left it, and having loaded the cart with what had been left behind the day before, the bedding for 2 beds, with several articles of furniture which Edward thought might be useful, there being still a little room left, Edward packed up in a wooden case with dried fern all the wine that was in the cupboard, and having assisted Pablo in forcing the cart once more through the path in the wood, he left him to return home with the cart, while he remained to await the arrival of Humphrey and whoever might come with him from the intendants. About 10 o'clock, as he was watching outside of the wood, he perceived several people approaching him, and soon made out that Humphrey, the intendant, and Oswald were among the number. When they came up to him, Edward saluted the intendant in a respectful manner, shook hands with Oswald, and then led the way by the narrow path through the wood to the cottage. The intendant was on horseback, but all the rest were on foot. The intendant left his horse to the care of one of the verderers, and went through the wood on foot with the rest of the party, preceded by Edward. He appeared to be very grave and thoughtful, and Edward thought that there was a coolness in his manner towards himself, for it must be recollected that Mr. Heatherstone had not seen Edward since he had rendered him such service in saving the life of his daughter. The consequence was that Edward felt somewhat indignant, but he did not express his feelings by his looks even, but conveyed the party in silence to the cottage. On their arrival, Edward pointed to the body of the robber, which had been covered with fern, and the verderers exposed it. "By whose hand did that man fall?" said the intendant. "By the hand of the party who lived in the cottage." Edward then led the way round to the back of the cottage where the other robber lay. "And this man was slain by my hand," replied Edward. "We have one more body to see," continued Edward, leading the way into the cottage and uncovering the corpse of Clara's father. Mr. Heatherstone looked at the face and appeared much moved. "Cover it up," said he, turning away, and then sitting down on a chair close to the table. "And how was this found?" he said. "I neither saw this person killed nor the robber you first saw, but I heard the report of the firearms at almost the same moment, and I presume that they fell by each other's hands." The intendant called his clerk, who had accompanied him, and desired him to get ready his writing materials, and then said, "Edward Armitage, we will now take down your deposition as to what has occurred." Edward then commenced by stating that he was out in the forest and had lost his way, and was seeking his way home. "You were out in the forest during the night?" "Yes, sir, I was." "With your gun?" "I always carry my gun," replied Edward. "In pursuit of game?" "No, sir, I was not. I have never been out in pursuit of game during night time in my life." "What were you then about? You did not go out for nothing." "I went out to commune with my own thoughts. I was restless, and I wandered about without knowing where I went, and that is the reason why I lost my way." "And pray what may have excited you?" "I will tell you. I was over with Oswald Partridge the day before. You had just arrived from London, and he gave me the news that King Charles had been proclaimed in Scotland, and that news unsettled me." "Well, proceed." Edward met with no more interruption in his narrative. He stated briefly all that had taken place, from the time he fell in with the robbers till the winding up of the catastrophe. The clerk took down all that Edward had stated, and then read it over to him to ascertain if he had written it down correctly, and then inquired of Edward if he could read and write. "I should hope so," replied Edward, taking the pen and signing his name. The clerk stared, and then said, "People in your condition do not often know how to read and write, Mr. Forester, and therefore you need not be offended at the question." "Very true," replied Edward. May I ask if my presence is considered any longer to be necessary?" "You stated that there was a boy in the house, young man," said the intendant. "What has become of him?" "He is removed to my cottage." "Why did you do so?" "Because when his father died, I promised to him that I would take care of his child, and I intend to keep my word." "You had spoken with him, then, before he died?" said the intendant. "Not so. It was all carried on by signs on his part, but it was as intelligible as if he spoke. What I replied he well understood, and I really think I removed a great anxiety off his mind by giving him the promise." The intendant paused, and then said, "I perceive that some articles have been removed, the bedding, for instance. Have you taken anything away?" "I have removed bedding, for I had no bed to offer to the lad, and he told me that the cottage and furniture belonged to his father. Of course, by his father's death it became his, and I felt that I was warranted in so doing." "May I ask, did you remove any papers?" "I cannot tell. The lad packed up his own things. There were some boxes removed which were locked up, and the contents are to me wholly unknown. I could not leave the boy here in this scene of death, and I could not well leave the property belonging to him to be at the mercy of any other plunderers of the forest. I did as I considered right for the benefit of the boy, and in accordance with the solemn promise which I made to his father." "Still, the property should not have been removed. The party who now lies dead there is a well-known malignant." "How do you know that, sir?" interrupted Edward. "Did you recognize him when you saw the body?" "I did not say that I did," replied the intendant. "You either must have so done, sir," replied Edward, "or you must have been aware that he was residing in this cottage. You have to choose between." "You are bold, young man," replied the intendant, "and I will reply to your observation. I did recognize the party when I saw his face, and I knew him to be one who was condemned to death, and who escaped from prison a few days before the one appointed for his execution. I heard search had been made for him, but in vain, and it was supposed that he had escaped beyond the seas. Now, his papers may be the means of giving the Parliament information against others as well as himself, and enable them to commit a few more murders," added Edward. "Silence, young man. The authorities must not be spoken of in so irreverent a manner. Are you aware that your language is treasonable?" "According to Act of Parliament, as at present constituted, it may be," replied Edward; "but as a loyal subject of King Charles II, I deny it." "I have no concern with your loyalty, young man, but I will not admit any language to be uttered in my presence against the ruling powers. The inquest is over. Let everyone leave the house except Edward Armitage, to whom I would speak alone." "Excuse me one moment, sir," said Edward, "and I will return." Edward went out with the rest, and calling Humphrey aside, said to him, "Contrive to slip away unperceived. Here are the keys. Haste to the cottage as fast as you can. Look for all the papers you can find in the packages taken there. Bury them, and the iron chest, in the garden, or anywhere where they cannot be discovered." Humphrey nodded and turned away, and Edward re-entered the cottage. He found the intendant was standing over the corpse. He had removed the coverlid, and was looking mournfully down on the face disfigured with blood. Perceiving the entrance of Edward, he again took his seat at the table, and after a pause said, "Edward Armitage, that you have been brought up very superior to your station in life is certain, and that you are loyal, bold, and resolute is equally so. You have put me under an obligation which I never can repay, even if you allowed me to exert myself in your behalf. I take this opportunity of acknowledging it, and now allow me to say that for these times you are much too frank and impetuous. This is no time for people to give vent to their feelings and opinions. Even I am as much surrounded with spies as others, and am obliged to behave myself accordingly. Your avowed attachment to the king's cause has prevented me from showing that more than cordiality that I really feel for you, and to which you are in every way entitled. I cannot conceal my opinions, sir. I was brought up in the house of a loyal cavalier, and never will be otherwise. Granted, why should you be? But do you not yourself see that you do the cause more harm than good by thus avowing your opinions when such avowal is useless? If any other man in the county who is of your opinion was to express himself, now that your cause is hopeless, as you have done, the prisons would be crowded, the executions would be daily, and the cause would be in proportion weakened by the loss of the most daring. Bide your time is a good motto, and I recommend it to you. You must feel that, however we may be at variance in our opinions, Edward Armitage, my hand and my authority never can be used against one to whom I am so indebted, and feeling this, you compel me in the presence of others to use a harshness and coldness towards you contrary, wholly contrary, to what you may believe me when I say it, I really feel for one who so nobly rescued my only child. I thank you, sir, for your advice, which I feel to be good, and for your good opinion, which I value, and which I feel that you deserve. And you shall have, young as you are, my confidence, which I know you will not abuse. I did know this man who now lies dead before us, but I did also know that he was concealed in this cottage. Major Ratcliffe was one of my earliest and dearest friends, and until this unhappy civil war there never was any difference between us, and even afterwards only in politics and the cause we each espoused. I knew before I came down here as intendant where his place of concealment was, and have been most anxious for his safety. Excuse me, Mr. Heatherstone, but each day I find more to make me like you than I did the day before. At first I felt most inimical. Now I only wonder how you can be leagued with the party you now are. Edward Armitage, I will now answer for myself and thousands more. You are too young a man to have known the cause of the insurrection, or rather opposition to the unfortunate King Charles. He attempted to make himself absolute, and to wrest the liberties from the people of England. That his warmest adherents will admit. When I joined the party which opposed him, I little thought that matters would have been carried so far as they have been. I always considered it lawful to take up arms in defense of our liberties, but at the same time I equally felt that the person of the king was sacred. I have heard so, sir. Yes, and in truth. For never did any people strive more zealously to prevent the murder of the king, for murder it was, than my relative Ashley Cooper and myself. So much so, indeed, as to have incurred not only the suspicion, but the ill will of Cromwell, who I fear is now making rapid advances towards that absolute authority for which the king has suffered, and which he would now vest in his own person. I considered that our cause was just, and had the power been left in the hands of those who would have exercised it with discretion and moderation, the king would even now have been on the throne, and the liberties of his subjects sacred. But it is easier to put a vast and powerful engine into motion than to stop it, and such has been the case in this unfortunate civil war. Thousands who took an active part against the king will, when the opportunity is ripe, retrace their steps. But I expect that we have much to suffer before that time will come. And now, Edward Armitage, I have said more to you than I have to any person breathing, except my own kinsman. I thank you for your confidence, sir, which not only will not be betrayed, but will act as a warning to guide my future conduct. I meant it should. Be no longer rash and careless in avowing your opinions. You can do no good to the cause, and may do yourself much harm. And now I must ask you another question, which I could not before the other people. You have surprised me by stating that Major Ratcliffe had a son here. There must be some mistake, or the boy must be an impostor. He had a daughter, an only daughter, as I have, but he never had a son. It is a mistake that I fell into, sir, by finding a boy here, as I stated to you at the inquest, and I considered it to be a boy until I brought her home, and she then discovered to my sisters that she was a girl dressed in boy's clothes.
I did not give that as explanation at the inquest, as it was not necessary.
I am right, then. I must relieve you of that charge, Edward Armitage. She shall be to me as a daughter, and I trust that you will agree with me, without any disparagement to your feelings, that my house will be a more fit residence for her than your cottage. I will not prevent her going if she wishes it, after your explanation and confidence, Mr. Heatherstone. One thing more. As I said to you before, Edward Armitage, I believe many of these verderers, all of whom have been selected from the army, are spies upon me. I must therefore be careful. You said that you were not aware that there were any papers. I saw none, sir, but I suspect from the many locked-up trunks and small boxes that there may be. But when I went out with the others from the inquest, I dispatched my brother Humphrey to the cottage, advising him to open all the locks and to remove any papers which he might find. The intendant smiled. Well, if such is the case, we have only to go to your cottage and make an examination. We shall find nothing, and I shall have performed my duty. I was not aware that your brother was here. I presume it was the young man who walked with Oswald Partridge. It was, sir. By his appearance, I presume that he also was brought up at Arnwood. He was, sir, as well as I, replied Edward. Well, then, I have but one word more to say. Recollect, if I appear harsh and severe in the presence of others, it is only assumed towards you, and not real. You understand that? I do, sir, and beg you will exercise your discretion. The intendant then went out and said to the party, It appears from what I can extract from this lad Armitage that there are boxes which he removed to his cottage. We will go there to see what they may contain. It is now noon. Have you any refreshment to offer us in your cottage, young man, when we arrive? I keep no hostelry, sir, replied Edward, somewhat gloomily. My own labour and my brother's is sufficient for the support of my family, but no more. Let us move on. And two of you keep your eye upon that young man, said the intendant aside. They then proceeded through the wood. The intendant mounted his horse, and they set off for the cottage, where they arrived at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Chapter 17. Humphrey came out as soon as he perceived the intendant and his party approaching, and whispered to Edward that all was safe. The intendant dismounted, and ordering everybody but his clerk to wait outside, was ushered into the cottage by Edward. Alice, Edith, and Pablo were in the room. The two girls were not a little flushed and frightened by the unusual appearance of so large a body of strangers. "These are my sisters, sir," said Edward. "Where is Clara, Alice?" "She is alarmed, and has gone into our bedroom." "I hope you are not alarmed at my presence," said the intendant, looking earnestly at the two girls. "It is my duty which obliges me to pay this visit, but you have nothing to fear. Now, Edward Armitage, you must produce all the boxes and packages which you took from the cottage." "I will, sir," replied Edward, "and here are the keys. Humphrey, do you and Pablo bring them out." The boxes were brought out, opened, and examined by the intendant and his clerk, but of course no papers were found in them. "I must now send in two of my people to search the house," said the intendant. "Had you not better go to the little girl, that she may not be frightened?" "I will go to her," said Alice. Two of the people, assisted by the clerk, then searched the house. They found nothing worthy of notice except the weapons and armor which Edward had removed, and which he stated to the intendant that he took away as valuable property belonging to the little girl. "It is sufficient," said the intendant to his clerk. "Undoubtedly there are no papers, but I must, before I go, interrogate this child who has been removed thus. But she will be frightened, and I shall obtain no answer from her if we are so many. So let everybody leave the cottage while I speak to her." The clerk and the others left the cottage, and the intendant desired Edward to bring Clara from the bedroom. She came out, accompanied by, and indeed clinging to, Alice, for she was much alarmed. "Come here, Clara," said the intendant gently. "You do not know, perhaps, that I am your sincere friend, and now that your father is dead, I want you to come and live with my daughter, who will be delighted to have you as a companion. Will you go with me, and I will take care of you and be a father to you?" "I do not like to leave Alice and Edith. They treat me so kindly, and call me sister," replied Clara, sobbing. "I am sure they do, and you must be fond of them already. But still it is your duty to come with me, and if your father could speak to you now, he would tell you so. I will not force you away, but remember, you are born a lady, and must be brought up and educated as a lady, which cannot be the case in this cottage, although they are very kind to you, and very nice young people. You do not recollect me, Clara, but you have often sat on my knee when you were a little girl, and when your father lived in Dorsetshire. You recollect the great walnut tree by the sitting-room window, which looked out in the garden, don't you?" "Yes," replied Clara with surprise. "Yes, so do I too. And how you used to sit on my knee. And do you remember Jason, the big mastiff, and how you used to ride upon his back?" "Yes," replied Clara, "I do. But he died a long while ago." "He did, when you were not more than 6 years old. And now tell me, where did the old gardener bury him?" "Under the mulberry tree," replied Clara. Yes, so he did, and I was there when poor Jason was buried. You don't recollect me, but I will take off my hat, for I did not wear the same dress that I do now. Now look, Clara, and see if you remember me." Clara, who was no longer alarmed, looked on the intendant's face and then said, "You called my father Philip, and he used to call you Charles." "You are right, my sweet one," replied the intendant, pressing Clara to his bosom. "I did so, and we were great friends. Now will you come with me? And I have a little girl, older than you by 3 or 4 years, who will be your companion and love you dearly."
"May I come and see Alice and Edith sometimes?"
"Yes, you shall, and she will come with you and make their acquaintance, if their brother will permit it. I will not take you away now, dearest. You shall remain here for a few days, and then we will come over and fetch you. I will send Oswald Partridge over to let you know the day, Edward Armitage, when we will come for her. Goodbye, dear Clara, and goodbye, my little girls. Humphrey Armitage, goodbye. Who is this lad you have there?" "He is a gipsy whom Humphrey trapped in his pitfall, sir, and we have soon tamed him," replied Edward. "Well then, Edward Armitage, goodbye," said the intendant, extending his hand to him. "We must meet soon again." The intendant then went out of the cottage and joined his people outside. Edward went out after him, and as the intendant mounted his horse, he said very coldly to Edward, "I shall keep a sharp lookout on your proceedings, sir, depend upon it. I tell you so decidedly. So fare you well." With these words the intendant put the spurs to his horse and rode away. "What made him speak so sharply to you, Edward?" said Humphrey. "Because he means kindly, but does not want other people to know it," replied Edward. "Come in, Humphrey. I have much to tell you, and much to surprise you with." "I have been surprised already," replied Humphrey. "How did this Roundhead know Clara's father so well?" "I will explain all before we go to bed," replied Edward. "Let us go in now." The two brothers had a long conversation that evening, in which Edward made Humphrey acquainted with all that had passed between him and the intendant. "It's my opinion, Edward," said Humphrey, "that he thinks matters have been carried too far, and that he is sorry that he belongs to the parliamentary party. He finds out, now that it is too late, that he has allied himself with those who have very different feelings and motives than his own, and has assisted to put power into the hands of those who have not the scruples which he has. Yes, and in ridding themselves of one tyranny, as they considered it, they have every prospect of falling into the hands of a greater tyrant than before. For depend upon it, Cromwell will assume the sovereign power and rule this kingdom with a rod of iron. Well, many more are, I have no doubt, or soon will be, of his opinion, and the time will come, be it sooner or later, when the king will have his own again. They have proclaimed him in Scotland already. Why does he not come over and show himself? His presence would, I think, induce thousands to flock to him. I'm sure that it would me. I am very glad of this good intelligence with the intendant, Edward, as it will not now be necessary for us to be so careful. We may go and come when we please. I almost wish you could be persuaded to accept any eligible offer he may make you. Many, no doubt, are in office and serving the present government, who have the same feelings as the intendant, or even feelings as strong as your own. I cannot bear the idea of accepting anything from them or their instruments, Humphrey, nor indeed could I leave my sisters. On that score you may make your mind easy. Pablo and I are quite sufficient for the farm, or anything else we may want to do. If you can be more useful elsewhere, have no scruple in leaving us. If the king was to come over and raise an army, you would leave us, of course, and I see no reason why, if an eligible offer is made you, you should not do it now. You and your talents are thrown away in this forest, and you might serve the king and the king's cause better by going into the world and watching the times than you ever can by killing his venison.
Certainly, replied Edward, laughing. I do not much help his cause by killing his deer, that must be admitted. All I shall say is this: if anything is offered to me which I can accept without injury to my feelings and my honor, I shall not decline it, provided that I may, by accepting it, prove of service to the king's cause. That is all I wish, Edward, and now I think we had better go to bed. The next day they dug up the iron chest and the box into which Humphrey had put all the papers he had collected together. Edward opened the iron chest and found in it a considerable quantity of gold in bags, and many trinkets and jewels which he did not know the value of. The papers he did not open, but resolved that they should be given to the intendant, for Edward felt that he could trust in him. The other boxes and trunks were also opened and examined, and many other articles of apparent value discovered. I should think all these jewels worth a great deal of money, Humphrey, said Edward. If so, all the better for poor little Clara. I am sorry to part with her. Although we have known her so short a time, she appears to be such an amiable and affectionate child. That she is, and certainly the handsomest little girl I ever saw. What beautiful eyes! Do you know that on one of her journeys to Lymington she was very nearly taken by a party of gypsies, and by what Pablo can make out, it would appear that it was by the party which he belonged to. I wonder at her father's permitting her to go alone such a distance. Her father could not do otherwise. Necessity has no law. He could trust no other person, so he put her in boy's clothes that there might be less risk. Still, she must have been very intelligent to have done the office. She is 13 years old, although she is small, replied Edward, and intelligent she certainly is, as you may see by her countenance. Who would ever have imagined that our sisters would have been able to do what they are doing now? It's an old saying, we never know what we can do till we try. By the by, Humphrey, I met a famous herd of forest ponies the other day, and I said to myself, I wonder whether Humphrey will be clever enough to take one of them, as he has the wild cattle. For Billy is getting old, and we want a successor. We want more than a successor to Billy, Edward. We want 2 more to help him, and I have the means of maintaining 2 more ponies, if I could catch them. I fear that you will never manage that, Humphrey, said Edward, laughing. I know well what you mean, replied Humphrey. You wish to dare me to it. Well, I won't be dared to anything, and I most certainly will try to catch a pony or 2. But I must think about it first, and when I have arranged my plan in my mind, I will then make the attempt. When I see the ponies in the yard, I will believe it, Humphrey. They are as wild as deer, and as fleet as the wind, and you cannot catch them in a pitfall. I know that, good brother, but all I can say is that I will try what I can do, and I can do no more, but not at present, for I am too busy. 3 days after this conversation, Oswald Partridge made his appearance, having been sent by the intendant to tell Edward that he should come over on the following day to take away little Clara. And how is she to go? Said Edward. He will bring a little nag for her, if she can ride.
If she cannot, she must ride in the cart which will come for the baggage. Clara, can you ride a horse? Yes, replied Clara, if it does not jump about too much. I always rode one when I lived in Dorsetshire. This won't jump about, my little lady, said Oswald, for he is 30 years old, I believe, and as steady as an old gentleman ought to be. I have had some conversation with Master Heatherstone, continued Oswald to Edward. He is much pleased with you, I can tell you. He said that in times like these he required young men like you about him, that as you would not take the berth of verderer, he must find one better suited for you, for he said you were too good for such an office. Many thanks to him for his good opinion, replied Edward, but I do not think that he has any office in his gift which I can accept. So I thought, but I said nothing. He again asked many questions relative to old Jacob Armitage, and he pressed me very hard. He said that Humphrey was as much above his position in appearance as you were, but as he was brought up at Arnwood, he presumed that he had had the same advantages. And then he said, but were his 2 sisters brought up at Arnwood also? I replied that I believed not, although they were often there, and were allowed to play with the children of the house. He looked at me steadfastly, as if he would read my thoughts, and then went on writing. I cannot help thinking that he has a suspicion that you are not the grandchildren of old Jacob, but at the same time I do not think that he has an idea who you really are. You must keep our secret, Oswald, replied Edward. I have a very good opinion of the intendant, I acknowledge, but I will trust nobody. As I hope for future mercy, sir, I never will divulge it until you bid me, replied Oswald. I trust to you, Oswald, and so there's an end of the matter. But tell me, Oswald, what do they say about his taking charge of this little girl? Why, they did begin to talk about it, but when he gave out that it was the order of Parliament that the child should remain with him until further directions, of course they said nothing, for they dared not. It seems that the Ratcliffe property is sequestrated, but not yet granted to anyone, and the Parliament will most likely, as soon as she is old enough, give her as a wife, with the property, to one of their party. They have done it before now, as it secures the property under all changes. I perceive, replied Edward. When did you hear that the little girl was to live with him? Not till yesterday morning, and it was not till the evening that we knew it was the order of Parliament. Edward did not think it right to tell Oswald what he knew, as it was a secret confided to him by the intendant, and therefore merely observed, I presumed that the child would not be left on our hands, and then the conversation dropped. As Oswald had informed them, the intendant made his appearance in the forenoon of the following day, and was accompanied by his daughter, who rode by his side. A groom on another horse led a pony for Clara to ride, and a cart for the luggage followed at some distance. Edward went out to assist Miss Heatherstone to dismount, and she frankly extended her hand to him as she reached the ground. Edward was a little surprised as well as pleased at this condescension on her part towards the forester. You do me much honour, Mistress Patience, said he, bowing. I cannot forget that I owe my life to you, Master Armitage, replied Patience, and I cannot be too grateful. May I request another favour of you? Certainly, if it is in my power to do as you wish. It is this, said she in a low voice, that you will not hastily reject any overtures which may be made to you by my father. That is all. And now let me go in and see your sisters, for my father has praised them very much, and I wish to know them. Edward led the way into the cottage, and Patience followed him, while the intendant was in conversation with Humphrey. Edward, having introduced his sisters and Clara, then went out to pay his respects to the intendant, who, now they were alone, was very candid towards both him and Humphrey. Edward then told the intendant that there was an iron chest with a good deal of money in it, and jewels also, and many other articles of value in the other boxes. "I fear, sir, that the cart will hardly hold all the goods." "I do not intend to take away the heavy or more bulky articles, such as the bedding, armor, etc. I will only take Clara's own packages, and the valuables and papers. The remainder may stay here, as they can be of no use, till they are demanded from you. Where is Oswald Partridge?" "In the stable with the horses, sir," replied Humphrey. "Then, when the cart is loaded, and it had better be done by you while the men are in the stable, Oswald shall take charge of it, and take the things to my house." "Here are the keys, sir," said Edward, presenting them. "Good. And now, Edward Armitage, that we are alone, I want to have a little conversation with you. You are aware how much I feel indebted to you for the service you have rendered me, and how anxious I am to show my gratitude. You are born for better things than to remain an obscure forester, and perhaps a deer stalker. I have now an offer to make to you, which I trust, upon reflection, you will not refuse. And I say reflection, because I do not wish you to give an answer till you have well reflected. I know that you will not accept anything under the present government, but a private situation you can raise no objection to, the more so as, so far from leaving your family, you will be more in a position to protect them. I am in want of a secretary, and I wish you to accept that office, to live entirely in my house, and to receive a handsome salary for your services, which will not, I trust, be too heavy. You will be near to your family here in the cottage, and be able to protect them and assist them. And what is more, you will mix with the world and know what is going on, as I am in the confidence of the government. Of course, I put implicit confidence in you, or I would not offer the situation. But you will not be always down here. I have my correspondents and friends to whom I shall have to send you occasionally on most trusty commissions. You, I am sure, will suit me in every respect, and I hope you will undertake the post which I now offer you. Give me no answer just now. Consult with your brother, and give the offer due consideration, and when you have made up your mind, you can let me know." Edward bowed, and the intendant went into the cottage. Edward then assisted Humphrey and Pablo to get the iron chest on the cart, and covered it with the other packages and boxes till the cart was well loaded. Leaving Pablo in charge till Oswald came from the stables, Edward and Humphrey then went into the cottage, where they found a very social party, Patience Heatherstone having succeeded in making great friends with the other 3 girls, and the intendant, to Edward's surprise, laughing and joking with them. Alice and Edith had brought out some milk, biscuits, and all the fruit that was ripe, with some bread, a piece of cold salt beef, and a ham, and they were eating as well as talking. "I have been praising your sister's housekeeping, Armitage," said the intendant. "Your farm appears to be very productive." "Alice expected Miss Heatherstone, sir," replied Edward, "and made an unusual provision. You must not think that we live on such fare every day." "No," replied the intendant dryly. "On other days, I dare say you have other fare. I would almost make a bet that there is a pasty in the cupboard which you dare not show to the intendant of the New Forest." You are mistaken, sir, for once, replied Humphrey. Alice knows well how to make one, but she has not one just now. Well, I must believe you, Master Humphrey, replied the intendant. And now, my dear child, we must think of going, for it is a long ride, and the little girl is not used to a horse. Mistress Alice, many thanks for your hospitality, and now farewell. Edith, goodbye, dear. Now, Clara, are you quite ready? They all went out of the cottage. The intendant put Clara on the pony after she had kissed Alice and Edith. Edward assisted Patience, and when she was mounted, she said, I hope you will accept my father's offer. You will oblige me so much if you do. I will give it every consideration it deserves, replied Edward. Indeed, it will depend more upon my brother than myself, whether I accept it or not. Your brother is a very sensible young man, sir. Therefore I have hopes, replied Patience. A quality which it appears you do not give me credit for, Miss Heatherstone. Not when pride or vindictive feelings obtain the mastery, replied she. Perhaps you will find that I am not quite so proud, or bear such ill will, as I did when I first saw your father, Miss Heatherstone. And some allowance should be made, even if I did show such feelings, when you consider that I was brought up at Arnwood. True, most true, Master Armitage. I had no right to speak so boldly, especially to you, who risked your own life to save the daughter of one of those Roundheads who treated the family of your protector so cruelly. You must forgive me. And now, farewell. Edward bowed, and then turned to the intendant, who had apparently been waiting while the conversation was going on. The intendant bade him a cordial farewell. Edward shook Clara by the hand, and the cavalcade set off. They all remained outside of the cottage till the party were at some distance, and then Edward walked apart with Humphrey to communicate to him the offer made by the intendant, and ask his opinion. My opinion is made up, Edward, which is that you should accept it immediately. You are under no obligation to the government, and you have already conferred such an obligation upon the intendant that you have a right to expect a return. Why stay here when you can safely mix with the world and know how things are going on? I do not require your assistance now that I have Pablo, who is more useful every day. Do not lose such an opportunity of making a friend for yourself and all of us, a protector, I may say, and who is, by what he has confided to you, anything but approving of the conduct of the present government. He has paid you a deserved compliment by saying that he can and will trust you. You must not refuse the offer, Edward. It would really be folly if you did. I believe you are right, Humphrey, but I have been so accustomed to range the forest, I am so fond of the chase, I am so impatient of control or confinement, that I hardly know how to decide. A secretary's life is anything but pleasing to me, sitting at a table, writing and reading all day long. The pen is but a poor exchange for the long-barreled gun. It does more execution, nevertheless, replied Humphrey, if what I have read is true. But you are not to suppose that your life will be such a sedentary one. Did he not say that he would have to trust you with missions of importance? Will you not, by going to London and other places, and mixing with people of importance, be preparing yourself for your proper station in life, which I trust that one day you will resume? And does it follow that because you are appointed a secretary, you are not to go out in the forest and shoot a deer with Oswald if you feel inclined? With this difference, that you may do it then without fear of being insulted or persecuted by such a wretch as that Corbould. Do not hesitate any longer, my dear brother. Recollect that our sisters ought not to live this forest life as they advance in years. They were not born for it, although they have so well conformed to it. It depends upon you to release them eventually from their false position, and you can never have such an opening as is now offered you by one whose gratitude alone will make him anxious to serve you. You are right, Humphrey, and I will accept the offer. I can but return to you if things do not go on well. I thank you sincerely for your decision, Edward, replied Humphrey. What a sweet girl that Patience Heatherstone is! I think I never saw such an enchanting smile. Edward thought of the smile she gave him when they parted but an hour ago, and agreed with Humphrey. But he replied, "Why, brother, you are really in love with the intendant's daughter." "Not so, my dear fellow, but I am in love with her goodness and sweetness of disposition, and so are Alice and Edith, I can tell you. She has promised to come over and see them, and bring them flowers for their garden, and I hardly know what. And I am very glad of it, as my sisters have been buried here so long that they cannot but gain by her company now and then. No, I will leave Mistress Heatherstone for you. I am in love with little Clara." "Not a bad choice, Humphrey. We both aspire high for two young foresters, do we not? However, they say every dog has his day, and Cromwell and his Parliament may have theirs. King Charles may be on his throne again now, long before you catch a forest pony, Humphrey." "I hope he will, Edward. But recollect how you laughed at the idea of my catching a cow. You may be surprised a second time. Where there is a will, there is a way, the saying is. But I must go and help Alice with the heifer. She is not very quiet yet, and I see her going out with her pail." The brothers then parted, and Edward walked about, turning over in his mind the events of the day, very often finding his thoughts broken in upon by sudden visions of Patience Heatherstone. And certainly the remembrance of her was to him the most satisfactory and pleasing portion of the prospect in his offered situation. "I shall live with her and be continually in her company," thought he. "Well, I would take a less pleasing office if only for that. She requested me to accept it to oblige her, and I will do so. How hasty we are in our conclusions! When I first saw her father, what an aversion I felt for him. Now, the more I know him, the more I like him, nay, more respect him. He said that the king wished to be absolute and wrest the liberties from his subjects, and that they were justified in opposing him. I never heard that when at Arnwood. If so, was it lawful so to do? I think it was, but not to murder him. That I can never admit. Nor does the intendant. On the contrary, he holds his murderers in as great detestation as I do. Why then, we do not think far apart from one another. At the commencement, the two parties were those who supported him, not admitting that he was right, but too loyal to refuse to fight for their king, and those who opposed, hoping to force him to do right. The king for his supposed prerogatives, the people for their liberties. The king was obstinate, the people resolute, until virulent warfare inflamed both parties, and neither would listen to reason, and the people gained the upper hand. They wreaked their vengeance, instead of looking to the dictates of humanity and justice. How easy it had been to have deposed him and have sent him beyond the seas. instead of which they detained him a prisoner and then murdered him. The punishment was greater than the offence, and dictated by malice and revenge. It was a diabolical act, and will soil the page of our nation's history. So thought Edward, as he paced before the cottage, until he was summoned in by Pablo to their evening meal. Chapter 18. "Edward," said Edith, "scold Pablo. He has been ill-treating my poor cat. He is a cruel boy." Pablo laughed. "See, Edward, he's laughing. Put him in the pitfall again, and let him stay there till he says he's sorry." "I'm very sorry now, Missy Edith, but cat bite me," said Pablo. "Well, if pussy did, it didn't hurt you much. And what did I tell you this morning out of the Bible? That you must forgive them who behave ill to you?" "Yes, Missy Edith, you tell me all that, and so I do. I forgive pussy 'cause she bite me, but I kick her for it." "That's not forgiveness, is it, Edward? You should have forgiven it at once, and not kicked it at all." "Miss Edith, when pussy bite me, pussy hurt me, make me angry, and I give her a kick. Then I think what you tell me, and I do as you tell me. I forgive pussy with all my heart." "I think you must forgive Pablo, Edith," said Edward, "if it is only to set him a good example." "Well, I will this time, but if he kicks pussy again, he must be put in the pitfall. Mind that, Pablo." "Yes, Missy Edith, I go into pitfall, and then you cry, and ask Master Edward to take me out. When you have me put in pitfall, then you not good Christian, 'cause you not forgive. When you cry and take me out, then you good Christian once more." By this conversation, it will appear to the reader that they had been trying to impress Pablo with the principles of the Christian religion, and such was the case, Edith having been one of the most active in the endeavour, although very young for a missionary. However, Alice and Humphrey had been more successful, and Pablo was now beginning to comprehend what they had attempted to instill, and was really progressing daily. Edward remained at the cottage, expecting to hear some message from the intendant. He was right in his conjecture, for on the third day Oswald Partridge came over to say that the intendant would be happy to see him, if he could make it convenient to go over, which Edward assented to do on the following day. Oswald had ridden over on a pony. Edward arranged to take Billy and return with him. They started early the next morning, and Edward asked Oswald if he knew why the intendant had sent for him. "Not exactly," replied Oswald, "but I think, from what I heard Miss Patience say, it is to offer you some situation, if you could be prevailed upon to accept it." "Very true," replied Edward. "He offers me the post of secretary. What do you think?" "Why, sir, I think I would accept it. At all events, I would take it on trial. There can be no harm done. If you do not like it, you can only go back to the cottage again. One thing I am sure of, which is that Master Heatherstone will make it as pleasant to you as he can, for he is most anxious to serve you." "That I really believe," replied Edward, "and I have pretty well made up my mind to accept the office. It is a post of confidence, and I shall know all that is going on, which I cannot do while I am secluded in the forest, and depend upon it, we shall have stirring news." "I suppose you think that the king will come over," replied Oswald. "I feel certain of it, Oswald. That is the reason why I want to be where I can know all that is going on." Well, sir, it is my opinion that the king will come over as well as yours. Yet I think at present he stands but a poor chance. But Master Heatherstone knows more on that score than anyone, I should think. But he is very close.
The conversation then changed, and after a ride of 8 hours they arrived at the intendant's house. Edward gave Billy into Oswald's charge and knocked at the door. Phoebe let him in and asked him into the sitting room, where he found the intendant alone.
Edward Armitage, I am glad to see you, and shall be still more so if I find that you have made up your mind to accept my proposition. What is your reply?
I am very thankful to you for the offer, sir, replied Edward, and will accept it if you think that I am fitting for it, and if I find that I am equal to it. I can but give it a trial, and leave if I find it too arduous or too irksome.
Too arduous it shall not be. That shall be my concern. And too irksome I hope you will not find it. My letters are not so many but that I could answer them myself, were it not that my eyes are getting weak, and I wish to save them as much as possible. You will therefore have to write chiefly what I shall dictate. But it is not only for that I require a person that I can confide in. I very often shall send you to London instead of going myself, and to that I presume you will have no objection.
Certainly none, sir.
Well, then, it is no use saying any more just now. You will have a chamber in this house, and you will live with me and at my table altogether. Neither shall I say anything just now about remuneration, as I am convinced that you will be satisfied. All that I require now is to know the day that you will come, that everything may be ready.
I suppose, sir, I must change my attire, replied Edward, looking at his forester's dress. That will hardly accord with the office of secretary.
I agree with you that it will be better to keep that dress for your forest excursions, as I presume you will not altogether abandon them, replied the intendant. You can provide yourself with a suit at Lymington. I will furnish you the means.
I thank you, sir. I have means, much more than sufficient, replied Edward, although not quite so wealthy as little Clara appeared to be.
Wealthy indeed, replied the intendant. I had no idea that poor Ratcliffe possessed so much ready money and jewels. Well, then, this is Wednesday. Can you come over next Monday?
Yes, sir, replied Edward. I see no reason to the contrary.
Well, then, that is settled, and I suppose you would like to see your accommodation. Patience and Clara are in the next room. You can join them, and you will make my daughter very happy by telling her that you are to become a resident with us. You will, of course, dine with us today and sleep here tonight.
Mr. Heatherstone then opened the door, and saying to his daughter Patience,
My dear, I leave you to entertain Edward Armitage till dinner time,
he ushered Edward in and closed the door again. Clara ran up to Edward as soon as he went in, and having kissed him, Edward then took Patience's offered hand. Then you have consented? Said Patience inquiringly. Yes, I could not refuse such kindness, replied Edward. And when do you come? On Monday night, if I can be ready by that time. Why, what have you to get ready? Said Clara. I must not appear in a forester's dress, my little Clara. I can wear that with a gun in my hand, but not with a pen. So I must go to Lymington and see what a tailor can do for me. You will feel as strange in a secretary's dress as I did in boy's clothes, said Clara. Perhaps I may, said Edward, although he felt that such would not be the case, having been accustomed to much better clothes when at Arnwood than what were usually worn by secretaries. And this remembrance brought back Arnwood in its train.
and Edward became silent and pensive. Patience observed it, and after a time said, "You will be able to watch over your sisters, Mr. Armitage, as well here, almost, as if you were at the cottage. You do not return till tomorrow. How did you come over?" "I rode the pony Billy, Mistress Patience." "Why do you call her Mistress Patience, Edward?" said Clara. "You call me Clara. Why not call her Patience?" "You forget that I am only a forester, Clara," replied Edward with a grave smile. "Oh, you are a secretary now," replied Clara. "Mistress Patience is older than you by several years. I call you Clara because you are but a little girl, but I must not take that liberty with Mistress Heatherstone." "Do you think so, Patience?" said Clara. "I certainly do not think that it would be a liberty in a person, after being well acquainted with me, to call me Patience," replied she, "especially when that person lives in the house with us, eats and associates with us as one of the family, and is received on an equality. But I dare say, Clara, that Master Armitage will be guided by his own feelings, and act as he considers to be proper." "But you give him leave, and then it is proper," replied Clara. "Yes, if he gave himself leave, Clara," said Patience. "But we will now show him his own room, Clara," continued Patience, wishing to change the subject of conversation. "Will you follow us, sir?" said Patience with a little mock ceremony. Edward did so without replying, and was ushered into a large airy room, very neatly furnished. "This is your future lodging," said Patience. "I hope you will like it." "Why, he never saw anything like it before," said Clara. "Yes, I have, Clara," replied Edward. "Where did you?" "At Arnwood. The apartments were on a much larger scale." "Arnwood? Oh, yes, I have heard my father speak of it," said Clara, with the tears starting in her eyes at his memory. "Yes, it was burned down, and all the children burned to death." "So they say, Clara, but I was not there when it was burned." "Where were you then?" "I was at the cottage where I now live." Edward turned round to Patience, and perceived that her eyes were fixed upon him, as if she would have read his thoughts. Edward smiled and said, "Do you doubt what I say?" "No, indeed," said she. "I have no doubt that you were at the cottage at the time, but I was thinking that if the apartments at Arnwood were more splendid, those at your cottage are less comfortable. You have been used to better and to worse, and therefore will, I trust, be content with these. I trust I have shown no signs of discontent. I should indeed be difficult to please if an apartment like this did not suit me. Besides, allow me to observe that although I stated that the apartments at Arnwood were on a grander scale, I never said that I had ever been a possessor of one of them." Patience smiled and made no reply. "Now that you know your way to your apartment, Master Armitage, we will, if you please, go back to the sitting room," said she. As they were going back into the sitting room, she said, "When you come over on Monday, you will, I presume, bring your clothes in a cart. I ask it because I promised some flowers and other things to your sisters, which I can send back by the cart." "You are very kind to think of them, Mistress Patience," replied Edward. "They are fond of flowers, and will be much pleased with possessing any." "You sleep here tonight, I think my father said?" inquired Patience. "He did make the proposal, and I shall gladly avail myself of it, as I am not to trust to Phoebe's ideas of comfort this time," said Edward, smiling. "Yes, that was a cross action of Phoebe's, and I can tell you, Master Armitage, that she is ashamed to look you in the face ever since. But how fortunate for me that she was cross, and turned you out as she did. You must forgive her, as she was the means of your performing a noble action, and I must forgive her, as she was the means of my life being saved. I have no feeling except kindness toward Phoebe, replied Edward. Indeed, I ought to feel grateful to her, for if she had not given me so bad a bed that night, I never should have been so comfortably lodged as it is proposed that I shall be now. I hope you are hungry, Edward, said Clara. Dinner is almost ready. I dare say I shall eat more than you do, Clara. So you ought, a great big man like you. How old are you, Edward? Said Clara. I am 13. Patience is past 16. Now, how old are you? I am not yet 18, Clara, so that I can hardly be called a man. Why, you are as tall as Mr. Heatherstone. Yes, I believe I am. And can't you do everything that a man can do? I really don't know, but I certainly shall always try so to do. Well, then, you must be a man. Well, Clara, if it pleases you, I will be a man. Here comes Mr. Heatherstone, so I know dinner is ready. Is it not, sir? Yes, my child, it is, replied Mr. Heatherstone, kissing Clara. So let us all go in. Mr. Heatherstone, as was usual at that time with the people to whose party he ostensibly belonged, said a grace before meat of considerable length, and then they sat down to table. As soon as the repast was over, Mr. Heatherstone returned to his study, and Edward went out to find Oswald Partridge, with whom he remained the larger portion of the afternoon, going to the kennel and examining the dogs, and talking of matters connected with the chase. I have not 2 men that can stalk a deer, observed Oswald. The men appointed here as verderers and keepers have not one of them been brought up to the business. Most of them are men who have been in the army, and I believe have been appointed to these situations to get rid of them, because they were troublesome, and they are anything but good characters. The consequence is that we kill but few deer, for I have so much to attend to here, as none of them know their duties, that I can seldom take my own gun out. I stated so to the intendant, and he said that if you accepted an offer he had made you and came over here, we should not want venison. So it is clear that he does not expect you to have your pen always in your hand. I am glad to hear that, replied Edward. Depend upon it, his own table, at all events, shall be well supplied. Is not that fellow Corbould, who is leaning against the wall? Yes. He is to be discharged, as he cannot walk well, and the surgeon says he will always limp. He owes you a grudge, and I am glad that he is going away, for he is a dangerous man. But the sun is setting, Mr. Edward, and supper will soon be on the table. You had better go back to the house. Edward bade Oswald farewell, and returned to the intendant's, and found that Oswald was correct, as supper was being placed on the table. Soon after supper, Phoebe and the men servants were summoned, and prayers offered up by the intendant, after which Patience and Clara retired. Edward remained in conversation with the intendant for about an hour, and then was conducted by him to his room, which had already been shown to him by Patience. Edward did not sleep much that night. The novelty of his situation, the novelty of his prospects, and his speculations thereon, kept him awake till near morning. He was, however, up in good time, and having assisted at the morning prayers, and afterwards eaten a most substantial breakfast, he took his leave of the intendant and the 2 girls, and set off on his return to the cottage, having renewed his promise of coming on the following Monday to take up his abode with them. Billy was fresh and cantered gaily along, so that Edward was back early in the afternoon, and once more welcomed by his household. He stated to Humphrey all that had occurred, and Humphrey was much pleased at Edward having accepted the offer of the intendant. Alice and Edith did not quite so much approve of it, and a few tears were shed at the idea of Edward leaving the cottage. The next day Edward and Humphrey set off for Lymington, with Billy in the cart. "Do you know, Edward," said Humphrey, "what I am going to try and purchase? I will tell you, as many kids as I can, or goats and kids, I don't care which." "Why, have you not stock enough already? You will this year have 4 cows in milk, and you have 2 cow calves bringing up." "That is very true, but I do not intend to have goats for their milk, but simply for eating in lieu of mutton. Sheep I cannot manage, but goats, with a little hay in winter, will do well, and will find themselves in the forest all the year round. I won't kill any of the females for the first year or 2, and after that I expect we shall have a flock sufficient to meet any demand on it." "It is not a bad idea, Humphrey. They will always come home if you have hay for them during the winter." "Yes, and a large shed for them to lie in when the snow is on the ground. Now I recollect, when we used to go to Lymington, I saw a great many goats, and I have no doubt that they are to be purchased. I will soon ascertain that for you from the landlord of the hostelry," replied Edward. "We will drive there first, as I must ask him to recommend me to a tailor." On their arrival at Lymington, they went straight to the hostelry and found the landlord at home. He recommended a tailor to Edward, who sent for him to the inn and was measured by him for a plain suit of dark cloth. Edward and Humphrey then went out, as Edward had to procure boots and many other articles of dress to correspond with the one which he was about to assume. "I am most puzzled about a hat, Humphrey," said Edward. "I hate those steeple-crowned hats worn by the Roundheads, yet the hat and feather is not proper for a secretary." "I would advise you to submit to wear the steeple-crowned hats nevertheless," said Humphrey. "Your dress, as I consider, is a sort of disgrace to a cavalier born, and the heir of Arnold. Why not therefore take the hat as well? As secretary to the intendant, you should dress like him. If not, you may occasion remarks, especially when you travel on his concerns." "You are right, Humphrey. I must not do things by halves, and unless I wear the hat I might be suspected." "I doubt if the intendant wears it for any other reason," said Humphrey. "At all events, I will not go to the height of the fashion," replied Edward, laughing. "Some of the hats are not quite so tall as the others. Here is the shop for the hat and for the sword belt." Edward chose a hat and a plain sword belt, paid for them, and desired the man to carry them to the hostelry. While all these purchases on the part of Edward, and many others by Humphrey, such as nails, saws, tools, and various articles which Alice required for the household, were gathered together, the landlord had sent out to inquire for the goats, and found out at what price they were to be procured. Humphrey left Edward to put away these in the cart, while he went out a second time to see the goats. He made an agreement with the man who had them for sale, for a male and 3 females, with 2 kids each at their sides, and 10 more female kids which had just been weaned. The man engaged to drive them from Lymington as far as the road went into the forest on the following day, when Humphrey would meet them, pay him his money, and drive them to the cottage, which would be only 3 miles from the place agreed upon. Having settled that satisfactorily, he returned to Edward, who was all ready, and they went back home. "We have dipped somewhat into the bag today, Edward," said Humphrey, but the money is well spent. I think so, Humphrey, but I have no doubt that I shall be able to replace the money very soon, as the intendant will pay me for my services. The tailor has promised the clothes on Saturday without fail, so that you or I must go for them. I will go, Edward. My sisters will wish you to stay with them now, as you are so soon to leave them. And I will take Pablo with me, that he may know his way to the town, and I will show him where to buy things, in case he goes there by himself. It appears to me to have been a most fortunate thing your having caught Pablo as you did, Humphrey, for I do not well know how I could have left you if you had not. At all events, I can do much better without you than I should have done, replied Humphrey, although I think now that I could get on by myself. But still, Edward, you know we cannot tell what a day may bring forth, and I might fall sick, or something happen which might prevent my attending to anything, and then, without you or Pablo, everything might have gone to rack and ruin. Certainly, when we think how we were left by the death of old Jacob to our own resources, we have much to thank God for in having got on so well. I agree with you, and also that it has pleased Heaven to grant us all such good health. However, I shall be close at hand if you want me, and Oswald will always call and see how you get on. I hope he will manage that he calls once a week. I will if I can, Humphrey, for I shall be just as anxious as you are to know if all goes on well. Indeed, I shall insist upon coming over to you once a fortnight, and I hardly think the intendant will refuse me. Indeed, I am sure that he will not. So am I, replied Humphrey. I am certain that he wishes us all well, and has in a measure taken us under his protection. But, Edward, recollect, I shall never kill any venison after this, and so you may tell the intendant. I will, and that will be an excuse for him to send some over, if he pleases. Indeed, as I know I shall be permitted to go out with Oswald, it will be hard if a stray buck does not find its way to the cottage. Thus did they continue talking over matters till they arrived at the cottage. Alice came out to them, saying to Humphrey, "Well, Humphrey, have you brought my geese and ducks?" Humphrey had forgotten them, but he replied, "You must wait till I go to Lymington again on Saturday, Alice, and then I hope to bring them with me. As it is, look how poor Billy is loaded. Where's Pablo? In the garden. He has been working there all day, and Edith is with him. Well then, we will unload the cart while you get us something to eat, Alice, for we are not a little hungry, I can tell you. I have some rabbit stew on the fire, Humphrey, all ready for you, and you will find it very good. Nothing I like better, my dear girl. Pablo won't thank me for bringing this home," continued Humphrey, taking the long saw out of the cart. "He will have to go to the bottom of the pit again as soon as the pit is made." The cart was soon unloaded, Billy taken out and turned out to feed, and then they went into the supper. Humphrey was off the next morning with Pablo at an early hour to meet the farmer of whom he had purchased the goats and kids. He found them punctual to the time at the place agreed upon, and being satisfied with the lot, paid the farmer his money and drove them home through the forest. "Goat very good, kid better. Always eat kid in Spain," said Pablo. "Were you born in Spain, Pablo?" "Not sure, but I think so. First recollect myself in that country." "Do you recollect your father?" "No, never see him." "Did your mother never talk about him?" call her mother, but think no mother at all. Custom with gitanas.
Why did you call her mother?
'Cause she feed me when little, beat me when I get big. All mothers do that.
What made you come to England?
I don't know, but I hear people say plenty of money in England, plenty to eat, plenty to drink, bring plenty money back to Spain.
How long have you been in England?
1, 2, 3 years. Yes, 3 years and a bit.
Which did you like best, England or Spain?
When with my people, like Spain best. Warm sun, warm night. England, little sun, cold night, much rain, snow, and air always cold. But now I live with you, have warm bed, plenty victuals, like England best.
But when you were with the gypsies, they stole everything, did they not?
Not steal everything, replied Pablo, laughing. Sometimes take and no pay when nobody there. Farmer look very sharp, have big dog.
Did you ever go out to steal?
Make me go out, not bring back something, beat me very hard. Suppose farmer catch me, beat hard too. Nothing but beat, beat, beat.
Then they obliged you to steal?
Suppose bring nothing home, first beat, and then not have to eat for 1, 2, 3 days. How you like that, Master Humphrey? I think you steal after no victuals for 3 days.
I should hope not, replied Humphrey, although I have never been so severely punished. And I hope, Pablo, you will never steal any more.
Why steal any more? Replied Pablo. I do not like to steal, but because hungry I steal. Now I never hungry, always have plenty to eat. No one beat me now. Sleep warm all night. Why I steal then? No, Master Humphrey, I never steal more, 'cause I have no reason why, and 'cause Missy Alice and Edith tell me how the good God up there say must not steal.
I am glad to hear you give that as a reason, Pablo, replied Humphrey, as it proves that my sisters have not been teaching you in vain.
Like to hear Missy Alice talk. She talk brave. Missy Edith talk too, but she laugh very much. Very fond, Missy Edith. Very happy little girl. Jump about just like one of these kids we drive home. Always merry. Ah, see cottage now. Soon get home, Massa Humphrey. Missy Edith like see kids very much. Where we put them?
Chapter 19. We will put them into the yard for the present. I mean that Holdfast shall take charge of them by and by. I will soon teach him.
Yes, he take charge of coat or anything I tell him. Why not take charge of goats? Clever dog, Holdfast. Massa Humphrey, you think Massa Edward take away both his dogs, Smoker and Watch? I say better not take Puppy. Take Smoker and leave Puppy.
I agree with you, Pablo. We ought to have 2 dogs here. I will speak to my brother. Now run forward and open the gate of the yard and throw them some hay, Pablo, while I go and call my sisters. The flock of goats were much admired, and the next morning were driven out into the forest to feed, attended by Pablo and Holdfast. When it was dinner time, Pablo drove the flock near to the cottage, telling the dog to mind them. The sensible animal remained at once with the goats until Pablo's return from dinner, and it may be as well to observe here
that in a few days the dog took charge of them all together, driving them home to the yard every evening, and as soon as the goats were put into the yard, the dog had his supper, and the dog took care, therefore, not to be too late. To return to our narrative. On Saturday, Humphrey and Pablo went to Lymington to bring home Edward's clothes, and Humphrey made Pablo acquainted with all that he wanted to know, in case it might be necessary to send Pablo there alone. Edward remained with his sisters, as he was to leave them on the Monday. Sunday was passed as usual. They read the service at old Armitage's grave, and afterward they walked in the forest, for Sunday was the only day on which Alice could find time to leave her duties in the cottage. They were not more grave than usual at the idea of Edward's leaving them, but they kept up their spirits, as they were aware that it was for the advantage of all. On Monday morning, Edward, to please his sisters, put on his new clothes, and put his forester's dress in the bundle with his linen. Alice and Edith thought he looked very well in them, and said that it reminded them of the days of Arnwood. The fact was that Edward appeared as he was, a gentleman born. That could not well be concealed under a forester's dress, and in his present attire it was undeniable. After breakfast, Billy was harnessed and brought to the cottage door. Edward's linen was put in the cart, and, as he had agreed with Humphrey, he took only Smoker with him, leaving the puppy at the cottage. Pablo went with him to bring back the cart. Edward kissed his sisters, who wept at the idea of his leaving them, and shaking hands with Humphrey, he set off to cross the forest. Who would ever have believed this, thought Edward as he drove across the forest, that I should put myself under the roof and under the protection of a Roundhead, one in outward appearance, and in the opinion of the world at least, if he is not so altogether in opinions. There is surely some spell upon me, and I almost feel as if I were a traitor to my principles. Why I know not, I feel a regard for that man, and a confidence in him. And why should I not? He knows my principles, my feelings against his party, and he respects them. Surely he cannot wish to gain me over to his party. That were indeed ridiculous. A young forester, a youth unknown. No, he would gain nothing by that, for I am nobody. It must be from goodwill, and no other feeling. I have obliged him in the service I rendered his daughter, and he is grateful. Perhaps, had Edward put the question to himself, should I have been on such friendly terms with the intendant? Should I have accepted his offer, if there had been no Patience Heatherstone? He might then have discovered what was the spell upon him, which had rendered him so tractable. But of that he had no idea. He only felt that his situation would be rendered more comfortable by the society of an amiable and handsome girl, and he inquired no further. His reverie was broken by Pablo, who appeared tired of holding his tongue, and said, "Massa Edward, you not like leave home? You think very much. Why you go there?" "I certainly do not like to leave home, Pablo, for I am very fond of my brother and sisters, but we cannot always do as we wish in this world, and it is for their sakes, more than from my own inclinations, that I have done so. Can't see what good you do Missy Alice and Missy Edith, 'cause you go away. How it possible do good and not with them? Suppose bad accident and you away, how you do good? Suppose bad accident and you at cottage, then you do good. I think, Massa Edward, you very foolish." Edward laughed at this blunt observation of Pablo's, and replied, "It is very true, Pablo, that I cannot watch over my sisters and protect them in person when I am away. But there are reasons why I should go, nevertheless, and I may be more useful to them by going than by remaining with them. If I did not think so, I would not leave them. They know nobody and have no friends in the world. Suppose anything was to happen to me. Suppose both Humphrey and I were to die, for you know that we never know how soon that event may take place. Who would there be to protect my poor sisters, and what would become of them? Is it not therefore wise that I should procure friends for them, in case of accident, who would look after them and protect them? And it is my hope that by leaving them now, I shall make powerful and kind friends for them. Do you understand me? Yes, I see now you think more than me, Massa Edward. I say just now, you foolish. I say now, Pablo, great fool. Besides, Pablo, recollect that I never would have left them as long as there was only Humphrey and I to look after them, because an accident might have happened to one of us. But when you came to live with us, and I found what a good, clever boy you were, and that you were fond of us all, I then said, now I can leave my sisters, for Pablo shall take my place and assist Humphrey to do what is required, and to take care of them. Am I not right, Pablo? Yes, Massa Edward, replied Pablo, taking hold of Edward's wrist. You quite right. Pablo does love Missy Alice, Missy Edith, Massa Humphrey, and you, Massa Edward. He love you all very much indeed. He love you so much that he'd die for you. Can do no more. That is what I really thought of you, Pablo, and yet I am glad to hear of it from your own mouth. If you had not come to live with us, and not proved so faithful, I could not have left to benefit my sisters. But you have induced me to leave. They have to thank you if I am able to be of any service to them. Oh, Massa Edward, you go. Never mind us. We make plenty of work. Do everything all the same as you. I think you will, Pablo, and that is the reason why I have agreed to go away. But, Pablo, Billy is growing old, and you will want some more ponies. Yes, Massa Edward. Massa Humphrey talked to me about ponies last night, and say plenty in the forest. Ask me if I think us able catch them. I say yes. Catch 1, 2, 20, suppose want them. Ah, how will you do that, Pablo? Massa Edward, you tell Massa Humphrey no possible, so I no tell you how, replied Pablo, laughing. Some day you come and see us. See 5 ponies in the stable. Massa Humphrey and I we talk about. Find out how. You see. Well, then I shall ask no more questions, Pablo. And when I see the ponies in the stable, then I'll believe it. And not before. Suppose you want big horse for ride, catch big horse, Massa Edward, you see. Massa Humphrey very clever, he catch cow. Catch gypsy, said Edward. Yes, said Pablo, laughing. Catch cow, catch gypsy, and by catch horse. When Edward arrived at the intendant's house, he was very kindly received by the intendant and the 2 girls. Having deposited his wardrobe in his bedroom, he went out to Oswald and put Smoker in the kennel, and on his return found Pablo sitting on the carpet in the sitting room, talking to Patience and Clara, and they all 3 appeared much amused. When Pablo and Billy had both had something to eat, the cart was filled with pots of flowers, and several other little things as presents from Patience Heatherstone, and Pablo set off on his return. Well, Edward, you do look like a... said Clara, stopping. Like a secretary, I hope, added Edward. Well, you don't look like a forester, does he, Patience? Continued Clara. You must not judge of people by their clothes, Clara. Nor do I, replied Clara. Those clothes would not look well upon Oswald or the other men, for they would not suit them. But they do suit you, don't they, Patience? Patience Heatherstone, however, did not make any answer to this second appeal made by Clara. "Why don't you answer me, Patience?" said Clara. "My dear Clara, it's not the custom for young maidens to make remarks upon people's attire. Little girls like you may do so." "Why, did you not tell Pablo that he looked well in his new clothes?" "Yes, but Pablo is not Mr. Armitage, Clara. That is very different." "Well, it may be, but still you might answer a question if put to you, Patience. And I ask again, does not Edward look much better in the dress he has on than in the one that he has generally worn?" "I think it a becoming dress, Clara, since you will have an answer." "Fine feathers make fine birds, Clara," said Edward, laughing, "and so that is all we can say about it." Edward then changed the conversation. Soon afterward, dinner was announced, and Clara again observed to Edward, "Why do you always call Patience Mistress Heatherstone? Ought he not to call her Patience, sir?" said Clara, appealing to the intendant. "That must depend upon his own feelings, my dear Clara," replied Mr. Heatherstone. "It is my intention to waive ceremony as much as possible. Edward Armitage has come to live with us as one of the family, and he will find himself treated by me as one of us. I shall therefore, in future, address him as Edward, and he has my full permission, and I may say it is my wish, that he should be on the same familiar terms with us all. When Edward feels inclined to address my daughter, as he does you, by her name of baptism, he will, I dare say, now that he has heard my opinion, do so, and reserve Mistress Heatherstone for the time when they have a quarrel." "Then I hope he will never again address me that way," observed Patience, "for I am under too great obligations to him to bear even the idea of being on bad terms with him." "Do you hear that, Edward?" said Clara. "Yes, I do, Clara, and after such a remark you may be sure that I shall never address her in that way again." In a few days Edward became quite at home. In the forenoon Mr. Heatherstone dictated 1 or 2 letters to him, which he wrote, and after that his time was at his own disposal, and was chiefly passed in the company of Patience and Clara. With the first he had now become on the most intimate and brotherly footing, and when they addressed each other, Patience and Edward were the only appellations made use of. Once Mr. Heatherstone asked Edward whether he would not like to go out with Oswald to kill a deer, which he did, but the venison was hardly yet in season. There was a fine horse in the stable at Edward's order, and he often rode out with Patience and Clara. Indeed, his time passed so agreeably that he could hardly think it possible that a fortnight had passed away when he asked permission to go over to the cottage and see his sisters. With the intendant's permission, Patience and Clara accompanied him, and the joy of Alice and Edith was great when they made their appearance. Oswald had, by Edward's request, gone over a day or 2 before to tell them that they were coming, that they might be prepared, and the consequence was that it was a holyday at the cottage. Alice had cooked her best dinner, and Humphrey and Pablo were at home to receive them. "How pleasant it will be if we are to see you and Clara whenever we see Edward," said Alice to Patience. "So far from being sorry that Edward is with you, I shall be quite glad of it." "I water the flowers every day," said Edith, "and they make the garden look so gay." "I will bring you plenty more in the autumn, Edith, but this is not the right time for transplanting flowers yet," replied Patience. "And now, Alice, you must take me to see your farm, for when I was here last I had no time. Let us come now and show me everything." "But my dinner, Patience, I cannot leave it, or it will be spoiled, and that will never do. You must either go with Edith now, or wait till after dinner, when I can get away." "Well, then, we will stay till after dinner, Alice, and we will help you to serve it up. Thank you. Pablo generally does that, for Edith cannot reach down the things. I don't know where he is. He went away with Edward and Humphrey, I think, said Edith. I'll scold him when he comes back for being out of the way. Never mind, Edith. I can reach the dishes, said Patience, and you and Clara can then take them and the platters and put them on the table for Alice. And Patience did as she proposed, and the dinner was soon afterward on the table. There was a ham and 2 boiled fowls and a piece of salted beef and some roasted kid, besides potatoes and green peas. And when it is considered that such a dinner was set on the table by such young people, left entirely to their own exertions and industry, it must be admitted that it did them and their farm great credit. In the meantime, Edward and Humphrey, after the first greetings were over, had walked out to converse, while Pablo had taken the horses into the stable. Well, Humphrey, how do you get on? Very well, replied Humphrey. I have just finished a very tough job. I have dug out the saw pit and have sawed the slabs for the sides of the pit and made it quite secure. The large fir tree that was blown down is now at the pit, ready for sawing up into planks, and Pablo and I are to commence tomorrow. At first we made but a bad hand of sawing off the slabs, but before we had cut them all, we got on pretty well. Pablo don't much like it, and indeed no more do I much. It is such mechanical work and so tiring. But he does not complain. I do not intend that he shall saw more than 2 days a week. That will be sufficient. We shall get on fast enough. You are right, Humphrey. It is an old saying that you must not work a willing horse to death. Pablo is very willing, but hard work he is not accustomed to. Well, now you must come and look at my flock of goats, Edward. They are not far off. I have taught Holdfast to take care of them, and he never leaves them now, and brings them home at night. Watch always remains with me, and is an excellent dog and very intelligent. You have indeed a fine flock, Humphrey, said Edward. Yes, and they are improved in appearance already since they have been here. Alice has got her geese and ducks, and I have made a place large enough for them to wash in, until I have time to dig them out a pond. I thought we had gathered more hay than you required, but with this addition I think you will find none to spare before the spring. So far from it that I have been mowing down a great deal more, Edward, and it is almost ready to carry away. Poor Billy has had hard work of it, I assure you, since he came back, with one thing and another. Poor fellow! But it won't last long, Humphrey, said Edward, smiling. The other horses will soon take his place. I trust they will, said Humphrey, at all events by next spring. Before that I do not expect that they will. By the by, Humphrey, you recollect what I said to you that the robber I shot told me just before he died? Yes, I do recollect it now, replied Humphrey, but I had quite forgotten all about it till you mentioned it now, although I wrote it down that we might not forget it. Well, I have been thinking all about it, Humphrey. The robber told me that the money was mine, taking me for another person. Therefore I do not consider it was given to me, nor do I consider that it was his to give. I hardly know what to do about it, nor to whom the money can be said to belong. Well, I think I can answer that question. The property of all malefactors belongs to the king, and therefore this money belongs to the king, and we may retain it for the king, or use it for his service. Yes, it would have belonged to the king had the man been condemned and hung on the gallows as he deserved, but he was not, and therefore I think that it does not belong to the king. Then it belongs to whoever finds it, and who keeps it till it is claimed, which will never be. I think I must speak to the intendant about it, replied Edward. I should feel more comfortable. Then do so, replied Humphrey. I think you are right to have no concealments from him. But Humphrey, replied Edward, laughing, what silly fellows we are! We do not yet know whether we shall find anything. We must first see if there is anything buried there, and when we have done so, then we will decide how to act. I shall, if it please God, be over again in a fortnight, and in the meantime do you find out the place and ascertain if what the fellow said is true. I will, replied Humphrey. I will go tomorrow with Billy and the cart, and take a spade and pickaxe with me. It may be a fool's errand, but still they say, and one would credit for the honor of human nature, that the words of a dying man are those of truth. We had better go back now, for I think dinner must be ready. Now that they had become so intimate with Patience Heatherstone, and, I may add, so fond of her, there was no longer any restraint, and they had a very merry dinner party. And after dinner, Patience went out with Alice and Edith, and looked over the garden and farm. She wished very much to ascertain if there was anything that they required, but she could discover but few things, and those only trifles. But she recollected them all, and sent them to the cottage a few days afterward. But the hour of parting arrived, for it was a long ride back, and they could not stay any longer if they wished to get home before dark, as Mr. Heatherstone had requested Edward that they should do. So the horses were brought out, and wishing good-bye, they set off again, little Edith crying after them, "Come again soon, Patience. You must come again soon."
Chapter 20. The summer had now advanced, when Oswald one day said to Edward, "Have you heard the news, sir?" "Nothing very particular," replied Edward. "I know that General Cromwell is over in Ireland, and they say very successful, but I have cared little for particulars." "They say a great deal more, sir," replied Oswald. "They say that the king is in Scotland, and that the Scotch have raised an army for him."
"Indeed," replied Edward, "that is news indeed. The intendant has never mentioned it to me."
"I dare say not, sir, for he knows your feelings, and would be sorry to part with you."
"I will certainly speak to him on the subject," said Edward, "at the risk of his displeasure, and join the army I will, if I find what you say is true. I should hold myself a craven to remain here while the king is fighting for his own, and not to be at his side."
"Well, sir, I think it is true, for I heard that the Parliament had sent over for General Cromwell to leave Ireland and lead the troops against the Scotch army."
"You drive me mad, Oswald. I will go to the intendant immediately."
Edward, much excited by the intelligence, went into the room where he usually sat with the intendant. The latter, who was at his desk, looked up and saw how flushed Edward was, and said very quietly, "Edward, you are excited, I presume, from hearing the news which has arrived?"
"Yes, sir, I am very much so, and I regret very much that I should be the last to whom such important news is made known."
"It is, as you say, important news," replied the intendant. "But if you will sit down, we will talk a little upon the subject." Edward took a chair, and the intendant said, "I have no doubt that your present feeling is to go to Scotland and join the army without delay."
"Such is my intention, I candidly confess, sir. It is my duty."
"Perhaps Perhaps you may be persuaded to the contrary before we part, replied the intendant. The first duty you owe is to your family in their present position. They depend upon you, and a false step on your part would be their ruin. How can you leave them and leave my employ without it being known for what purpose you are gone? It is impossible. I must myself make it known, and even then it would be very injurious to me, the very circumstance of my having one of your party in my service. I am suspected by many already, in consequence of the part I have taken against the murder of the late king, and also of the lords who have since suffered. But, Edward, I did not communicate this intelligence to you for many reasons. I knew that it would soon come to your ears, and I thought it better that I should be more prepared to show you that you may do yourself and me harm, and can do no good to the king. I will now show you that I do put confidence in you, and if you will read these letters, they will prove to you that I am correct in what I assert. The intendant handed 3 letters to Edward, by which it was evident that all the king's friends in England were of opinion that the time was not ripe for the attempt, and that it would be only a sacrifice to stir in the matter. That the Scotch army raised was composed of those who were the greatest enemies to the king, and that the best thing that could happen for the king's interest would be that they were destroyed by Cromwell, that it was impossible for the English adherents of Charles to join them, and that the Scotch did not wish them so to do. You are no politician, Edward, said the intendant, smiling, as Edward laid the letters down on the table. You must admit that in showing you these letters, I have put the utmost confidence in you. You have indeed, sir, and thanking you for having so done, I need hardly add that your confidence will never be betrayed. That I am sure of, and I trust you will now agree with me and my friends that the best thing is to remain quiet. Certainly, sir, and in future I will be guided by you. That is all I require. And after that promise, you shall hear all the news as soon as it arrives. There are thousands who are just as anxious to see the king on the throne again as you are, Edward, and you now know that I am one of them. But the hour is not yet come, and we must bide our time. Depend upon it, General Cromwell will scatter that army like chaff. He is on his march now. After what has passed between us this day, Edward, I shall talk unreserved to you on what is going on. I thank you, sir, and I promise you faithfully, as I said before, not only to be guided by your advice, but to be most secret in all that you may trust me with. I have confidence in you, Edward Armitage, and now we will drop the subject for the present. Patience and Clara want you to walk with them, so goodbye for the present. Edward left the intendant much pleased with the interview. The intendant kept his word, and concealed nothing from Edward. All turned out as the intendant had foretold. The Scotch army was cut to pieces by Cromwell, and the king retreated to the Highlands, and Edward now felt satisfied that he could do no better than be guided by the intendant in all his future undertakings. We must now pass over some time in a few words. Edward continued at the intendant's, and gave great satisfaction to Mr. Heatherstone. He passed his time very agreeably, sometimes going out to shoot deer with Oswald, and often supplying venison to his brother and sisters at the cottage. During the autumn, Patience very often went to the cottage, and occasionally Mr. Heatherstone paid them a visit. But after the winter set in, Edward came over by himself, shooting as he went, and when he and Smoker came to the cottage, Billy always had a journey to go for the venison left in the forest. Patience sent Alice many little things for the use of her and Edith, and some very good books for them to read, and Humphrey, during the evenings, read with his sisters, that they might learn what he could teach them. Pablo also learnt to read and write. Humphrey and Pablo had worked at the saw-pit, and had sawed out a large quantity of boards and timber for building, but the building was put off till the spring. The reader may recollect that Edward had proposed to Humphrey that he should ascertain whether what the robber had stated before his death, relative to his having concealed his ill-gotten wealth under the tree which was struck by lightning, was true. About 10 days afterward, Humphrey set off on this expedition. He did not take Pablo with him, as although he had a very good opinion of him, he agreed with Oswald that temptation should not be put in his way. Humphrey considered that it would be the best plan to go at once to Clara's cottage, and from that proceed to find the oak tree mentioned by the robber. When he arrived at the thicket which surrounded the cottage, it occurred to him that he would just go through it and see if it was in the state which they had left it in, for after the intendant had been there, he had given directions to his men to remain and bury the bodies, and then to lock up the doors of the cottage and bring the keys to him, which had been done. Humphrey tied Billy and the cart to a tree and walked through the thicket. As he approached the cottage, he heard voices. This induced him to advance very carefully, for he had not brought his gun with him. He crouched down as he came to the opening before the cottage. The doors and windows were open, and there were 2 men sitting outside, cleaning their guns, and in one of them Humphrey recognized the man Corbould, who had been discharged by the intendant as soon as his wound had been cured, and who was supposed to have gone to London. Humphrey was too far off to hear what they said. He remained there some time, and 3 more men came out of the cottage. Satisfied with what he had seen, Humphrey cautiously retreated, and gaining the outside of the thicket, led away Billy and the cart over the turf, that the noise of the wheels might not be heard. This bodes no good, thought Humphrey as he went along, every now and then looking back to ascertain if the men had come out and seen him. That Corbould, we know, has vowed vengeance against Edward and all of us, and has no doubt joined those robbers, for robbers they must be, that he may fulfill his vow. It is fortunate that I have made the discovery, and I will send over immediately to the intendant. As soon as a clump of trees had shut out the thicket, and he had no longer any fear of being seen by these people, Humphrey went in the direction which the robber had mentioned, and soon afterward he perceived the oak scathed with lightning, which stood by itself on a green spot of about 20 acres. It had been a noble tree before it had been destroyed. Now it spread its long naked arms, covering a large space of ground, but without the least sign of vegetation or life remaining. The trunk was many feet in diameter, and was apparently quite sound, although the tree was dead. Humphrey left Billy to feed on the herbage close by, and then, from the position of the sun in the heavens, ascertained the point at which he was to dig. First, looking around him to see that he was not overlooked, he took his spade and pickaxe out of the cart and begun his task. There was a spot not quite so green as the rest, which Humphrey thought likely to be the very place that he should dig at, as probably it was not green from the soil having been removed. He commenced at this spot, and after a few moments' labour, his pickaxe struck upon something hard, which on clearing away the earth he discovered to be a wooden lid of a box. Satisfied that he was right, Humphrey now worked hard, and in a few minutes he had cleared away sufficiently to be able to lift out the box and place it on the turf. He was about to examine it when he perceived, at about 500 yards distance, 3 men coming toward him. "They have discovered me," thought Humphrey. "I must be off as soon as I can." He ran to Billy, who was close to him, and bringing the cart to where the box lay, he lifted it in. As he was getting in himself, with the reins in his hands, he perceived that the 3 men were running toward him as fast as they could, and that they all had guns in their hands. They were not more than 150 yards from him when Humphrey set off, putting Billy to a full trot. The 3 men, observing this, called out to Humphrey to stop, or they would fire, but Humphrey's only reply was giving a lash to Billy, which set him off at a gallop. The men immediately fired, and the bullets whistled past Humphrey without doing any harm. Humphrey looked round, and finding that he had increased his distance, pulled up the pony and went at a more moderate pace. "You'll not catch me," thought Humphrey, "and your guns are not loaded, so I'll tantalize you a little." He made Billy walk, and turned round to see what the men were about. They had arrived at where he had dug out the box, and were standing round the hole, evidently aware that it was no use following him. "Now," thought Humphrey, as he went along at a faster pace, "those fellows will wonder what I have been digging up. The villains little think that I know where to find them, and they have proved what they are by firing at me. Now, what must I do? They may follow me to the cottage, for I have no doubt that they know where we live, and that Edward is at the intendant's. They may come and attack us, and I dare not leave the cottage tonight, or send Pablo away in case they should. But I will tomorrow morning." Humphrey considered, as he went along, all the circumstances and probabilities, and decided that he would act as he at first proposed to himself. In an hour he was at the cottage, and as soon as Alice had given him his dinner, for he was later than the usual dinner hour, he told her what had taken place. "Where is Pablo?" "He has been working in the garden with Edith all the day," replied Alice. "Well, dear, I hope they will not come tonight. Tomorrow I will have them all in custody, but if they do come, we must do our best to beat them off. It is fortunate that Edward left the guns and pistols which he found in Clara's cottage, as we shall have no want of firearms, and we can barricade the doors and windows so that they cannot get in a hurry. But I must have Pablo to help me, for there is no time to be lost." "But can I not help you, Humphrey?" said Alice. "Surely I can do something." "We will see, Alice, but I think I can do without you. We have still plenty of daylight. I will take the box into your room." Humphrey, who had only taken the box out of the cart and carried it within the threshold of the door, now took it into his sister's bedroom, and then went out and called Pablo, who came running to him. "Pablo," said Humphrey, "we must bring to the cottage some of the large pieces we sawed out for rafters, for I should not be surprised if the cottage were attacked this night." He then told Pablo what had taken place. "You see, Pablo, I dare not send to the intendant tonight, in case the robbers should come here." "No,
Not send tonight, said Pablo. Stay here and fight them. First, make door fast, then cut hole to fire through.
Yes, that was my idea. You don't mind fighting them, Pablo?
No, fight hard for Missy Alice and Missy Edith, said Pablo. Fight for you too, Massa Humphrey. And fight for myself, added Pablo, laughing.
They then went for the pieces of squared timber, brought them from the saw pit to the cottage, and very soon fitted them to the doors and windows, so as to prevent several men, with using all their strength, from forcing them open. That will do, said Humphrey. And now get me the small saw, Pablo, and I will cut a hole or two to fire through. It was dark before they had finished, and then they made all fast, and went to Pablo's room for the arms, which they got ready for service and loaded. Now we are all ready, Alice, so let us have our supper, said Humphrey. We will make a fight for it, but they shall not get in so easily as they think. After they had had their supper, Humphrey said the prayers, and told his sisters to go to bed. Yes, Humphrey, we will go to bed, but we will not undress, for if they come, I must be up to help you. I can load a gun, you know, and Edith can take them to you as fast as I load them. Won't you, Edith?
Yes, I will bring you the guns, Humphrey, and you shall shoot them, replied Edith.
Humphrey kissed his sisters, and they went to their room. He then put a light in the chimney that he might not have to get one in case the robbers came, and then desired Pablo to go and lie down on his bed, as he intended to do the same. Humphrey remained awake till past 3 o'clock in the morning, but no robbers came. Pablo was snoring loud, and at last Humphrey fell asleep himself, and did not wake till broad daylight. He got up and found Alice and Edith were already in the sitting room, lighting the fire. I would not wake you, Humphrey, as you had been sitting up so long. The robbers have not made their appearance, that is clear. Shall we unbar the door and window shutters now? Yes, I think we may. Here, Pablo.
Yes,
replied Pablo, coming out half asleep.
What the matter? Thief come?
No, replied Edith.
Thief not come,
but sunshine and lazy Pablo not get up.
Up now, Missy Edith?
Yes, but not awake yet.
Yes, Missy Edith, quite awake.
Well then, help me to undo the door, Pablo. They took down the barricades, and Humphrey opened the door cautiously and looked out. They won't come now at all events, I should think, observed Humphrey, but there is no saying. They may be prowling about, and may think it easier to get in during daytime than at night. Go out, Pablo, and look about everywhere. Take a pistol with you, and fire it off if there is any danger, and then come back as fast as you can. Pablo took the pistol, and then Humphrey went out of the door and looked well round in front of the cottage. But he would not leave the door till he was assured that no one was there. Pablo returned soon after, saying that he had looked round everywhere and into the cowhouse and yard, and there was nobody to be seen. This satisfied Humphrey, and they returned to the cottage. Now, Pablo, get your breakfast while I write the letter to the intendant, said Humphrey, and then you must saddle Billy and go over to him as fast as you can with the letter. You can tell him all I have not said in it. I shall expect you back at night, and some people with you.
I see,
said Pablo, who immediately busied himself with some cold meat which Alice put before him. Pablo had finished his breakfast and brought Billy to the door before Humphrey had finished his letter. As soon as it was written and folded, Pablo set off, as fast as Billy could go, to the other side of the forest. Humphrey continued on the lookout during the whole day, with his gun on his arm and his 2 dogs by his side, for he knew the dogs would give notice of the approach of anyone long before he might see them. But nothing occurred during the whole day, and when the evening closed in, he barricaded the doors and windows and remained on the watch with the dogs, waiting for the coming of the robbers or for the arrival of the party which he expected would be sent by the intendant to take the robbers. Just as it was dark, Pablo returned with a note from Edward, saying that he would be over and at the cottage by 10 o'clock with a large party. Humphrey had said in his letter that it would be better that any force sent by the intendant should not arrive till after dark, as the robbers might be near and perceive them, and then they might escape. He did not therefore expect them to come till some time after dark. Humphrey was reading a book. Pablo was dozing in the chimney corner. The two girls had retired into their room and had lain down on the bed in their clothes, when the dogs both gave a low growl.
"Somebody come," said Pablo, starting up.
Again the dogs growled, and Humphrey made a sign to Pablo to hold his tongue. A short time of anxious silence succeeded, but it was impossible to ascertain whether the parties were friends or enemies. The dogs now sprung up and barked furiously at the door, and as soon as Humphrey had silenced them, a voice was heard outside begging for admission to a poor benighted traveller. This was sufficient. It could not be the party from the intendants, but the robbers, who wished to induce them to open the door. Pablo put a gun into Humphrey's hand and took another for himself. He then removed the light into the chimney, and on the application from outside being repeated, Humphrey answered that he never opened the door at that hour of the night, and that it was useless their remaining. No answer or repetition of the request was made, but as Humphrey retreated with Pablo into the fireplace, a gun was fired into the lock of the door, which was blown off into the room, and had it not been for the barricades, the doors must have flown open. The robbers appeared surprised at such not being the case, and one of them inserted his arm into the hole made in the door to ascertain what might be the further obstacle to open it. When Pablo slipped past Humphrey and, gaining the door, discharged his gun under the arm which had been thrust into the hole in the door, the party, whoever it might have been, gave a loud cry and fell at the threshold outside. "I think that will do," said Humphrey. "We must not take more life than is necessary. I had rather that you had fired through his arm. It would have disabled him, and that would have sufficed."
"Kill much better," said Pablo. "Corbold shot through leg, come again to rob. Suppose shot dead, never rob more."
The dogs now flew to the back of the cottage, evidently pointing out that the robbers were attempting that side. Humphrey put his gun through the hole in the door and discharged it.
"Why you do that, Massa Humphrey? Nobody there."
"I know that, Pablo, but if the people are coming from the intendants, they will see the flash and perhaps hear the report, and it will let them know what is going on." "There is another gun loaded, Humphrey," said Alice, who with Edith had joined them, without Humphrey observing it. "Thanks, love, but you and Edith must not remain here. Sit down on the hearth, and then you will be sheltered from any bullet which they may fire into the house. I have no fear of their getting in, and we shall have help directly, I have no doubt. Pablo, I shall fire through the back door. They must be there, for the dogs have their noses under it and are so violent. Do you fire another gun as a signal through the hole in the front door." Humphrey stood within 4 feet of the back door and fired just above where the dogs held their noses and barked. Pablo discharged his gun as directed, and then returned to reload the guns. The dogs were now more quiet, and it appeared as if the robbers had retreated from the back door. Pablo blew out the light, which had been put more in the centre of the room,
when Alice and Edith took possession of the fireplace.
"No fear, Missy Edith. I know where find everything,"
said Pablo, who now went and peered through the hole in the front door to see if the robbers were coming to it again, but he could see and hear nothing for some time. At last the attack was renewed. The dogs flew backward and forward, sometimes to one door and then to another, as if both were to be assailed, and at the same time a crash in Alice's bedchamber told them that the robbers had burst in the small window in that room, which Humphrey had not paid any attention to, as it was so small that a man could hardly introduce his body through it. Humphrey immediately called Holdfast and opened the door of the room, for he thought that a man forcing his way in would be driven back or held by the dog, and he and Pablo dared not leave the two doors. Watch, the other dog, followed Holdfast into the bedroom, and oaths and curses, mingled with the savage yells of the dogs, told them that a conflict was going on. Both doors were now battered with heavy pieces of timber at the same time, and Pablo said, "Great many robbers here." A moment or more had passed, during which Pablo and Humphrey had both again fired their guns through the door, when, of a sudden, other sounds were heard. Shots were fired outside, loud cries and angry oaths and exclamations. "The intendant's people are come," said Humphrey. "I am sure of it." Shortly afterward, Humphrey heard his name called by Edward, and he replied, and went to the door and undid the barricades. "Get a light, Alice dear," said Humphrey. "We are all safe now. I will open the door directly, Edward, but in the dark I cannot see the fastenings." "Are you all safe, Humphrey?" "Yes, all safe, Edward. Wait till Alice brings a light." Alice soon brought one, and then the door was unfastened. Edward stepped over the body of a man which lay at the threshold, saying, "You have settled somebody there, at all events," and then caught Edith and Alice in his arms. He was followed by Oswald and some other men, leading in the prisoners. "Bind that fellow fast, Oswald," said Edward. "Get another light, Pablo. Let us see who it is that lies outside the door." "First, see who is in my bedroom, Edward," said Alice, "for the dogs are still there." "In your bedroom, dearest? Well, then, let us go there first." Edward went in with Humphrey, and found a man half in the window and half out, held by the throat, and apparently suffocated by the two dogs. He took the dogs off, and desiring the men to secure the robber and ascertain whether he was alive or not, he returned to the sitting room, and then went to examine the body outside the door. "Corbould, as I live!" cried Oswald. "Yes," replied Edward, "he has gone to his account. God forgive him." On inquiry, they found that of all the robbers, to the number of 10, not one had escaped. 8 they had made prisoners. Corbould and the man whom the dogs had seized, and who was found to be quite dead, made up the number. The robbers were all bound and guarded, and then, leaving them under the charge of Oswald and 5 of his men, Edward and Humphrey set off, with 7 more, to Clara's cottage, to ascertain if there were any more to be found there. They arrived by 2 o'clock in the morning, and on knocking several times, the door was opened, and they seized another man, the only one who was found in it. They then went back to the cottage with their prisoner, and by the time that they had arrived it was daylight. As soon as the party sent by the intendant had been supplied with a breakfast, Edward bade farewell to Humphrey and his sisters, that he might return and deliver up his prisoners. Pablo went with him to bring back the cart which carried the 2 dead bodies. This capture cleared the forest of the robbers which had so long infested it, for they never had any more attempts made from that time. Before Edward left, Humphrey and he examined the box which Humphrey had dug up from under the oak, and which had occasioned such danger to the inmates of the cottage. For one of the men stated to Edward that they suspected that the box which they had seen Humphrey dig out contained treasure, and that without they had seen him in possession of it, they never should have attacked the cottage, although Corbould had often persuaded them so to do. But as they knew that he was only seeking revenge, and they required money to stimulate them, they had refused, as they considered that there was nothing to be obtained in the cottage worth the risk, as they knew that the inmates had firearms and would defend themselves. On examination of its contents, they found in the box a sum of £40 in gold, a bag of silver, and some other valuables in silver spoons, candlesticks, and ornaments for women. Edward took a list of the contents, and when he returned, he stated to the intendant all that had occurred, and requested to know what should be done with the money and other articles which Humphrey had found. "I wish you had said nothing to me about it," said the intendant, "although I am pleased with your open and fair dealing. I cannot say anything except that you had better let Humphrey keep it till it is claimed, which of course it never will be. But, Edward, Humphrey must come over here and make his deposition, as I must report the capture of these robbers and send them to trial. You had better go with the clerk and take the depositions of Pablo and your sisters while Humphrey comes here. You can stay till his return. Their depositions are not of so much consequence as Humphrey's, as they can only speak as to the attack, but Humphrey's I must take down myself." When Patience and Clara heard that Edward was going over, they obtained leave to go with him to see Alice and Edith, and were to be escorted back by Humphrey. This the intendant consented to, and they had a very merry party. Humphrey remained 2 days at the intendant's house, and then returned to the cottage where Edward had taken his place during his absence. Chapter 21. The winter set in very severe, and the falls of snow were very heavy and frequent. It was fortunate that Humphrey had been so provident in making so large a quantity of hay, or the stock would have been starved. The flock of goats, in a great part, subsisted themselves on the bark of trees and moss. At night they had some hay given to them, and they did very well. It was hardly possible for Edward to come over to see his brother and sisters, for the snow was so deep as to render such a long journey too fatiguing for a horse. Twice or thrice after the snow fell he contrived to get over, but after that they knew it was impossible, and they did not expect him. Humphrey and Pablo had little to do except attending to the stock and cutting firewood to keep up their supply, for they now burned it very fast. The snow lay several feet high round the cottage, being driven against it by the wind. They had kept a passage clear to the yard, and had kept the yard as clear of snow as possible. They could do no more. A sharp frost and clear weather succeeded to the snowstorms, and there appeared no chance of the snow melting away. The nights were dark and long, and their oil for their lamp was getting low. Humphrey was anxious to go to Lymington, as they required many things, but it was impossible to go anywhere except on foot, and walking was, from the depth of the snow, a most fatiguing exercise. There was one thing, however, that Humphrey had not forgotten, which was that he had told Edward that he would try and capture some of the forest ponies, and during the whole of the time since the heavy fall of snow had taken place, he had been making his arrangements. The depth of the snow prevented the animals from obtaining any grass, and they were almost starved. as they could find nothing to subsist upon except the twigs and branches of trees which they could reach. Humphrey went out with Pablo and found the herd, which was about 5 miles from the cottage and near to Clara's cottage. He and Pablo brought with them as much hay as they could carry, and strewed it about so as to draw the ponies nearer to them, and then Humphrey looked for a place which would answer his purpose. About 3 miles from the cottage he found what he thought would suit him. There was a sort of avenue between the 2 thickets, about 100 yards wide, and the wind blowing through this avenue during the snowstorm had drifted the snow at one end of it, and right across it raised a large mound several feet high. By strewing small bundles of hay, he drew the herd of ponies into this avenue, and in the avenue he left them a good quantity to feed upon every night for several nights, till at last the herd of ponies went there every morning. "Now, Pablo, we must make a trial," said Humphrey. "You must get your lassos ready in case they should be required. We must go to the avenue before daylight with the 2 dogs. Tie one upon one side of the avenue and the other on the other, that they may bark and prevent the ponies from attempting to escape through the thicket. Then we must get the ponies between us and the drift of snow which lies across the avenue, and try if we can not draw them into the drift. If so, they will plunge in so deep that some of them will not be able to get out before we have thrown the ropes round their necks."
"I see," said Pablo. "Very good. Soon catch them."
Before daylight they went with the dogs and a large bundle of hay, which they strewed nearer to the mound of drift snow. They then tied the dogs up on each side, ordering them to lie down and be quiet. They then walked through the thicket so as not to be perceived, until they considered that they were far enough from the drift snow. About daylight the herd came to pick up the hay as usual, and after they had passed them, Humphrey and Pablo followed in the thicket, not wishing to show themselves till the last moment. While the ponies were busy with the hay, they suddenly ran out into the avenue and separated so as to prevent the ponies from attempting to gallop past them. Shouting as loud they could as they ran up to the ponies, and calling to the dogs, who immediately set up barking on each side, the ponies, alarmed at the noise and the appearance of Humphrey and Pablo, naturally set off in the only direction which appeared to them to be clear, and galloped away over the mound of drift snow, with their tails streaming, snorting and plunging in the snow as they hurried along. But as soon as they arrived at the mound of drift snow, they plunged first up to their bellies, and afterward, as they attempted to force their way where the snow was deeper, many of them stuck fast altogether, and attempted to clear themselves in vain. Humphrey and Pablo, who had followed them as fast as they could run, now came up with them and threw the lasso over the neck of one, and ropes with slip nooses over 2 more, which were floundering in the snow there together. The remainder of the herd, after great exertions, got clear of the snow by turning round and galloping back through the avenue. The 3 ponies captured made a furious struggle, but by drawing the ropes tight round their necks they were choked and soon unable to move. They then tied their forelegs and loosed the ropes round their necks, that they might recover their breath.
"Got them now, Massa Humphrey?"
said Pablo. "Yes, but our work is not yet over, Pablo. We must get them home. How shall we manage that?"
"Suppose they no eat today, and tomorrow get very tame?"
"I believe that will be the best way. They cannot get loose again, do all they can."
"No, sir, but get one home today. This very fine pony, suppose we try him?"
Pablo then put the halter on and tied the end short to the foreleg of the pony, so that it could not walk without keeping its head close to the ground. If it raised its head, it was obliged to lift up its leg. Then he put the lasso round its neck to choke it if it was too unruly, and having done that, he cast loose the ropes which had tied its forelegs together. "Now, Massa Humphrey, we get him home somehow. First, I go loose the dogs. He afraid of the dogs and run t'other way." The pony, which was an iron grey and very handsome, plunged furiously and kicked behind, but it could not do so without falling down, which it did several times before Pablo returned with the dogs. Humphrey held one part of the lasso on one side and Pablo on the other, keeping the pony between them, and with the dogs barking at it behind, they contrived, with a great deal of exertion and trouble, to get the pony to the cottage. The poor animal, driven in this way on 3 legs, and every now and then choked with the lasso, was covered with foam before they arrived. Billy was turned out of his stable to make room for the newcomer, who was fastened securely to the manger, and then left without food, that he might become tame. It was too late then, and they were too tired themselves to go for the other 2 ponies, so they were left lying on the snow all night, and the next morning they found they were much tamer than the first, and during the day following the same plan, they were both brought to the stable and secured alongside of the other. One was a bay pony with black legs, and the other a brown one. The bay pony was a mare, and the other 2 horses. Alice and Edith were delighted with the new ponies, and Humphrey was not a little pleased that he had succeeded in capturing them after what had passed between Edward and him. After 2 days' fasting, the poor animals were so tame that they ate out of Pablo's hand, and submitted to be stroked and caressed, and before they were a fortnight in the stable, Alice and Edith could go up to them without danger. They were soon broken in, for the yard being full of muck, Pablo took them into it and mounted them. They plunged and kicked at first, and tried all they could to get rid of him, but they sunk so deep into the muck that they were soon tired out, and after a month they were all 3 tolerably quiet to ride. The snow was so deep all over the country that there was little communication with the metropolis. The intendant's letters spoke of King Charles raising another army in Holland, and that his adherents in England were preparing to join him as soon as he marched southward. "I think, Edward," said the intendant, "that the king's affairs do now wear a more promising aspect. But there is plenty of time yet. I know your anxiety to serve your king, and I cannot blame it. I shall not prevent your going, although, of course, I must not appear to be cognizant of your having so done. When the winter breaks up, I shall send you to London. You will then be better able to judge of what is going on, and your absence will not create any suspicion. But you must be guided by me." "I certainly will, sir," replied Edward. "I should indeed like to strike one blow for the king, come what will." "All depends upon whether they manage affairs well in Scotland. But there is so much jealousy and pride, and I fear treachery also, that it is hard to say how matters may end." It was soon after this conversation that a messenger arrived from London with letters announcing that King Charles had been crowned in Scotland with great solemnity and magnificence. "The plot thickens," said the intendant, and by this letter from my correspondent, Ashley Cooper, I find that the King's army is well appointed, and that David Leslie is Lieutenant General. Middleton commands the horse, and Wemyss the artillery. That Wemyss is certainly a good officer, but was not true to the late king. May he behave better to the present. Now, Edward, I shall send you to London, and I will give you letters to those who will advise you how to proceed. You may take the black horse. He will bear you well. You will, of course, write to me, for Sampson will go with you, and you can send him back when you consider that you do not require or wish for his presence. There is no time to be lost, for depend upon it, Cromwell, who is still at Edinburgh, will take the field as soon as he can. Are you ready to start tomorrow morning?
Yes, sir, quite ready.
I fear that you cannot go over to the cottage to bid farewell to your sisters, but perhaps it is better that you should not.
I think so too, sir, replied Edward. Now that the snow has nearly disappeared, I did think of going over, having been so long absent, but I must send Oswald over instead.
Well then, leave me to write my letters, and do you prepare your saddlebags. Patience and Clara will assist you. Tell Sampson to come to me.
Edward went to Patience and Clara, and told them that he was to set off for London on the following morning, and was about to make his preparations. How long do you remain, Edward? Inquired Patience. I cannot tell. Sampson goes with me, and I must, of course, be guided by your father. Do you know where the saddlebags are, Patience? Yes, Phoebe shall bring them to your room. And you and Clara must come and give me your assistance. Certainly we will, if you require it. But I did not know that your wardrobe was so extensive. You know that it is anything but extensive, Patience. But that is the reason why your assistance is more required. A small wardrobe ought at least to be in good order, and what I would require is that you would look over the linen, and where it requires a little repair, you will bestow upon it your charity. That we will do, Clara, replied Patience. So get your needles and thread, and let us send him to London with whole linen. We will come when we are ready, sir. I don't like his going to London at all, said Clara. We shall be so lonely when he is gone. Edward had left the room, and having obtained the saddlebags from Phoebe, had gone up to his chamber. The first thing that he laid hold of was his father's sword. He took it down, and having wiped it carefully, he kissed it, saying, God grant that I may do credit to it, and prove as worthy to wield it as was my brave father. He had uttered these words aloud, and again taking the sword and laying it down on the bed, turned round, and perceived that Patience had, unknown to him, entered his room, and was standing close to him. Edward was not conscious that he had spoken aloud, and therefore merely said, I was not aware of your presence, Patience. Your foot is so light. Whose sword is that, Edward? It is mine. I bought it at Lymington. But what makes you have such an affection for that sword? Affection for it? Yes. As I came into the room, you kissed it as fervently as a lover would his mistress, I presume you would say, replied Edward. Nay, I meant not to use such vain words. I was about to say, as a devout Catholic would a relic. I ask you again, why so? A sword is but a sword. You are about to leave this on a mission of my father's. You are not a soldier about to engage in strife and war. If you were, why kiss your sword?
I will tell you. I do love this sword. I purchased it, as I told you, at Lymington, and they told me that it belonged to Colonel Beverley. It is for his sake that I love it.
You know what obligations our family were under to him.
This sword was then wielded by Colonel Beverley, the celebrated Cavalier, was it? Said Patience, taking it off the bed and examining it. Yes, it was, and here you see are his initials upon the hilt.
And why do you take it to London with you?
Surely it is not the weapon which should be worn by a secretary, Edward. It is too large and cumbrous, and out of character. Recollect that till these last few months I have been a forester, Patience, and not a secretary. Indeed, I feel that I am more fit for active life than the situation which your father's kindness has bestowed upon me. I was brought up, as you have heard, to follow to the wars, had my patron lived. Patience made no reply. Clara now joined them, and they commenced the task of examining the linen, and Edward left the room as he wished to speak with Oswald. They did not meet again till dinner time. Edward's sudden departure had spread a gloom over them all. Even the intendant was silent and thoughtful. In the evening he gave Edward the letters which he had written, and a considerable sum of money, telling him where he was to apply if he required more for his expenses. The intendant cautioned him on his behaviour in many points, and also relative to his dress and carriage during his stay in the metropolis.
If you should leave London, there will be no occasion, nay, it would be dangerous, to write to me. I shall take it for granted that you will retain Sampson till your departure, and when he returns here, I shall presume that you have gone north. I will not detain you longer, Edward. May Heaven bless and protect you.
So saying, the intendant went away to his own room. Kind and generous man, thought Edward. How much did I mistake you when we first met? Taking up the letters and bag of money, which still remained on the table, Edward went to his room, and having placed the letters and money in the saddle-bag, he commended himself to the divine protector, and retired to rest. Before daylight, the sound of Sampson's heavy travelling boots below roused up Edward, and he was soon dressed. Taking his saddle-bags on his arm, he walked softly downstairs, that he might not disturb any of the family. But when he was passing the sitting-room, he perceived that there was a light in it, and on looking in, that Patience was up and dressed. Edward looked surprised, and was about to speak, when Patience said, "I rose early, Edward, because when I took leave of you last night, I forgot a little parcel that I wanted to give you before you went. It will not take much room, and may beguile a weary hour. It is a little book of meditations. Will you accept it, and promise me to read it when you have time?" "I certainly will, my dear Patience, if I may venture on the expression. Read it and think of you." "Nay, you must read it and think of what it contains," replied Patience. "I will then. I shall not need the book to remind me of Patience Heatherstone, I assure you. And now, Edward, I do not pretend to surmise the reason of your departure, nor would it be becoming in me to attempt to discover what my father thinks proper to be silent upon. But I must beg you to promise one thing." "Name it, dear Patience," replied Edward. "My heart is so full at the thought of leaving you that I feel I can refuse you nothing." "It is this. I have a presentiment, I know not why, that you are about to encounter danger.
If so, be prudent. Be prudent for the sake of your dear sisters. Be prudent for the sake of all your friends who would regret you. Promise me that. I do promise you most faithfully, Patience, that I will ever have my sisters and you in my thoughts, and will not be rash under any circumstances. Thank you, Edward. May God bless you and preserve you. Edward first kissed Patience's hand that was held in his own, but perceiving the tears starting in her eyes, he kissed them off, without any remonstrance on her part, and then left the room. In a few moments more he was mounted on a fine, powerful black horse, and followed by Sampson on his road to London. We will pass over the journey, which was accomplished without any event worthy of remark. Edward had from the commencement called Sampson to his side, that he might answer the questions he had to make upon all that he saw, and which, the reader must be aware, was quite new to one whose peregrinations had been confined to the New Forest and the town adjacent. Sampson was a very powerful man, of a cool and silent character, by no means deficient in intelligence, and trustworthy withal. He had long been a follower of the intendant, and had served in the army. He was very devout, and generally, when not addressed, was singing hymns in a low voice. On the evening of the second day they were close to the metropolis, and Sampson pointed out to Edward St. Paul's Cathedral and Westminster Abbey, and other objects worthy of note. "And where are we to lodge, Sampson?" inquired Edward.
The best hotel that I know of for man and beast is the Swan with 3 Necks, in Holborn. It is not over frequented by roisterers, and you will there be quiet, and if your affairs demand it, unobserved.
That will suit me, Sampson. I wish to observe and not be observed during my stay in London. Before dark they had arrived at the hotel, and the horses were in the stable. Edward had procured an apartment to his satisfaction, and feeling fatigued with his 2 days' travelling, had gone to bed. The following morning he examined the letters which had been given to him by the intendant, and inquired of Sampson if he could direct him on his way. Sampson knew London well, and Edward set out to Spring Gardens to deliver a letter which the intendant informed him was confidential, to a person of the name of Langton. Edward knocked and was ushered in, Sampson taking a seat in the hall, while Edward was shown into a handsomely furnished library, where he found himself in the presence of a tall, spare man, dressed after the fashion of the Roundheads of the time. He presented the letter. Mr. Langton bowed and requested Edward to sit down, and after Edward had taken a chair, he then seated himself and opened the letter.
You are right welcome, Master Armitage,
said Mr. Langton.
I find that, young as you appear to be, you are in the whole confidence of our mutual friend, Master Heatherstone. He hints at your being probably obliged to take a journey to the north, and that you will be glad to take charge of any letters which I may have to send in that direction. I will have them ready for you, and in case of need they will be such as will give a colouring to your proceeding, provided you may not choose to reveal your true object. How wears our good friend Heatherstone and his daughter?
Quite well, sir.
And he told me in one of his former letters that he had the daughter of our poor friend Radcliffe with him. Is it not so?
It is, Master Langton, and a gentle, pretty child as you would wish to see.
When did you arrive in London? Yesterday evening, sir.
And do you purpose any stay?
That I cannot answer, sir. I must be guided by your advice. I have naught to do here, unless it be to deliver some 3 or 4 letters given me by Mr. Heatherstone.
It is my opinion, Master Armitage, that the less you are seen in this city, the better. There are hundreds employed to find out newcomers, and to discover from their people, or by other means, for what purpose they may have come. For you must be aware, Master Armitage, that the times are dangerous, and people's minds are various. In attempting to free ourselves from what we considered despotism, we have created for ourselves a worse despotism, and one that is less endurable. It is to be hoped that what has passed will make not only kings, but subjects wiser than they have been. Now, what do you propose? To leave this instantly?
Certainly, if you think it advisable.
My advice, then, is to leave London immediately. I will give you letters to some friends of mine in Lancashire and Yorkshire. In either county you can remain unnoticed, and make what preparations you think necessary, but do nothing in haste. Consult well, and be guided by them who will, if it is considered advisable and prudent, join you in your project. I need say no more. Call upon me tomorrow morning, an hour before noon, and I will have letters ready for you.
Edward rose to depart, and thanked Mr. Langton for his kindness.
Farewell, Master Armitage,
said Langton.
Tomorrow at the 11th hour.
Edward then quitted the house, and delivered the other letters of credence. The only one of importance at the moment was the one of credit. The others were to various members of the Parliament, desiring them to know Master Armitage as a confidential friend of the intendant, and in case of need to exert their good offices in his behalf. The letter of credit was upon a Hamburg merchant, who asked Edward if he required money. Edward replied that he did not at present, but that he had business to do for his employer in the north, and might require some when there, if it was possible to obtain it so far from London.
When do you set out, and to what town do you go?
That I cannot well tell until tomorrow.
Call before you leave this, and I will find some means of providing for you as you wish.
Edward then returned to the hotel. Before he went to bed, he told Sampson that he found that he had to leave London on Mr. Heatherstone's affairs, and might be absent some time. He concluded by observing that he did not consider it necessary to take him with him, as he could dispense with his services, and Mr. Heatherstone would be glad to have him back.
As you wish, sir,
replied Sampson.
When am I to go back?
You may leave tomorrow as soon as you please. I have no letter to send. You may tell them that I am well, and will write as soon as I have anything positive to communicate. Edward then made Sampson a present, and wished him a pleasant journey. At the hour appointed on the following day, Edward repaired to Mr. Langton, who received him very cordially.
I am all ready for you, Master Armitage. There is a letter to 2 Catholic ladies in Lancashire, who will take great care of you. And here is one to a friend of mine in Yorkshire. The ladies live about 4 miles from the town of Bolton, and my Yorkshire friend in the city of York. You may trust to any of them. And now farewell, and if possible, leave London before nightfall. The sooner the better.
where is your servant?"
"He has returned to Master Heatherstone this morning."
"You have done right. Lose no time to leave London, and don't be in a hurry in your future plans. You understand me? If anyone accosts you on the road, put no trust in any professions. You, of course, are going down to your relations in the north. Have you pistols?"
"Yes, sir. I have a pair which did belong to the unfortunate Mr. Radcliffe."
"Then they are good ones, I'll answer for it. No man was more particular about his weapons, or knew how to use them better. Farewell, Master Armitage, and may success attend you."
Mr. Langton held out his hand to Edward, who respectfully took his leave. Chapter 22. Edward was certain that Mr. Langton would not have advised him to leave London if he had not considered that it was dangerous to remain. He therefore first called upon the Hamburg merchant, who, upon his explanation, gave him a letter of credit to a friend who resided in the city of York, and then returned to the hotel, packed up his saddlebags, paid his reckoning, and mounting his horse, set off on the northern road. As it was late in the afternoon before he was clear of the metropolis, he did not proceed farther than Barnet, where he pulled up at the inn. As soon as he had seen his horse attended to, Edward, with his saddlebags on his arm, went into the room in the inn where all the travellers congregated. Having procured a bed and given his saddlebags into the charge of the hostess, he sat down by the fire, which, although it was warm weather, was nevertheless kept alight. Edward had made no alteration in the dress which he had worn since he had been received in the house of Mr. Heatherstone. It was plain, although of good materials. He wore a high-crowned hat, and altogether would, from his attire, have been taken for one of the Roundhead party. His sword and shoulder belt were indeed of more gay appearance than those usually worn by the Roundheads, but this was the only difference. When Edward first entered the room, there were 3 persons in it, whose appearance was not very prepossessing. They were dressed in what had once been gay attire, but which now exhibited tarnished lace, stains of wine, and dust from travelling. They eyed him as he entered with his saddlebags, and one of them said, "That's a fine horse you were riding, sir. Has he much speed?" "He has," replied Edward, as he turned away and went into the bar to speak with the hostess and give his property into her care.
"Going north, sir?"
inquired the same person when Edward returned.
"Not exactly,"
replied Edward, walking to the window to avoid further conversation.
"The Roundhead is on the stilts," observed another of the party.
"Yes," replied the first.
"It is easy to see that he has not been accustomed to be addressed by gentlemen. For half a pin I would slit his ears."
Edward did not choose to reply. He folded his arms and looked at the man with contempt. The hostess, who had overheard the conversation, now called for her husband and desired him to go into the room and prevent any further insults to the young gentleman who had just come in. The host, who knew the parties, entered the room and said,
"Now, you'll clear out of this as fast as you can. Be off with you, and go to the stables, or I'll send for somebody whom you will not like."
The 3 men rose and swaggered, but obeyed the host's orders and left the room.
"I am sorry, young master, that these roisterers should have affronted you, as my wife tells me that they have. I did not know that they were in the house. We cannot well refuse to take in their horses, but we can know well who they are, and if you are travelling far, you had better ride in company."
"Thank you for your caution, my good host," replied Edward,
I thought that they were highwaymen or something of that sort. You have made a good guess, sir, but nothing has yet been proved against them, or they would not be here. In these times we have strange customers, and hardly know who we take in. You have a good sword there, sir, I have no doubt, but I trust that you have other arms. I have, replied Edward, opening his doublet and showing his pistols. That's right, sir. Will you take anything before you go to bed? Indeed I will, for I am hungry. Anything will do, with a pint of wine. As soon as he had supped, Edward asked the hostess for his saddlebags and went up to his bed. Early the next morning he rose and went to the stable to see his horse fed. The three men were in the stables, but they did not say anything to him. Edward returned to the inn, called for breakfast, and as soon as he had finished, took out his pistols to renew the priming. While so occupied, he happened to look up and perceived one of the men with his face against the window, watching him. Well, now you see what you have to expect if you try your trade with me, thought Edward. I am very glad that you have been spying. Having replaced his pistols, Edward paid his reckoning and went to the stable, desiring the hostler to saddle his horse and fix on his saddlebags. As soon as this was done, he mounted and rode off. Before he was well clear of the town, the highwayman cantered past him on 3 well-bred, active horses. I presume we shall meet again, thought Edward, who for some time cantered at a gentle pace, and then, as his horse was very fresh, he put him to a faster pace, intending to do a long day's work. He had ridden about 15 miles when he came to a heath, and as he continued at a fast trot, he perceived the 3 highwaymen about 1/4 mile in advance of him. They were descending a hill which was between them, and he soon lost sight of them again. Edward now pulled up his horse to let him recover his wind, and walked him gently up the hill. He had nearly gained the summit when he heard the report of firearms, and soon afterward a man on horseback in full speed galloped over the hill toward him. He had a pistol in his hand and his head turned back. The reason for this was soon evident, as immediately after him appeared the 3 highwaymen in pursuit. One fired his pistol at the man who fled and missed him. The man then fired in return, and with true aim, as one of the highwaymen fell. All this was so sudden that Edward had hardly time to draw his pistol and put spurs to his horse before the parties were upon him and were passing him. Edward levelled at the 2nd highwayman as he passed him, and the man fell. The 3rd highwayman, perceiving this, turned his horse to the side of the road, cleared a ditch, and galloped away across the heath. The man who had been attacked had pulled up his horse when Edward came to his assistance, and now rode up to him, saying, "I have to thank you, sir, for your timely aid, for these rascals were too many for me." "You are not hurt, I trust, sir?" replied Edward. "No, not the least. The fellows singed my curls, though, as you may perceive. They attacked me about 1/2 mile from here. I was proceeding north when I heard the clatter of hoofs behind me. I looked round and saw at once what they were, and I sprung my horse out of the road to a thicket close to it, that they might not surround me. One of the 3 rode forward to stop my passage, and the other 2 rode round to the back of the thicket to get behind me. I then saw that I had separated them, and could gain a start upon them by riding back again, which I did as fast as I could, and they immediately gave chase. The result you saw. Between us we have broken up the gang, for both these fellows seem dead, or nearly so." "What shall we do with them?" "Leave them where they are," replied the stranger. "I am in a hurry to get on. I have important business at the city of York, and cannot waste my time in depositions and such nonsense. It is only 2 scoundrels less in the world,
and there's an end of the matter." As Edward was equally anxious to proceed, he agreed with the stranger that it was best to do as he proposed. "I am also going north," replied Edward, "and am anxious to get there as soon as I can." "With your permission, we will ride together," said the stranger. "I shall be the gainer, as I shall feel that I have one with me who is to be trusted to in case of any further attacks during our journey." There was such a gentlemanlike, frank, and courteous air about the stranger that Edward immediately assented to his proposal of their riding in company for mutual protection. He was a powerful, well-made man of apparently about 21 or 22, remarkably handsome in person, dressed richly but not gaudily in the Cavalier fashion, and wore a hat with a feather. As they proceeded, they entered into conversation on indifferent matters for some time, neither party attempting by any question to discover who his companion might be. Edward had more than once, when the conversation flagged for a minute, considered what reply he should give in case his companion should ask him the cause of his journey, and at last had made up his mind what to say. A little before noon they pulled up to bait their horses at a small village, the stranger observing that he avoided St. Albans and all other large towns, as he did not wish to satisfy the curiosity of people, or to have his motions watched, and therefore, if Edward had no objection, he knew the country so well that he could save time by allowing him to direct their path. Edward was, as may be supposed, very agreeable to this, and during their whole journey they never entered a town, except they rode through it after dark, and put up at humble inns on the roadside, where, if not quite so well attended to, at all events they were free from observation. It was, however, impossible that this reserve could continue long, as they became more and more intimate every day. At last the stranger said, "Master Armitage, we have travelled together for some time, interchanging thoughts and feelings, but with due reserve as respects ourselves and our own plans. Is this to continue? If so, of course you have but to say so, but if you feel inclined to trust me, I have the same feeling toward you. By your dress, I should imagine that you belonged to a party to which I am opposed, but your language and manners do not agree with your attire, and I think a hat and feathers would grace that head better than the steeple-crowned affair which now covers it. It may be that the dress is only assumed as a disguise. You know best. However, as I say, I feel confidence in you, to whatever party you may belong, and I give you credit for your prudence and reserve in these troubled times. I am a little older than you, and may advise you, and I am indebted to you, and cannot therefore betray you. At least I trust you believe so." "I do believe it," replied Edward, "and I will so far answer you, Master Chaloner, that this attire of mine is not the one which I would wear if I had my choice." "I believe that," replied Chaloner, "and I cannot help thinking you are bound north on the same business as myself, which is, I confess to you honestly, to strike a blow for the king. If you are on the same errand, I have 2 old relations in Lancashire who are staunch to the cause, and I am going to their house to remain until I can join the army. If you wish it, you shall come with me, and I will promise you kind treatment and safety while under their roof." "And the names of these relatives of yours, Master Chaloner?" said Edward. "Nay, you shall have them, for when I trust wholly. Their name is Cunningham." Edward took his letters from out of his side pocket and handed one of them to his fellow traveller. The address was, "To the worthy Mistress Cunningham of Portlake, near Bolton, county of Lancashire." "It is to that address that I am going myself," said Edward, smiling. "Whether it is the party you refer to, you best know." Chaloner burst out with a loud laugh. "This is excellent. 2 people meet, both bound on the same business,
both going to the same rendezvous, and for 3 days do not venture to trust each other." "The times require caution," replied Edward, as he replaced his letter. "You are right," answered Chaloner, "and you are of my opinion. I know now that you have both prudence and courage. The first quality has been scarcer with us Cavaliers than the last. However, now all reserve is over, at least on my part." "And on mine also," replied Edward. Chaloner then talked about the chances of the war. He stated that King Charles's army was in a good state of discipline, and well found in everything, that there were hundreds in England who would join it as soon as it had advanced far enough into England, and that everything wore a promising appearance. "My father fell at the Battle of Naseby at the head of his retainers," said Chaloner, after a pause, "and they have contrived to fine the property, so that it has dwindled from thousands down to hundreds. Indeed, were it not for my good old aunts, who will leave me their estates, and who now supply me liberally, I should be but a poor gentleman." "Your father fell at Naseby," said Edward. "Were you there?" "I was," replied Chaloner. "My father also fell at Naseby," said Edward. "Your father did?" replied Chaloner. "I do not recollect the name, Armitage. He was not in command there, was he?" continued Chaloner. "Yes, he was," replied Edward. "There was none of that name among the officers that I can recollect, young sir," replied Chaloner, with an air of distrust. "Surely you have been misinformed." "I have spoken the truth," replied Edward, "and have now said so much that I must, to remove your suspicion, say more than perhaps I should have done. My name is not Armitage, although I have been so called for some time. You have set me the example of confidence, and I will follow it. My father was Colonel Beverley of Prince Rupert's troop." Chaloner started with astonishment. "I'm sure that what you say is true," at last said he, "for I was thinking who it was that you reminded me of. You are the very picture of your father. Although a boy at the time, I knew him well, Master Beverley. A more gallant cavalier never drew sword. Come, we must be sworn friends in life and death, Beverley," continued Chaloner, extending his hand, which was eagerly grasped by Edward, who then confided to Chaloner the history of his life. When he had concluded, Chaloner said, "We all heard of the firing of Arnwood, and it is at this moment believed that all the children perished. It is one of the tales of woe that our nurses repeat to the children, and many a child has wept at your supposed deaths. But tell me now, had you not fallen in with me, was it your intention to have joined the army under your assumed name of Armitage?" "I hardly know what I intended to do. I wanted a friend to advise me." "And you have found one, Beverley. I owe my life to you, and I will repay the debt as far as is in my power. You must not conceal your name to your sovereign. The very name of Beverley is a passport, but the son of Colonel Beverley will be indeed welcomed. Why, the very name will be considered as a harbinger of good fortune. Your father was the best and truest soldier that ever drew sword, and his memory stands unrivaled for loyalty and devotion. We are near to the end of our journey. Yonder is the steeple of Bolton Church. The old ladies will be out of their wits when they find that they have a Beverley under their roof." Edward was much delighted at this tribute paid to his father's memory, and the tears more than once started into his eyes as Chaloner renewed his praise. Late in the evening they arrived at Portlake, a grand old mansion situated in a park crowded with fine old timber. Chaloner was recognized as they rode up the avenue by one of the keepers,
who hastened forward to announce his arrival, and the domestics had opened the door for them before they arrived at it. In the hall they were met by the old ladies, who expressed their delight at seeing their nephew, as they had had great fear that something had happened to him. "And something did very nearly happen to me," replied Chaloner. "Had it not been for the timely assistance of my friend here, who, notwithstanding his Puritan attire, I hardly need tell you is a Cavalier devoted to the good cause, when I state that he is the son of Colonel Beverley, who fell at Naseby with my good father." "No one can be more welcome, then," replied the old ladies, who extended their hands to Edward. They then went into a sitting room, and supper was ordered to be sent up immediately. "Our horses will be well attended to, Edward," said Chaloner. "We need not any longer look after them ourselves. And now, good aunts, have you no letters for me?" "Yes, there are several, but you had better eat first." "Not so. Let me have the letters. We can read them before supper, and talk them over when at table." One of the ladies produced the letters, which Chaloner, as he read them, handed over to Edward for his perusal. They were from General Middleton, and some other friends of Chaloner's who were with the army, giving him information as to what was going on, and what their prospects were supposed to be. "You see that they have marched already," said Chaloner, "and I think the plan is a good one, and it has put General Cromwell in an awkward position. Our army is now between his and London, with 3 days' march in advance, and we shall now be able to pick up our English adherents, who can join us without risk as we go along. It has been a bold step, but a good one, and if they only continue as well as they have begun, we shall succeed. The Parliamentary army is not equal to ours in numbers as it is, and we shall add to ours daily. The king has sent to the Isle of Man for the Earl of Derby, who is expected to join tomorrow." "And where is the army at this moment?" inquired Edward. "They will be but a few miles from us tonight, their march is so rapid. Tomorrow we will join, if it pleases." "Most willingly," replied Edward. After an hour's more conversation, they were shown into their rooms and retired for the night. Chapter 23. The next morning, before they had quitted their beds, a messenger arrived with letters from General Middleton, and from him they found that the king's army had encamped on the evening before, not 6 miles from Portlake. As they hastily dressed themselves, Chaloner proposed to Edward that a little alteration in his dress would be necessary, and taking him to a wardrobe, in which had been put aside some suits of his own, worn when he was a younger and slighter made man than he now was, he requested Edward to make use of them. Edward, who was aware that Chaloner was right in his proposal, selected 2 suits of colours which pleased him most, and dressing in one, and changing his hat for one more befitting his new attire, was transformed into a handsome Cavalier. As soon as they had broken their fast, they took leave of the old ladies, and mounting their horses, set off for the camp. An hour's ride brought them to the outposts, and communicating with the officer on duty, they were conducted by an orderly to the tent of General Middleton, who received Chaloner with great warmth as an old friend, and was very courteous to Edward as soon as he heard that he was the son of Colonel Beverley.
"I have wanted you, Chaloner," said Middleton. "We are raising a troop of horse. The Duke of Buckingham commands it, but Massey will be the real leader of it. You have influence in this county, and will, I have no doubt, bring us many good hands. Where is the Earl of Derby?" "Joined us this morning. We have marched so quick that we have not had time to pick our adherents up."
And General Leslie is by no means in good spirits. Why, I know not. We have too many ministers with the army, that is certain, and they do harm. But we cannot help ourselves. His Majesty must be visible by this time. If you are ready, I will introduce you, and when that is done, we will talk matters over.
General Middleton then walked with them to the house in which the king had taken up his quarters for the night. And after a few minutes waiting in the anteroom, they were admitted into his presence.
Allow me, your Majesty,
said General Middleton after the first salutations,
to present to you Major Challoner, whose father's name is not unknown to you.
On the contrary, well known to us, replied the king, as a loyal and faithful subject whose loss we must deplore. I have no doubt that his son inherits his courage and his fidelity. The king held out his hand, and Challoner bent his knee and kissed it.
And now your Majesty will be surprised that I should present to you one of a house supposed to be extinct, the eldest son of Colonel Beverley.
Indeed, replied his Majesty, I heard that all his family perished at the ruthless burning of Arnwood. I hold myself fortunate as a king that even one son of so loyal and brave a gentleman as Colonel Beverley has escaped. You are welcome, young sir, most welcome to us. You must be near us. The very name of Beverley will be pleasing to our ears by night or day. Edward knelt down and kissed his Majesty's hand, and the king said, What can we do for a Beverley? Let us know, that we may show our feelings toward his father's memory. All I request is that your Majesty will allow me to be near you in the hour of danger, replied Edward. A right Beverley reply, said the king, and so we shall see to it, Middleton. After a few more courteous words from his Majesty, they withdrew, but General Middleton was recalled by the king for a minute or two to receive his commands. When he rejoined Edward and Challoner, he said to Edward,
I have orders to send in for his Majesty's signature your commission as captain of horse, and attached to the king's personal staff. It is a high compliment to the memory of your father, sir, and I may add your own personal appearance. Challoner will see to your uniforms and accoutrements. You are well mounted, I believe. You have no time to lose, as we march tomorrow for Warrington, in Cheshire.
Has anything been heard of the Parliamentary army?
Yes, they are on the march toward London by the Yorkshire road, intending to cut us off if they can. And now, gentlemen, farewell, for I have no idle time, I assure you.
Edward was soon equipped, and now attended upon the king. When they arrived at Warrington, they found a body of horse drawn up to oppose their passage onward. These were charged, and fled with a trifling loss, and as they were known to be commanded by Lambert, one of Cromwell's best generals, there was great exultation in the king's army. But the fact was that Lambert had acted upon Cromwell's orders, which were to harass and delay the march of the king as much as possible, but not to risk, with his small force, anything like an engagement. After this skirmish, it was considered advisable to send back the Earl of Derby and many other officers of importance into Lancashire, that they might collect the king's adherents in that quarter and in Cheshire. Accordingly, the Earl, with about 200 officers and gentlemen, left the army with that intention. It was then considered that it would be advisable to march the army direct to London, but the men were so fatigued with the rapidity of the march up to the present time, and the weather was so warm, that it was decided in the negative.
and as Worcester was a town well affected to the king, and the country abounded with provisions, it was resolved that the army should march there and wait for English reinforcements. This was done. The city opened the gates with every mark of satisfaction, and supplied the army with all that it required. The first bad news which reached them was the dispersion and defeat of the whole of the Earl of Derby's party by a regiment of militia which had surprised them at Wigan during the night, when they were all asleep and had no idea that any enemy was near to them. Although attacked at such disadvantage, they defended themselves till a large portion of them was killed, and the remainder were taken prisoners, and most of them brutally put to death. The Earl of Derby was made a prisoner, but not put to death with the others. "This is bad news, Chaloner," said Edward.
"Yes, it is more than bad," replied the latter. "We have lost our best officers, who never should have left the army, and now the consequences of the defeat will be that we shall not have any people come forward to join us. The winning side is the right side in this world, and there is more evil than that. The Duke of Buckingham has claimed the command of the army, which the king has refused, so that we are beginning to fight among ourselves. General Leslie is evidently dispirited, and thinks bad of the cause. Middleton is the only man who does his duty. Depend upon it, we shall have Cromwell upon us before we are aware of it, and we are in a state of sad confusion. Officers quarrelling, men disobedient, much talking and little doing. Here we have been 5 days, and the works which have been proposed to be thrown up as defences not yet begun. I cannot but admire the patience of the king, with so much to harass and annoy him." "He must be patient perforce," replied Chaloner. "He plays for a crown, and it is a high stake. But he cannot command the minds of men, although he may the persons. I am no croaker, Beverley, but if we succeed with this army, as at present disorganized, we shall perform a miracle."
"We must hope for the best," replied Edward. "Common danger may cement those who would otherwise be asunder, and when they have the army of Cromwell before them, they may be induced to forget their private quarrels and jealousies, and unite in the good cause."
"I wish I could be of your opinion, Beverley," replied Chaloner, "but I have mixed with the world longer than you have, and I think otherwise."
Several more days passed, during which no defences were thrown up, and the confusion and quarrelling in the army continued to increase, until at last news arrived that Cromwell was within half a day's march of them, and that he had collected all the militia on his route, and was now in numbers nearly double to those in the king's army. All was amazement and confusion. Nothing had been done, no arrangements had been made. Chaloner told Edward that all was lost if immediate steps were not taken. On the 3rd of October the army of Cromwell appeared in sight. Edward had been on horseback attending the king for the best part of the night. The disposition of the troops had been made as well as it could, and it was concluded, as Cromwell's army remained quiet, that no attempt would be made on that day. About noon the king returned to his lodging to take some refreshment after his fatigue. Edward was with him, but before an hour had passed the alarm came that the armies were engaged. The king mounted his horse, which was ready saddled at the door, but before he could ride out of the city he was met and nearly beaten back by the whole body almost of his own cavalry, who came running on with such force that he could not stop them. His Majesty called to several of the officers by name, but they paid no attention, and so great was the panic that both the king and his staff who attended him were nearly overthrown and trampled underfoot. Cromwell had passed a large portion of his troops over the river without the knowledge of the opponents, and when the attack was made in so unexpected a quarter, a panic ensued. Where General Middleton and the Duke Hamilton commanded, a very brave resistance was made, but Middleton being wounded, Duke Hamilton having his leg taken off by a round shot, and many gentlemen having fallen, the troops, deserted by the remainder of the army, at last gave way, and the rout was general, the foot throwing away their muskets before they were discharged. His Majesty rode back into the town and found a body of horse, who had been persuaded by Chaloner to make a stand. "Follow me," said his Majesty. "We will see what the enemy are about. I do not think they pursue, and if so, we may yet rally from this foolish panic." His Majesty, followed by Edward, Chaloner, and several of his personal staff, then galloped out to reconnoitre. But to his mortification he found that the troops had not followed him, but gone out of the town by the other gate, and that the enemy's cavalry in pursuit were actually in the town. Under such circumstances, by the advice of Chaloner and Edward, his Majesty withdrew, and turning his horse's head, he made all haste to leave Worcester. After several hours' riding, the king found himself in company of about 4,000 of the cavalry who had so disgracefully fled, but they were still so panic-struck that he could put no confidence in them, and having advised with those about him, he resolved to quit them. This he did without mentioning his intention to any of his staff, not even Chaloner or Edward, leaving at night with 2 of his servants, whom he dismissed as soon as it was daylight, considering that his chance of escape would be greater if he were quite alone. It was not till the next morning that they discovered that the king had left them, and then they determined to separate, and as the major portion were from Scotland, to make what haste they could back to that country. And now Chaloner and Edward consulted as to their plans. "It appears to me," said Edward, laughing, "that the danger of this campaign of ours will consist in getting back again to our own homes, for I can most safely assert that I have not as yet struck a blow for the king." "That is true enough, Beverley. When do you purpose going back to the New Forest?" "I think, if you will permit me, I will accompany you," said Chaloner. "All the pursuit will be to the northward, to intercept and overtake the retreat into Scotland. I cannot therefore go to Lancashire, and indeed, as they know that I am out, they will be looking for me everywhere." "Then come with me," said Edward. "I will find you protection till you can decide what to do. Let us ride on away from this, and we will talk over the matter as we go. But depend upon it, the further south we get, the safer we shall be, but still not safe unless we can change our costume. There will be a strict search for the king to the south, as they will presume that he will try to get safe to France. Hark! What is that? I heard the report of arms. Let us ride up this hill and see what is going on." They did so, and perceived that there was a skirmish between a party of cavaliers and some of the parliamentary cavalry, at about a quarter of a mile distant. "Come, Chaloner, let us at all events have one blow," said Edward. "Agreed," replied Chaloner, spurring his horse, and down they went at full speed, and in a minute were in the melee, coming on the rear of the parliamentary troops. This sudden attack from behind decided the affair. The parliamentary troopers, thinking that there were more than 2 coming upon them, made off after another minute's combat, leaving 5 or 6 of their men on the ground. "Thanks, Chaloner, thanks, Beverley," said a voice which they immediately recognized. It was that of Grenville, one of the king's pages. "These fellows with me were just about to run if you had not come to our aid." I will remain with them no longer, but join you if you will permit me.
At all events, remain here till they go away. I will send them off. My lads, you must all separate, or there will be no chance of escape. No more than 2 should ride together. Depend upon it, we shall have more of the troops here directly."
The men, about 15 in number, who had been in company with Grenville, considered that Chaloner's advice was good, and without ceremony set off with their horses' heads to the northward, leaving Chaloner, Edward, and Grenville together on the field of the affray. About a dozen men were lying on the ground, either dead or severely wounded. 7 of them were of the king's party, and the other 5 of the parliamentary troops. "Now, what I propose," said Edward, "is this: let us do what we can for those who are wounded, and then strip off the dresses and accoutrements of those parliamentary dragoons who are dead, and dress ourselves in them, accoutrements and all. We can then pass through the country in safety, as we shall be supposed to be one of the parties looking for the king."
"That is a good idea," replied Chaloner, "and the sooner it is done the better."
"Well," said Edward, wiping his sword, which he still held drawn, and then sheathing it, "I will take the spoils of this fellow nearest to me. He fell by my hand, and I am entitled to them by the laws of war and chivalry. But first let us dismount and look to the wounded." They tied their horses to a tree, and having given what assistance they could to the wounded men, they proceeded to strip 3 of the parliamentary troopers, and then, laying aside their own habiliments, they dressed themselves in the uniform of the enemy, and mounting their horses, made all haste from the place. Having gained about 12 miles, they pulled up their horses and rode at a more leisurely pace. It was now 8 o'clock in the evening, but still not very dark. They therefore rode on another 5 miles till they came to a small village, where they dismounted at an alehouse and put their horses into the stable.
"We must be insolent and brutal in our manners, or we shall be suspected." "Very true," said Grenville, giving the hostler a kick, and telling him to bestir himself if he did not want his ears cropped.
They entered the alehouse, and soon found out they were held in great terror. They ordered everything of the best to be produced, and threatened to set fire to the house if it was not. They turned the man and his wife out of their bed, and all 3 went to sleep in it. And in short, they behaved in such an arbitrary manner that nobody doubted that they were Cromwell's force. In the morning they set off again by Chaloner's advice, paying for nothing that they had ordered, although they had all of them plenty of money. They now rode fast, inquiring at the places which they passed through whether any fugitives had been seen, and if they came to a town, inquiring before they entered whether there were any parliamentary troops. So well did they manage that after 4 days they had gained the skirts of the New Forest, and concealed themselves in a thicket till night time, when Edward proposed that he should conduct his fellow travellers to the cottage, where he would leave them till his plans were adjusted. Edward had already arranged his plans. His great object was to ward off any suspicion of where he had been, and of course any idea that the intendant had been a party to his acts, and the fortunate change of his dress enabled him now to do so with success. He had decided to conduct his 2 friends to the cottage that night, and the next morning to ride over in his parliamentary costume to the intendant's house, and bring the first news of the success of Cromwell and the defeat at Worcester, by which stratagem it would appear as if he had been with the parliamentary and not with the Jacobite army. As they had travelled along, they found that the news of Cromwell's success had not yet arrived. In those times there was not the rapidity of communication that we now have, and Edward thought it very probable that he would be the first to communicate the intelligence to the intendant and those who resided near him. As soon as it was dusk, the three travellers left their retreat, and, guided by Edward, soon arrived at the cottage. Their appearance at first created no little consternation, for Humphrey and Pablo happened to be in the yard when they heard the clattering of the swords and accoutrements, and through the gloom observed as they advanced that the party were troopers. At first Humphrey was for running on and barring the door, but on a second reflection he felt that he could not do a more imprudent thing if there was danger, and he therefore contented himself with hastily imparting the intelligence to his sisters, and then remaining at the threshold to meet the coming of the parties. The voice of Edward calling him by name dissipated all alarm, and in another minute he was in the arms of his brother and sisters. "First, let us take our horses to the stables, Humphrey," said Edward, after the first greeting was over, "and then we will come and partake of anything that Alice can prepare for us, for we have not fared over well for the last 3 days." Accompanied by Humphrey and Pablo, they all went to the stables and turned out the ponies to make room for the horses, and as soon as they were all fed and littered down, they returned to the cottage, and Chaloner and Grenville were introduced. Supper was soon on the table, and they were too hungry to talk while they were eating, so that but little information was gleaned from them that night. However, Humphrey ascertained that all was lost, and that they had escaped from the field previous to Alice and Edith leaving the room to prepare beds for the newcomers. When the beds were ready, Chaloner and Grenville retired, and then Edward remained half an hour with Humphrey to communicate to him what had passed. Of course he could not enter into detail, but told him that he would get information from their new guests after he had left, which he must do early in the morning. "And now, Humphrey, my advice is this. My 2 friends cannot remain in this cottage for many reasons, but we have the key of Clara's cottage, and they can take up their lodging there, and we can supply them with all they want until they find means of going abroad, which is their intention. I must be off to the intendant's tomorrow, and the day after I will come over to you. In the meantime, our guests can remain here, while you and Pablo prepare the cottage for them, and when I return, everything shall be settled, and we will conduct them to it. I do not think there is much danger of their being discovered while they remain there, certainly not so much as if they were here, for we must expect parties of troops in every direction now, as they were when the king's father made his escape from Hampton Court. And now to bed, my good brother, and call me early, for I much fear that I shall not wake up if you do not." The brothers then parted for the night. The next morning, long before their guests were awake, Edward had been called by Humphrey and found Pablo at the door with his horse. Edward, who had put on his parliamentary accoutrements, bade a hasty farewell to them, and set off across the forest to the house of the intendant, where he arrived before they had left their bedrooms. The first person he encountered was, very fortunately, Oswald, who was at his cottage door. Edward beckoned to him, being then about 100 yards off, but Oswald did not recognize him at first, and advanced toward him in a very leisurely manner to ascertain what the trooper might wish to inquire. But Edward called him Oswald, and that was sufficient. In a few words, Edward told him how all was lost, and how he had escaped by changing clothes with one of the enemy. "I am now come to bring the news to the intendant, Oswald. You understand me, of course?" "Of course I do, Master Edward, and will take care that it is well known that you have been fighting by the side of Cromwell all this time. I should recommend you to show yourself in this dress for the remainder of the day, and then everyone will be satisfied." Shall I go to the intendant's before you?
No, no, Oswald. The intendant does not require me to be introduced to him, of course. I must now gallop up to his house and announce myself. Farewell for the present. I shall see you during the day.
Edward put spurs to his horse and arrived at the intendant's at full speed, making no small clattering in the yard below as he went in, much to the surprise of Sampson, who came out to ascertain what was the cause, and who was not a little surprised at perceiving Edward, who threw himself off the horse, and desiring Sampson to take it to the stable, entered the kitchen and disturbed Phoebe, who was preparing breakfast. Without speaking to her, Edward passed on to the intendant's room and knocked.
"Who is there?"
said the intendant. "Edward Armitage," was the reply, and the door was opened. The intendant started back at the sight of Edward in the trooper's costume.
"My dear Edward, I am glad to see you in any dress, but this requires explanation. Sit down and tell me all."
"All is soon told, sir," replied Edward, taking off his iron skull cap and allowing his hair to fall down on his shoulders. He then, in a few words, stated what had happened and by what means he had escaped, and the reason why he had kept on the trooper's accoutrements and made his appearance in them.
"You have done very prudently,"
replied the intendant,
"and you have probably saved me. At all events, you have warded off all suspicion, and those who are spies upon me will now have nothing to report except to my favor. Your absence has been commented upon and made known at high quarters, and suspicion has arisen in consequence. Your return as one of the parliamentary forces will now put an end to all ill-natured remarks. My dear Edward, you have done me a service. As my secretary, and having been known to have been a follower of the Beverleys, your absence was considered strange, and it was intimated at high quarters that you had gone to join the king's forces, and that with my knowledge and consent. This I have from Langton, and it has in consequence injured me not a little. But now your appearance will make all right again. Now we will first to prayers, and then to breakfast, and after that we will have a more detailed account of what has taken place since your departure. Patience and Clara will not be sorry to recover their companion, but how they will like you in that dress I cannot pretend to say. However, I thank God that you have returned safe to us, and I shall be most happy to see you once more attend in the more peaceful garb of a secretary.
"I will, with your permission, sir, not quit this costume for one day, as it may be as well that I should be seen in it."
"You are right, Edward. For this day retain it. Tomorrow you will resume your usual costume. Go down to the parlour. You will find Patience and Clara anxiously waiting for you, I have no doubt. I will join you there in 10 minutes.
Edward left the room and went downstairs. It hardly need be said how joyfully he was received by Patience and Clara. The former, however, expressed her joy in tears, the latter in wild mirth. We will pass over the explanations and the narrative of what had occurred, which was given by Edward to Mr. Heatherstone in his own room. The intendant said, as he concluded, "Edward, you must now perceive that for the present nothing more can be done. If it pleases the Lord, the time will come when the monarch will be reseated on his throne. At present we must bow to the powers that be. And I tell you frankly, it is my opinion that Cromwell aims at sovereignty, and will obtain it. Perhaps it may be better that we should suffer the infliction for a time, as for a time only can it be upheld, and it may be the cause of the king being more schooled and more fitted to reign than, by what you have told me in the course of your narrative, he at present appears to be.
Perhaps so, replied Edward. I must say that the short campaign I have gone through has very much opened my eyes. I have seen but little true chivalric feeling, and much of interested motives. In those who have joined the king's forces, the army collected was composed of most discordant elements, and was so discontented, so full of jealousy and ill will, that I am not surprised at the result. One thing is certain, that there must be a much better feeling existing between all parties before such a man as Cromwell can ever be moved from his position, and for the present the cause may be considered as lost.
You are right, Edward, replied the intendant. I would they were better, but as they are, let us make the best of them. You have now seen enough to have subdued that fiery zeal for the cause which previously occupied your whole thoughts. Now let us be prudent, and try if we cannot be happy.
Chapter 24. It was only to Oswald that Edward made known what had occurred. He knew that he was to be trusted. The next day Edward resumed his forester's dress, while another one was preparing for him, and went over to the cottage where, with the consent of the intendant, he proposed remaining for a few days. Of course, Edward had not failed to acquaint the intendant with his proposed plans relative to Challoner and Grenville, and received his consent, at the same time advising that they should gain the other side of the channel as soon as they possibly could. Edward found them all very anxious for his arrival. Humphrey and Pablo had been to the cottage, which they had found undisturbed since the capture of the robbers, and made everything ready for the reception of the two cavaliers, as on their first journey they took with them a cartload of what they knew would be necessary. Challoner and Grenville appeared to be quite at home already, and not very willing to shift their quarters. They, of course, still retained their troopers' clothes, as they had no other to wear until they could be procured from Lymington. But as we have before mentioned, they were in no want of money. They had been amusing the girls and Humphrey with a description of what had occurred during the campaign, and Edward found that he had but little to tell them, as Challoner had commenced his narrative with an account of his first meeting with Edward, when he had been attacked by the highwaymen. As soon as he could get away, Edward went out with Humphrey to have some conversation with him. Now, Humphrey, as you have pretty well heard all my adventures since our separation, let me hear what you have been doing.
I have no such tales of stirring interest to narrate as Challoner has been doing as your deputy, Edward,
replied Humphrey.
All I can say is that we have had no visitors, that we have longed for your return, and that we have not been idle since you quitted us.
What horses were those in the stable, said Edward, that you turned out to make room for ours when we arrived? Humphrey laughed, and then informed Edward of the manner in which they had succeeded in capturing them. Well, you really deserve credit, Humphrey, and certainly were not born to be secluded in this forest. I rather think that I have found that I was born for it, replied Humphrey, although I must confess that since you have quitted us, I have not felt so contented here as I did before. You have returned, and you have no idea what an alteration I see in you, since you have mixed with the world, and have been a party in such stirring scenes. Perhaps so, Humphrey, replied Edward, and yet
Do you know that although I so ardently wished to mix with the world and to follow the wars, I am anything but satisfied with what I have seen of it, and so far from feeling any inclination to return to it, I rather feel more inclined to remain here, and remain in quiet and in peace. I have been disappointed, that is the truth. There is a great difference between the world such as we fancy it when we are pining for it, and the world when we actually are placed within the vortex, and perceive the secret springs of men's actions. I have gained a lesson, but not a satisfactory one, Humphrey. It may be told in a very few words. It is a most deceitful and hollow world, and that is all said in a few words. What very agreeable, pleasant young men are Master Chaloner and Grenville, observed Humphrey. Chaloner I know well, replied Edward. He is to be trusted, and he is the only one in whom I have been able to place confidence, and therefore I was most fortunate in falling in with him, as I did on my first starting. Grenville I know little about. We met often, it is true, but it was in the presence of the king, being both of us on his staff. At the same time, I must acknowledge that I know nothing against him, and this I do know, which is that he is brave. Edward then narrated what had passed between the intendant and him since his return, and how well satisfied the intendant had been with his ruse in returning to him in the dress of a trooper. Talking about that, Edward, do you not think it likely that we shall have the troopers down here in search of the king? I wonder you have not had them already, replied Edward. And what shall we do if they arrive? That is all prepared for, replied Edward, although till you mentioned it I had quite forgotten it. The intendant was talking with me on the subject last night, and here is an appointment for you as verderer, signed by him, which you are to use as you may find necessary. And here is another missive, ordering you to receive into your house 2 of the troopers who may be sent down here, and find them quarters and victuals, but not to be compelled to receive more. Until the search is over, Chaloner and Grenville must retain their accoutrement and remain with us. And Humphrey, if you have not made any use of the clothes which I left here, I mean the first dress I had made when I was appointed secretary, and which I thought rather too faded to wear any longer, I will put it on now, as should any military come here as scouters to the intendant, I shall have some authority over them. It is in your chest where you left it, Edward. The girls did propose to make 2 Josephs out of it for winter wear, but they never have thought of it since, or have not had time. By the by, you have not told me what you think of Alice and Edith after your long absence. I think they are both very much grown, and very much improved, replied Edward. But I must confess to you that I think it is high time that they were, if possible, removed from their present homely occupations, and instructed as young ladies should be. But how, Edward, is that to be? That I cannot yet tell, and it grieves me that I cannot. But still I see the necessity of it, if ever we are to return to our position in society. And are we ever to return? I don't know. I thought little of it before I went away and mixed in society, but since I have been in the world, I have been compelled to feel that my dear sisters are not in their sphere, and I have resolved upon trying if I cannot find a more suitable position for them. Had we been successful, I should have had no difficulty, but now I hardly know what to do. I have not inquired about Mistress Patience, brother. How is she? She is as
good and as handsome as ever, and very much grown. Indeed, she is becoming quite womanly. And Clara? Oh, I do not perceive any difference in her. I think she is grown, but I hardly observed her. Here comes Chaloner. We will tell him of our arrangements, in case we are disturbed by the military parties. It is a most excellent arrangement, said Chaloner, when Edward had made the communication. And it was a lucky day when I first fell in with you, Beverley. Not Beverley, I pray you. That name is to be forgotten. It was only revived for the occasion. Very true. Then, Master Secretary Armitage, I think the arrangement excellent. The only point will be to find out what troops are sent down in this direction, as we must, of course, belong to some other regiment, and have been pursued from the field of battle. I should think that Lambert's squadrons will not be this way. We will soon ascertain that. Let your horses be saddled and accoutred, so that should any of them make their appearance, the horses may be at the door. It is my opinion that they will be here some time today. I fear that it will be almost impossible for the king to escape, observed Chaloner. I hardly know what to think of his leaving us in that way. I have reflected upon it, replied Edward, and I think it was perhaps prudent. Some were to be trusted, and some not. It was impossible to know who were and who were not. He therefore trusted nobody. Besides, his chance of escape, if quite alone, is greater than if in company. And yet I feel a little mortified that he did not trust me, continued Edward. My life was at his service. He could no more read your heart than he could mine, or others, observed Chaloner, and any selection would have been invidious. On the whole, I think he acted wisely, and I trust that it will prove so. One thing is certain, which is that all is over now, and that for a long while we may let our swords rest in their scabbards. Indeed, I am sickened with it after what I have seen, and would gladly live here with you and help to till the land, away from the world and all its vexations. What say you, Edward? Will you and your brother take me as a labourer till all is quiet again? You would soon tire of it, Chaloner. You were made for active exertion and bustling in the world. Nevertheless, I think under two such amiable and pretty mistresses I could stay well contented here. It is almost Arcadian. But still, it is selfish for me to talk in this way. Indeed, my feelings are contrary to my words. How do you mean, Chaloner? To be candid with you, Edward, I was thinking what a pity it is that two such sweet girls as your sisters should be employed here in domestic drudgery, and remain in such an uncultivated state, if I may be pardoned for speaking so freely. But I do so because I am convinced that if in proper hands they would grace a court, and you must feel that I am right. Do you not think that the same feelings have passed in my mind, Chaloner? Indeed, Humphrey will tell you that we were speaking on the same subject but an hour ago. You must, however, be aware of the difficulty I am in. Were I in possession of Arnwood and its domain, then indeed, but that is all over now, and I presume I shall shortly see my own property, whose woods are now in sight of me, made over to some Roundhead for good services against the Cavaliers at Worcester. Edward, replied Chaloner, I have this to say to you, and I can say it because you know that I am indebted to you for my life, and that is a debt that nothing can cancel. If at any time you determine upon removing your sisters from this, recollect my maiden aunts at Portlake. They cannot be in better hands, and they cannot be in the hands of any person who will more religiously do their duty toward them, and be pleased with the trust confided to them. They are rich in spite of exactions, but in these times women are not fined and plundered as men are, and they have been well able to afford all that has been taken from them, and all that they have voluntarily given to the assistance of our party. They are alone, and I really believe that nothing would make them more happy than to have the care of the 2 sisters of Edward Beverley. Be sure of that. But I will be more sure of it if you will find means of sending to them a letter which I shall write to them. I tell you that you will do them a favour, and that if you do not accept the offer, you will sacrifice your sister's welfare to your own pride, which I do not think you would do. Most certainly I will not do that, replied Edward, and I am fully sensible of your kind offer, but I can say no more until I hear what your good aunts may reply to your letter. You mistake me much, Chaloner, if you think that any sense of obligation would prevent me from seeing my sisters removed from a position so unworthy of them, but which circumstances have driven them to. That we are paupers is undeniable, but I never shall forget that my sisters are the daughters of Colonel Beverley. I am delighted with your reply, Edward, and I fear not that of my good aunts. It will be a great happiness to me, when I am wandering abroad, to know that your sisters are under their roof, and are being educated as they ought to be. What's the matter, Pablo? Said Humphrey to the former, who came running, out of breath. Soldiers, said Pablo, plenty of them. Gallop this way, gallop every way. Now, Chaloner, we must get ourselves out of this scrape, and I trust that afterward all will be well, said Edward. Bring the horses out to the door, and Chaloner, you and Grenville must wait within. Bring my horse out also, as it will appear as if I had just ridden over. I must in to change my dress. Humphrey, keep a lookout, and let us know when they come. Chaloner and Edward went in, and Edward put on his dress of secretary. Shortly afterward, a party of Roundhead cavalry were seen galloping toward the cottage. They soon arrived there, and pulled up their horses. An officer who headed them addressed Humphrey in a haughty tone, and asked him who he was. I am one of the verderers of the forest, sir, replied Humphrey respectfully. And whose cottage is that? And who have you there? The cottage is mine, sir. 2 of the horses at the door belong to 2 troopers who have come in quest of those who fled from Worcester. The other horse belongs to the secretary of the intendant of the forest, Master Heatherstone, who has come over with directions from the intendant as to the capture of the rebels. At this moment Edward came out and saluted the officer. This is the secretary, sir, Master Armitage, said Humphrey, falling back. Edward again saluted the officer and said, Master Heatherstone, the intendant, has sent me over here to make arrangements for the capture of the rebels. This man is ordered to lodge 2 troopers as long as they are considered necessary to remain, and I have directions to tell any officer whom I may meet that Master Heatherstone and his verderers will take good care that none of the rebels are harboured in this direction, and that it will be better that the troops scour the southern edge of the forest, as it is certain that the fugitives will try all that they can to embark for France. What regiment do the troopers belong to that you have here? I believe to Lambert's troops, sir, but they shall come out and answer for themselves. Tell those men to come out, said Edward to Humphrey. Yes, sir. but they are hard to wake, for they have ridden from Worcester. But I will rouse them." "Nay, I cannot wait," replied the officer. "I know none of Lambert's troops, and they have no information to give."
"Could you not take them with you, sir, and leave 2 of your men instead of them? For they are troublesome people to a poor man, and devour everything," said Humphrey submissively.
"No, no," replied the officer, laughing. "We all know Lambert's people. A friend or enemy is much the same to them. I have no power over them, and you must make the best of it. Forward, men!" continued the officer, saluting Edward as he passed on, and in a minute or 2 they were far away.
"That's well over," observed Edward. "Chaloner and Grenville are too young looking and too good looking for Lambert's villains, and a sight of them might have occasioned suspicion. We must, however, expect more visits. Keep a good lookout, Pablo." Edward and Humphrey then went in and joined the party inside the cottage, who were in a state of no little suspense during the colloquy outside. "Why, Alice, dearest, you look quite pale," said Edward as he came in. "I feared for our guests, Edward. I'm sure that if they had come into the cottage, Master Chaloner and Master Grenville would never have been believed to be troopers."
"We thank you for the compliment, Mistress Alice," said Chaloner, "but I think, if necessary, I could ruffle and swear with the best, or rather the worst of them. We passed for troopers very well on the road here."
"Yes, but you did not meet any other troopers."
"That's very true, and shows your penetration. I must acknowledge that with troopers there would have been more difficulty, but still, among so many thousands, there must be many varieties, and it would be an awkward thing for an officer of one troop to arrest upon suspicion the men belonging to another. I think when we are visited again I shall sham intoxication. That will not be very suspicious." "No, not on either side," replied Edward. "Come, Alice, we will eat what dinner you may have ready for us." For 3 or 4 days the parliamentary forces continued to scour the forest, and another visit or 2 was paid to the cottage, but without suspicion being created, in consequence of the presence of Edward and his explanations. The parties were invariably sent in another direction. Edward wrote to the intendant, informing him what had occurred, and requesting permission to remain a few days longer at the cottage, and Pablo, who took the letter, returned with one from the intendant, acquainting him that the king had not yet been taken, and requesting the utmost vigilance on his part to ensure his capture, with directions to search various places in company with the troopers who had been stationed at the cottage, or, if he did not like to leave the cottage, to show the letter to any officer commanding parties in search, that they might act upon the suggestions contained in it. This letter Edward had an opportunity of showing to 1 or 2 officers commanding parties who approached the cottage, and to whom Edward went out to communicate with, thereby preventing their stopping there. At last, in about a fortnight, there was not a party in the forest, all of them having gone down to the seaside to look for the fugitives, several of whom were taken. Humphrey took the cart to Lymington to procure clothes for Chaloner and Grenville, and it was decided that they should assume those of verderers of the forest, which would enable them to carry a gun. As soon as Humphrey had obtained what was requisite, Chaloner and Grenville were conducted to Clara's cottage, and took possession, of course never showing themselves outside the wood which surrounded it. Humphrey lent them holdfast as a watch, and they took leave of Alice and Edith with much regret. Humphrey and Edward accompanied them to their new abode, It was arranged that the horses should remain under the care of Humphrey, as they had no stable at Clara's cottage. On parting, Chaloner gave Edward the letter for his aunts, and then Edward once more bent his steps toward the intendant's house, and found himself in the company of Patience and Clara. Edward narrated to the intendant all that had occurred, and the intendant approved of what he had done, strongly advising that Chaloner and Grenville should not attempt to go to the continent till all pursuit was over.
Here's a letter I have received from the government, Edward, highly commending my vigilance and activity in pursuit of the fugitives. It appears that the officers you fell in with have written up to state what admirable dispositions we had made. It is a pity, is it not, Edward, that we are compelled to be thus deceitful in this world? Nothing but the times and the wish to do good could warrant it. We meet the wicked and fight them with their own weapons, but although it is treating them as they deserve, our conscience must tell us that it is not right.
Surely, sir, to save the lives of people who have committed no other fault except loyalty to their king will warrant our so doing. At least I hope so.
According to the scriptures, I fear it will not. But it is a difficult question for us to decide. Let us be guided by our own consciences. If they do not reproach us, we cannot be far from right.
Edward then produced the letter he had received from Chaloner, requesting that the intendant would have the kindness to forward it.
I see,
replied the intendant.
I can forward these through Langton. I presume it is to obtain credit for money. It shall go on Thursday.
The conference was then broken up, and Edward went to see Oswald. Chapter 25. For several days Edward remained at home, anxiously awaiting every news which arrived, expecting every time that the capture of the king would be announced, and with great joy finding that hitherto all efforts had been unsuccessful. But there was a question which now arose in Edward's mind, and which was the cause of deep reflection. Since the proposal of sending his sisters away had been started, he felt the great inconvenience of his still representing himself to the intendant as the grandson of Armitage. His sisters, if sent to the ladies at Portlake, must be sent without the knowledge of the intendant, and if so, the discovery of their absence would soon take place, as Patience Heatherstone would be constantly going over to the cottage. And he now asked himself the question whether, after all the kindness and confidence which the intendant had shown him, he was right in any longer concealing from him his birth and parentage. He felt that he was doing the intendant an injustice in not showing to him that confidence which he deserved. That he was justified in so doing at first, he felt, but since the joining the king's army and the events which had followed, he considered that he was treating the intendant ill, and he now resolved to take the first opportunity of making the confession. But to do it formally, and without some opportunity which might offer, he felt awkward. At last he thought that he would at once make the confession to Patience, under the promise of secrecy. That he might do at once, and after he had done so, the intendant could not tax him with want of confidence altogether. He had now analyzed his feelings toward Patience, and he felt how dear she had become to him. During the time he was with the army, she had seldom been out of his thoughts, and although he was often in the society of well-bred women, he saw not one that in his opinion could compare with Patience Heatherstone. But still, what chance had he of supporting a wife? At present, at the age of 19, it was preposterous. Thoughts like these ran in his mind, chasing each other, and followed by others as vague and unsatisfactory. And in the end, Edward came to the conclusion that he was without a penny, and that being known as the heir of Beverley would be to his disadvantage, that he was in love with Patience Heatherstone, and had no chance at present of obtaining her, and that he had done well up to the present time in concealing who he was from the intendant, who could safely attest that he knew not that he was protecting the son of so noted a cavalier, and that he would confess to Patience who he was, and give as a reason for not telling her father that he did not wish to commit him by letting him know who it was that was under his protection. How far the reader may be satisfied with the arguments which Edward was satisfied with, we cannot pretend to say. But Edward was young, and hardly knew how to extricate himself from the cloak which necessity had first compelled him to put on. Edward was already satisfied that he was not quite looked upon with indifference by Patience Heatherstone, and he was not yet certain whether it was not a grateful feeling that she had toward him more than any other. That she believed him to be beneath her in birth, he felt convinced, and therefore she could have no idea that he was Edward Beverley. It was not till several days after he had made up his mind that he had an opportunity of being with her alone, as Clara Ratcliffe was their constant companion. However, one evening Clara went out and stayed out so long, carelessly wrapped up, that she caught cold, and the following evening she remained at home, leaving Edward and Patience to take their usual walk unaccompanied by her. They had walked for some minutes in silence, when Patience observed, "You are very grave, Edward, and have been very grave ever since your return. Have you anything to vex you, beyond the failure of the attempt?" "Yes, I have, Patience. I have much on my conscience, and do not know how to act. I want an adviser and a friend, and know not where to find one. Surely, Edward, my father is your sincere friend, and not a bad adviser." "I grant it, but the question is between your father and me, and I can not advise with him for that reason." "Then advise with me, Edward. If it is not a secret of such moment that it is not to be trusted to a woman, at all events it will be the advice of a sincere friend. You will give me credit for that." "Yes, and for much more, for I think I shall have good advice, and will therefore accept your offer. I feel, Patience, that although I was justified on my first acquaintance with your father in not making known to him a secret of some importance, yet now that he has put such implicit confidence in me, I am doing him and myself an injustice in not making the communication. That is, as far as confidence in him is concerned. I consider that he has a right to know all, and yet I feel that it would be prudent on my part that he should not know all, as the knowledge might implicate him with those with whom he is at present allied. A secret sometimes is dangerous, and if your father could not say that on his honor he knew not of the secret, it might harm him if the secret became afterward known. Do you understand me? I can not say that I exactly do. You have a secret that you wish to make known to my father, and you think the knowledge of it may harm him. I cannot imagine what kind of secret that may be." "Well, I can give you a case in point. Suppose now that I knew that King Charles was hidden in your stable loft. Such might be the case, and your father be ignorant of it, and his assertion of his ignorance would be believed. But if I were to tell your father that the king was there, and it was afterward discovered, do you not see that by confiding such a secret to him, I should do harm and perhaps bring him into trouble? I perceive now, Edward. Do you mean to say that you know where the king is concealed? For if you do, I must beg of you not to let my father know anything about it. As you say, it would put him in a difficult position, and must eventually harm him much. There is a great difference between wishing well to a cause and supporting it in person. My father wishes the king well, I believe, but at the same time he will not take an active part, as you have already seen. At the same time, I am convinced that he would never betray the king if he knew where he was. I say, therefore, if that is your secret, keep it from him for his sake and for mine, Edward, if you regard me. You know not how much I regard you, Patience. I saw many high-born women when I was away, but none could I see equal to Patience Heatherstone, in my opinion, and Patience was ever in my thoughts during my long absence. I thank you for your kind feelings toward me, replied Patience, but Master Armitage, we were talking about your secret. Master Armitage, rejoined Edward, how well you know how to remind me by that expression of my obscure birth and parentage, whenever I am apt to forget the distance which I ought to observe. You are wrong, replied Patience, but you flattered me so grossly that I called you Master Armitage to show that I disliked flattery. That was all. I dislike flattery from those who are above me in rank, as well as those who are below me, and I should have done the same to any other person, whatever his condition might be. But forget what I said. I did not mean to vex you, only to punish you for thinking me so silly as to believe such nonsense. Your humility may construe that into flattery which was said by me in perfect sincerity and truth that I cannot help, replied Edward. I might have added much more, and yet have been sincere. If you had not reminded me of my not being of gentle birth, I might have had the presumption to have told you much more, but I have been rebuked. Edward finished speaking, and Patience made no reply. They walked on for several moments without exchanging another syllable. At last Patience said, I will not say who is wrong, Edward, but this I do know, that the one who first offers the olive branch after a misunderstanding cannot but be right. I offer it now, and ask you whether we are to quarrel about one little word. Let me ask you, and give me a candid answer. Have I ever been so base as to treat as an inferior one to whom I have been so much obliged? It is I who am in fault, Patience, replied Edward. I have been dreaming for a long while, pleased with my dreams, and forgetting that they were dreams and not likely to be realized. I must now speak plainly. I love you, Patience, love you so much that to part from you would be misery. To know that my love was rejected as bitter as death. That is the truth, and I can conceal it no longer. Now, I admit you have a right to be angry. I see no cause for anger, Edward, replied Patience. I have not thought of you but as a friend and benefactor. It would have been wrong to have done otherwise. I am but a young person, and must be guided by my father. I would not offend him by disobedience. I thank you for your good opinion of me, and yet I wish you had not said what you have. Am I to understand from your reply that if your father raised no objection, my lowly birth would be none in your opinion? Your birth has never come into my head, except when reminded of it by yourself. Then, Patience, let me return for the present to what I had to confide in you. Here comes my father, Edward, said Patience. Surely I have done wrong, for I feel afraid to meet him. Mr. Heatherstone now joined them, and said to Edward, I have been looking for you. I have news from London which has rejoiced me much. I have at last obtained what I have some time been trying for, and indeed I may say that your prudence and boldness in returning home as a trooper, added to your conduct in the forest, has greatly advanced and ultimately obtained for me my suit. There was some suspense before that, but your conduct has removed it, and now we shall have plenty to do. They walked to the house, and the intendant, as soon as he had gained his own room, said to Edward, There is a grant to me of a property which I have long solicited for my services. Read it. Edward took up the letter in which the Parliament informed Mr. Heatherstone that his application to the property of Arnwood had been acceded to, and signed by the commissioners, and that he might take immediate possession. Edward turned pale as he laid the document down on the table. We will ride tomorrow, Edward, and look it over. I intend to rebuild the house. Edward made no reply. Are you not well? Said the intendant with surprise. Yes, sir, replied Edward. I am well, I believe, but I confess to you that I am disappointed. I did not think that you would have accepted a property from such a source, and so unjustly sequestrated. I am sorry, Edward, replied the intendant, that I should have fallen in your good opinion, but allow me to observe that you are so far right that I never would have accepted a property to which there were living claimants. But this is a different case. For instance, the Ratcliffe property belongs to little Clara and is sequestrated. Do you think I would accept it? Never. But here is a property without an heir. The whole family perished in the flames of Arnwood. There is no living claimant. It must be given to somebody or remain with the government. This property, therefore, and this property only out of all sequestrated, I selected, as I felt that, in obtaining it, I did harm to no one. I have been offered others, but have refused them. I would accept of this, and this only, and that is the reason why my applications have hitherto been attended with no success. I trust you believe me, Edward, in what I assert. First answer me one question, Mr. Heatherstone. Suppose it were proved that the whole of the family did not, as is supposed, perish at the conflagration of Arnwood. Suppose a rightful heir to it should at any time appear. Would you then resign the property to him? As I hope for heaven, Edward, I would, replied the intendant, solemnly raising his eyes upward as he spoke. I then should think that I had been an instrument to keep the property out of other hands less scrupulous, and should surrender it as a trust, which had been confided to me for the time only. With such feelings, Mr. Heatherstone, I can now congratulate you upon your having obtained possession of the property, replied Edward. And yet I do not deserve so much credit, as there is little chance of my sincerity being put to the test, Edward. There is no doubt that the family all perished, and Arnwood will become the dower of Patience Heatherstone. Edward's heart beat quick. A moment's thought told him his situation. He had been prevented by the interruption of Mr. Heatherstone from making his confession to Patience, and now he could not make it to anybody without a rupture with the intendant, or a compromise by asking what he so earnestly desired, the hand of Patience. Mr. Heatherstone, observing to Edward that he did not look well, said supper was ready, and that they had better go into the next room. Edward mechanically followed. At supper he was tormented by the incessant inquiries of Clara as to what was the matter with him. He did not venture to look at Patience, and made a hasty retreat to bed, complaining, as he might well do, of a severe headache. Edward threw himself on his bed, but to sleep was impossible. He thought of the events of the day over and over again. Had he any reason to believe that Patience returned his affection? No. Her reply was too calm, too composed, to make him suppose that. And now that she would be an heiress, there would be no want of pretenders to her hand, and he would lose her and his property at the same time. It was true that the intendant had declared that he would renounce the property if the true heir appeared, but that was easy to say upon the conviction that no heir would appear. And even if he did renounce it, the Parliament would receive it again rather than it should fall into the hands of a Beverley. Oh, that I had never left the cottage, thought Edward. I might then at least have become resigned and contented with my lot. Now I am miserable, and whichever way I turn, I see no prospect of being otherwise. One thing only I can decide upon, which is that I will not remain any longer than I can help under this roof. I will go over and consult with Humphrey, and if I can only place my sisters as I want, Humphrey and I will seek our fortunes. Edward rose at daylight, and dressing himself, went down and saddled his horse. Desiring Sampson to tell the intendant that he had gone over to the cottage and would return by the evening, he rode across the forest and arrived just as they were sitting down to breakfast. His attempts to be cheerful before his sisters did not succeed, and they were all grieved to see him look so pale and haggard. As soon as breakfast was over, Edward made a sign, and he and Humphrey went out. "What is the matter, my dear brother?" said Humphrey. "I will tell you all. Listen to me," replied Edward, who then gave him the detail of all that had passed from the time he had walked out with Patience Heatherstone till he went to bed. "Now, Humphrey, you know all, and what shall I do? Remain there I cannot." "If Patience Heatherstone had professed regard for you," replied Humphrey, "the affair had been simple enough. Her father could have no objections to the match, and he would at the same time have acquitted his conscience as to the retaining of the property. But you say she showed none." "She told me very calmly that she was sorry that I had said what I did." "But do women always mean what they say, brother?" said Humphrey. "She does, at all events," replied Edward. "She is truth itself. No, I cannot deceive myself. She feels a deep debt of gratitude for the service I rendered her, and that prevented her from being more harsh in her reply than what she was. But if she knew that you were Edward Beverley, do you not think it would make a difference in her?" "And if it did, it would be too humiliating to think that I was only married for my rank and station." "But considering you of mean birth, may she not have checked those feelings which she considered under the circumstances improper to indulge?" "Where there is such a sense of propriety, there can be little affection." "I know nothing about these things, Edward," replied Humphrey, "but I have been told that a woman's heart is not easily read, or, if I have not been told it, I have read it or dreamt it. What do you propose to do?" What I fear you will not approve of, Humphrey. It is to break up our establishment altogether. If the answer is favourable from the Misses Cunningham, my sisters shall go to them, but that we had agreed upon already. Then, for myself, I intend to go abroad, resume my name, and obtain employment in some foreign service. I will trust to the king for assisting me to that. That is the worst part of it, Edward. But if your peace of mind depends upon it, I will not oppose it. You, Humphrey, may come with me and share my fortunes, or do what you think more preferable. I think then, Edward, that I shall not decide rashly. I must have remained here with Pablo if my sisters had gone to the ladies Cunningham and you had remained with the intendant. I shall therefore, till I hear from you, remain where I am, and shall be able to observe what is going on here and let you know. Be it so, replied Edward. Let me only see my sisters well placed, and I shall be off the next day. It is misery to remain there now. After some more conversation, Edward mounted his horse and returned to the intendant's. He did not arrive till late, for supper was on the table. The intendant gave him a letter for Mr. Challoner, which was enclosed in one from Mr. Langton, and further informed Edward that news had arrived of the king having made his escape to France. Thank God for that, exclaimed Edward. With your leave, sir, I will tomorrow deliver this letter to the party to whom it is addressed, as I know it to be of consequence. The intendant having given his consent, Edward retired without having exchanged a word with Patience or Clara, beyond the usual civilities of the table. The following morning, Edward, who had not slept an hour during the night, set off for Clara's cottage, and found Challoner and Grenville still in bed. At the sound of his voice, the door was opened, and he gave Challoner the letter. The latter read it, and then handed it to Edward. The Misses Cunningham were delighted at the idea of receiving the two daughters of Colonel Beverley, and would treat them as their own. They requested that they might be sent to London immediately, where the coach would meet them to convey them down to Lancashire. They begged to be kindly remembered to Captain Beverley, and to assure him that his sisters should be well cared for. I am much indebted to you, Challoner, said Edward. I will send my brother off with my sisters as soon as possible. You will soon think of returning to France, and if you will permit me, I will accompany you. You, Edward? That will be delightful. But you had no idea of the kind when last we met. What has induced you to alter your mind? I will tell you by and by. I do not think I shall be here again for some days. I must be a great deal at the cottage when Humphrey is away, for Pablo will have a great charge upon him, what with the dairy and horses and breed of goats and other things, more than he can attend to. But as soon as Humphrey returns, I will come to you and make preparations for our departure. Till then, farewell, both of you. We must see to provision you for 3 weeks or a month before Humphrey starts. Edward bade them a hearty farewell, and then rode to the cottage. Although Alice and Edith had been somewhat prepared for leaving the cottage, yet the time was so very uncertain that the blow fell heavy upon them. They were to leave their brothers, whom they loved so dearly, to go to strangers, and when they understood that they were to leave in 2 days, and that they should not see Edward again, their grief was very great. But Edward reasoned with Alice and consoled her, although with Edith it was a more difficult task. She not only lamented her brothers, but her cow, her pony, and her kids. All the dumb animals were friends and favourites of Edith, and even the idea of parting with Pablo was the cause of a fresh burst of tears. Having made every arrangement with Humphrey, Edward once more took his leave, promising to come over and assist Pablo as soon as he could. The next day, Humphrey was busied in his preparations. They supplied the provisions to Clara's cottage, and when Pablo took them over in the cart, Humphrey rode to Lymington and provided a conveyance to London for the following day. We may as well observe that they set off at the hour appointed and arrived safely at London in 3 days. There, at an address given in a letter, they found the coach waiting, and having given his sisters into the charge of an elderly waiting woman who had come up in the coach to take charge of them, they quitted him with many tears, and Humphrey hastened back to the New Forest. On his return, he found to his surprise that Edward had not called at the cottage as he had promised, and with a mind foreboding evil, he mounted a horse and set off across the forest to ascertain the cause. As he was close to the intendant's house, he was met by Oswald, who informed him that Edward had been seized with a violent fever and was in a very dangerous state, having been delirious for 3 or 4 days. Humphrey hastened to dismount and knocked at the door of the house. It was opened by Sampson, and Humphrey requested to be shown up to his brother's room. He found Edward in the state described by Oswald, and wholly unconscious of his presence. The maid, Phoebe, was by his bedside. "You may leave," said Humphrey rather abruptly. "I am his brother." Phoebe retired, and Humphrey was alone with his brother. "It was indeed an unhappy day when you came to this house," exclaimed Humphrey, as the tears rolled down his cheeks. "My poor, poor Edward." Edward now began to talk incoherently, and attempted to rise from the bed, but his efforts were unavailing. He was too weak. But he raved of Patience Heatherstone, and he called himself Edward Beverley more than once, and he talked of his father and of Arnwood. "If he has raved in this manner," thought Humphrey, "he has not many secrets left to disclose. I will not leave him, and will keep others away if I can." Humphrey had been sitting an hour with his brother when the surgeon came to see his patient. He felt his pulse, and asked Humphrey if he was nursing him. "I am his brother, sir," replied Humphrey. "Then, my good sir, if you perceive any signs of perspiration, and I think now that there is a little, keep the clothes on him, and let him perspire freely. If so, his life will be saved." The surgeon withdrew, saying that he would return again late in the evening. Humphrey remained for another 2 hours at the bedside, and then, feeling that there was a sign of perspiration, he obeyed the injunctions of the surgeon, and held on the clothes against all Edward's endeavours to throw them off. For a short time the perspiration was profuse, and the restlessness of Edward subsided into a deep slumber. "Thank heaven there are then hopes." "Did you say there were hopes?" repeated a voice behind him. Humphrey turned round and perceived Patience and Clara behind him, who had come in without his observing it. "Yes," replied Humphrey, looking reproachfully at Patience, "there are hopes, by what the surgeon said to me, hopes that he may yet be able to quit this house which he was so unfortunate as to enter." This was a harsh and rude speech of Humphrey, but he considered that Patience Heatherstone had been the cause of his brother's dangerous state, and that she had not behaved well to him. Patience made no reply, but falling down on her knees by the bedside, prayed silently, and Humphrey's heart smote him for what he had said to her. "She cannot be so bad," thought Humphrey, as Patience and Clara quitted the room without the least noise. Shortly afterward the intendant came up into the room and offered his hand to Humphrey, who pretended not to see it and did not take it. "He has got Arnwood. That is enough for him," thought Humphrey. but my hand in friendship he shall not receive." The intendant put his hand within the clothes, and feeling the high perspiration that Edward was in, said, "I thank thee, O God, for all thy mercies, and that thou hast been pleased to spare this valuable life." "How are your sisters, Master Humphrey?" said the intendant. "My daughter bade me inquire. I will send over to them and let them know that your brother is better, if you do not leave this for the cottage yourself after the surgeon has called again." "My sisters are no longer at the cottage, Master Heatherstone," replied Humphrey. "They have gone to some friends who have taken charge of them. I saw them safe to London myself, or I should have known of my brother's illness, and have been here before this." "You indeed tell me news, Master Humphrey," replied the intendant. "With whom, may I ask, are your sisters placed, and in what capacity are they gone?" This reply of the intendant's reminded Humphrey that he had somewhat committed himself, as being supposed to be the daughters of a forester, it was not to be thought that they had gone up to be educated, and he therefore replied, "They found it lonely in the forest, Master Heatherstone, and wished to see London, so we have taken them there, and put them into the care of those who have promised that they shall be well placed." The intendant appeared to be much disturbed and surprised, but he said nothing, and soon afterward quitted the room. He almost immediately returned with the surgeon, who, as soon as he felt Edward's pulse, declared that the crisis was over, and that when he awoke he would be quite sensible. Having given directions as to the drink of his patient, and some medicine which he was to take, the surgeon then left, stating that he should not call until the next evening, unless he was sent for, as he considered all danger over. Edward continued in a quiet slumber for the major portion of the night. It was just break of day when he opened his eyes. Humphrey offered him some drink, which Edward took greedily, and seeing Humphrey, said, "Oh, Humphrey, I had quite forgotten where I was. I'm so sleepy." And with these words his head fell on the pillow, and he was again asleep. When it was broad daylight, Oswald came into the room. "Master Humphrey, they say that all danger is over now, but that you have remained here all night. I will relieve you now, if you will let me. Go and take a walk in the fresh air. It will revive you." "I will, Oswald, and many thanks. My brother has woke up once, and I thank God is quite sensible. He will know you when he wakes again, and then do you send for me." Humphrey left the room, and was glad, after a night of close confinement in a sick room, to feel the cool morning air fanning his cheeks. He had not been long out of the house before he perceived Clara coming toward him. "How d'ye do, Humphrey?" said Clara. "And how is your brother this morning?" "He is better, Clara, and I hope now out of danger." "But, Humphrey," continued Clara, "when we came into the room last night, what made you say what you did?" "I do not recollect that I said anything." "Yes, you did. You said that there were now hopes that your brother would be able soon to quit this house, which he had been so unfortunate as to enter. Do you recollect?" "I may have said so, Clara," replied Humphrey. "I was only speaking my thoughts aloud." "But why do you think so, Humphrey? Why has Edward been unfortunate in entering this house? That is what I want to know. Patience cried so much after she left the room because you said that. Why did you say so? You did not think so a short time ago." "No, my dear Clara, I did not, but I do now, and I cannot give you my reasons, so you must say no more about it." Clara was silent for a time, and then said, "Patience tells me that your sisters have gone away from the cottage. You told her father so." "It is very true. They have gone. But why have they gone? What have they gone for? Who is to look after the cows and goats and poultry? Who is to cook your dinner, Humphrey? What can you do without them? And why did you send them away without letting me or Patience know that they were going, so that at least we might have bid them farewell?
My dear Clara,
replied Humphrey, who, feeling no little difficulty in replying to all these questions, resolved to cut the matter short by appearing to be angry.
you know that you are the daughter of a gentleman, and so is Patience Heatherstone. You are both of gentle birth, but my sisters, you know, are only the daughters of a forester, and my brother Edward and I are no better. It does not become Mistress Patience and you to be intimate with such as we are, especially now that Mistress Patience is a great heiress, for her father has obtained the large property of Arnwood, and it will be hers after his death. It is not fit that the heiress of Arnwood should mix herself up with foresters' daughters, and as we had friends near Lymington who offered to assist us and take our sisters under their charge, we thought it better that they should go. But what would become of them if any accident was to happen to Edward or to me? Now they will be provided for. After they have been taught, they will make very nice tire women to some lady of quality, added Humphrey with a sneer. Don't you think they will, my pretty Clara?
Clara burst into tears.
You are very unkind, Humphrey, sobbed she. You had no right to send away your sisters. I don't believe you, that's more.
And Clara ran away into the house. Chapter 26. Our readers may think that Humphrey was very unkind, but it was to avoid being questioned by Clara, who was evidently sent for the purpose, that he was so harsh. At the same time, it must be admitted that Mr. Heatherstone, having obtained possession of Arnwood, rankled, no doubt, in the minds of both the brothers, and every act now on the part of him or his family was viewed in a false medium. But our feelings are not always at our control, and Edward was naturally impetuous, and Humphrey so much attached and so much alarmed at his brother's danger that he was even more excited. The blow fell doubly heavy, as it appeared that at the very same time Patience had rejected his brother and taken possession of their property, which had been held by the family for centuries. What made the case more annoying was, that explanation, if there was any to offer on either side, was under present circumstances almost impossible. Soon after Clara left him, Humphrey returned to his brother's room. He found him awake and talking to Oswald. Ardently pressing his brother's hand, Edward said, "My dear Humphrey, I shall soon be well now, and able, I trust, to quit this house. What I fear is that some explanation will be asked for by the intendant, not only relative to my sisters having left us, but also upon other points. This is what I wish to avoid without giving offence. I do not think that the intendant is so much to blame in having obtained my property, as he does not know that a Beverley existed, but I can not bear to have any further intimacy with him, especially after what has taken place between me and his daughter. What I have to request is that you will never quit this room while I am still here, unless you are relieved by Oswald, so that the intendant or anybody else may have no opportunity of having any private communication with me, or forcing me to listen to what they may have to say. I made this known to Oswald before you came in." "Depend upon it, it shall be so, Edward, for I am of your opinion. Clara came to me just now, and I had much trouble, and was compelled to be harsh to get rid of her importunity." When the surgeon called, he pronounced Edward out of danger, and that his attendance would be no longer necessary. Edward felt the truth of this. All that he required was strength, and that he trusted in a few days to obtain. Oswald was sent over to the cottage to ascertain how Pablo was going on by himself. he found that everything was correct, and that Pablo, although he felt proud of his responsibility, was very anxious for Humphrey's return, as he found himself very lonely. During Oswald's absence on this day, Humphrey never quitted the room, and although the intendant came up several times, he never could find an opportunity of speaking to Edward, which he evidently wished to do. To the inquiries made as to how he was, Edward always complained of great weakness, for a reason which will soon be understood. Several days elapsed, and Edward had often been out of bed during the night, when not likely to be intruded upon, and he now felt himself strong enough to be removed, and his object was to leave the intendant's house without his knowledge, so as to avoid an explanation. One evening Pablo came over with the horses after it was dark. Oswald put them into the stable, and the morning proving fine and clear, a little before break of day Edward came softly downstairs with Humphrey, and mounting the horses set off for the cottage, without any one of the intendant's house being aware of their departure. It must not be supposed, however, that Edward took this step without some degree of consideration as to the feelings of the intendant. On the contrary, he left a letter with Oswald to be delivered after his departure, in which he thanked the intendant sincerely for all the kindness and compassion he had shown toward him, assured him of his gratitude and kind feelings toward him and his daughter, but said that circumstances had occurred of which no explanation could be given without great pain to all parties, which rendered it advisable that he should take such an apparently unkind step as to leave without bidding them farewell in person, that he was about to embark immediately for the continent to seek his fortune in the wars, and that he wished all prosperity to the family, which would ever have his kindest wishes and remembrances. "Humphrey," said Edward, after they had ridden about 2 miles across the forest, and the sun had risen in an unclouded sky, "I feel like an emancipated slave. Thank God! My sickness has cured me of all my complaints, and all I want now is active employment. And now, Humphrey, Chaloner and Grenville are not a little tired of being mured up in the cottage, and I am as anxious as they are to be off. What will you do? Will you join us, or will you remain at the cottage?" "I have reflected upon it, Edward, and I have come to the determination of remaining at the cottage. You will find it expensive enough to support one where you are going, and you must appear as a Beverley should do. We have plenty of money saved to equip you and maintain you well for a year or so, but after that you may require more. Leave me here. I can make money now that the farm is well stocked, and I have no doubt that I shall be able to send over a trifle every year to support the honour of the family. Besides, I do not wish to leave this for another reason. I want to know what is going on, and watch the motions of the intendant and the heiress of Arnwood. I do not wish to leave the country until I know how my sisters get on with the Ladies Cunningham. It is my duty to watch over them. I have made up my mind, so do not attempt to dissuade me." "I shall not, my dear Humphrey, as I think you have decided properly. But I beg you will not think of laying by money for me. A very little will suffice for my wants." "Not so, good brother. You must and shall, if I can help you, ruffle it with the best. You will be better received if you do, for though poverty is no sin, as the saying is, it is scouted as sin should be, while sins are winked at. You know that I require no money, and therefore you must and shall, if you love me, take it all." "As you will, my dear Humphrey. Now then, let us put our horses to speed, for if possible we will tomorrow morning leave the forest." By this time all search for the fugitives from Worcester had long been over, and there was no difficulty in obtaining the means of embarkation. Early the next morning everything was ready. and Edward, Humphrey, Chaloner, Grenville, and Pablo set off for Southampton, one of the horses carrying the little baggage which they had with them. Edward, as we have before mentioned, with the money he had saved, and the store at the cottage, which had been greatly increased, was well supplied with cash. That evening they embarked with their horses in a small sailing vessel, and with a favourable light wind arrived at a small port of France on the following day. Humphrey and Pablo returned to the cottage, we need hardly now say very much out of spirits at the separation. "Oh, Massa Humphrey," said Pablo as they rode along, "Missy Alice and Missy Edith go away. I wish go with them. Massa Edward go away. I wish go with him. You stay at cottage. I wish stay with you. Pablo cannot be in 3 places." "No, Pablo. All you can do is to stay where you can be most useful." "Yes, I know that. You want me at cottage very much. Missy Alice and Edith and Massa Edward no want me, so I stay at cottage." "Yes, Pablo, we will stay at the cottage, but we can't do everything now. I think we must give up the dairy now that my sisters are gone. I'll tell you what I have been thinking of, Pablo. We will make a large enclosed place to coax the ponies into during the winter, pick out as many as we think are good, and sell them at Lymington. That will be better than churning butter." "Yes, I see. Plenty of work for Pablo." "And plenty for me too, Pablo. But you know, when the enclosure is once made, it will last for a long while, and we will get the wild cattle into it if we can." "Yes, I see," said Pablo. "I like that very much, only not like trouble to build place." "We shan't have much trouble, Pablo. If we fell the trees inside the wood at each side and let them lie one upon the other, the animals will never break through them." "That very good idea. Save trouble," said Pablo. "And what you do with cows, suppose no make butter?" "Keep them and sell their calves. Keep them to entice the wild cattle into the pen." "Yes, that good. And turn out old Billy to tice ponies into pen," continued Pablo, laughing. "Yes, we will try it." We must now return to the intendant's house. Oswald delivered the letter to the intendant, who read it with much astonishment. "Gone? Is he actually gone?" said Mr. Heatherstone. "Yes, sir, before daylight this morning." "And why was I not informed of it?" said Mr. Heatherstone. "Why have you been a party to this proceeding, being my servant? May I inquire that?" "I knew Master Edward before I knew you, sir," replied Oswald. "Then you had better follow him," rejoined the intendant in an angry tone. "Very well, sir," replied Oswald, who quitted the room. "Good heaven, how all my plans have been frustrated!" exclaimed the intendant when he was alone. He then read the letter over more carefully than he had done at first. Circumstances had occurred of which no explanation could be given by him. I do not comprehend that. I must see Patience. Mr. Heatherstone opened the door and called to his daughter. "Patience," said Mr. Heatherstone, "Edward has left the house this morning. Here is a letter which he has written to me. Read it, and let me know if you can explain some portion of it, which to me is incomprehensible. Sit down and read it attentively." Patience, who was much agitated, gladly took the seat and perused Edward's letter. When she had done so, she let it drop in her lap and covered all her face, the tears trickling through her fingers. After a time, the intendant said, "Patience, has anything passed between you and Edward Armitage?" Patience made no reply, but sobbed aloud. She might not have shown so much emotion, but it must be remembered that for the last 3 weeks since Edward had spoken to her, and during his subsequent illness, she had been very unhappy. The reserve of Humphrey, the expressions he had made use of, his repulse of Clara, and her not having seen anything of Edward during his illness, added to his sudden and unexpected departure without a word to her, had broken her spirits, and she sank beneath the load of sorrow. The intendant left her to recover herself before he again addressed her. When she had ceased sobbing, her father spoke to her in a very kind voice, begging her that she would not conceal anything from him, as it was most important to him that the real facts should be known.
Now, tell me, my child, what passed between Edward and you?
He told me just before you came up to us that evening that he loved me.
And what was your reply?
I hardly know, my dear father, what it was that I said. I did not like to be unkind to one who saved my life, and I did not choose to say what I thought because he was of low birth, and how could I give encouragement to the son of a forester without your permission?
Then you rejected him?
I suppose I did, or that he considered that I did so. He had a secret of importance that he would have confided to me had you not interrupted us.
And now, Patience, I must request you to answer me one question candidly. I do not blame you for your conduct, which was correct under the circumstances. I also had a secret, which I perhaps ought to have confided, but I did consider that the confidence and paternal kindness with which I treated Edward would have been sufficient to point out to you that I could not have been very averse to a union. Indeed, the freedom of communication which I allowed between you must have told you so, but your sense of duty and propriety has made you act as you ought to have done, I grant, although contrary to my real wishes.
Your wishes, my father? Said Patience.
Yes, my wishes. There is nothing that I so ardently desired as a union between you and Edward. But I wished you to love him for his own merits.
I have done so, father, replied Patience, sobbing again, although I did not tell him so. The intendant remained silent for some time, and then said,
There is no cause for further concealment, Patience. I have only to regret that I was not more explicit sooner. I have long suspected, and have since been satisfied, that Edward Armitage is Edward Beverley, who with his brothers and sisters were supposed to have been burned to death at Arnwood.
Patience removed her handkerchief from her face and looked at her father with astonishment.
I tell you that I had a strong suspicion of it, my dear child, first from the noble appearance, which no forest garb could disguise. But what gave me further conviction was that when at Lymington I happened to fall in with one Benjamin, who had been a servant at Arnwood, and interrogated him closely. He really believed that the children were burnt. It is true that I asked him, particularly relative to the appearance of the children, how many were boys and how many were girls, their ages, etc. But the strongest proof was that the names of the 4 children corresponded with the names of the children of the forest, as well as their ages, and I went to the church register and extracted them.
Now this was almost amounting to proof, for it was not likely that 4 children in the forest cottage should have the same ages and names as those of Arnwood. After I had ascertained this point, I engaged Edward, as you know, wishing to secure him, for I was once acquainted with his father, and at all events well acquainted with the Colonel's merits. We remained in the house together, and it was with pleasure that I watched the intimacy between you. And then I exerted myself to get Arnwood restored to him. I could not ask it for him, but I prevented it being given to any other by laying claim to it myself. Had Edward remained with us, all might have succeeded as I wished, but he would join in the unfortunate insurrection. I knew it was useless to prevent him, so I let him go. I found that he took the name of Beverley during the time he was with the King's army, and when I was last in town, I was told so by the commissioners, who wondered where he had come from. But the effect was that it was now useless for me to request the estate for him as I had wished to do. His having served in the Royal Army rendered it impossible. I therefore claimed it for myself, and succeeded. I had made up my mind that he was attached to you, and you were equally so to him, and as soon as I had the grant sent down, which was on the evening he addressed you, I made known to him that the property was given to me, and I added, on some dry questions being put to me by him, relative to the possibility of there being still existing an heir to the estate, that there was no chance of that, and that you would be the mistress of Arnwood. I threw it out as a hint to him, fancying that as far as you were concerned all would go well, and that I would explain to him my knowledge of who he was after he had made known his regard for you.
Yes, I see it all now, replied Patience. In 1 hour he is rejected by me, and in the next he is told that I have obtained possession of his property. No wonder that he is indignant and looks upon us with scorn. And now he has left us. We have driven him into danger, and may never see him again. Oh, Father, I am very, very miserable.
We must hope for the best, Patience. It is true that he has gone to the wars, but it does not therefore follow that he is to be killed. You are both very young, much too young to marry, and all may be explained. I must see Humphrey and be candid with him.
But Alice and Edith, where are they gone, Father?
That I can inform you. I have a letter from Langton on the subject, for I begged him to find out. He says that there are 2 young ladies of the name of Beverley, who have been placed under the charge of his friends, the Ladies Cunningham, who is aunt to Major Challoner, who has been for some time concealed in the forest. But I have letters to write, my dear Patience. Tomorrow, if I live and do well, I will ride over to the cottage to see Humphrey Beverley. The intendant kissed his daughter, and she left the room.
Poor Patience!
She was glad to be left to herself and think over this strange communication. For many days she had felt how fond she had been of Edward, much more so than she had believed herself to be.
And now, she thought, if he really loves me, and hears my father's explanation, he will come back again.
By degrees she recovered her serenity, and employed herself in her quiet domestic duties. Mr. Heatherstone rode over to the cottage the next day, where he found Humphrey busily employed as usual, and what is very unusual, extremely grave. It was not a pleasant task for Mr. Heatherstone to have to explain his conduct to so very young a man as Humphrey, but he felt that he could not be comfortable until the evil impression against him was removed, and he knew that Humphrey had a great deal of sterling good sense. His reception was cool, but when the explanation was made, Humphrey was more than satisfied, as it showed that the intendant had been their best friend, and that it was from a delicacy on the part of Patience, rather than from any other cause, that the misunderstanding had occurred. Humphrey inquired if he had permission to communicate the substance of their conversation to his brother, and Mr. Heatherstone stated that such was his wish and intention when he confided it to Humphrey. It is hardly necessary to say that Humphrey took the earliest opportunity of writing to Edward at the direction which Chaloner had left with him. Chapter 27. But we must follow Edward for a time. On his arrival at Paris, he was kindly received by King Charles, who promised to assist his views in joining the army. You have to choose between two generals, both great in the art of war, Condé and Turenne. I have no doubt that they will be opposed to each other soon. That will be the better for you, as you will learn tactics from such great players. Which would your Majesty recommend me to follow? Inquired Edward. Condé is my favourite, and he will soon be opposed to this truculent and dishonest court, who have kept me here as an instrument to accomplish their own wishes, but who have never intended to keep their promises and place me on the English throne. I will give you letters to Condé, and recollect that whatever general you take service under, you will follow him without pretending to calculate how far his movements may be right or wrong. That is not your affair. Condé is just now released from Vincennes, but depend upon it, he will be in arms very soon. As soon as he was furnished with the necessary credentials from the king, Edward presented himself at the levee of the Prince of Condé. You are here highly spoken of, said the prince, for so young a man. So you were at the affair of Worcester? We will retain you, for your services will be wanted by and by. Can you procure any of your countrymen? I know but of two that I can recommend from personal knowledge, but these two officers I can venture to pledge myself for. Any more? That I cannot at present reply to your highness, but I should think it very possible. Bring me the officers tomorrow at this hour, Monsieur Beverley. Au revoir. The Prince of Condé then passed on to speak to other officers and gentlemen who were waiting to pay their respects. Edward went to Chaloner and Grenville, who were delighted with the intelligence which he brought them. The next day they were at the prince's levee and introduced by Edward. I am fortunate, gentlemen, said the prince, in securing the services of such fine young men. You will oblige me by enlisting as many of your countrymen as you may consider likely to do good service, and then follow me to Guienne, to which province I am now about to depart. Be pleased to put yourself into communication with the parties named in this paper, and after my absence you will receive from them every assistance and necessary supplies which may be required. A month after this interview, Condé, who had been joined by a great number of nobles and had been reinforced by troops from Spain, set up the standard of revolt. Edward and his friends joined them, with about 300 English and Scotchmen, which they had enlisted, and very soon afterward Condé obtained the victory at Blenon, and in April 1652 advanced to Paris. Turenne, who had taken the command of the French army, followed him, and a severe action was fought in the streets of the suburb of Saint-Antoine, in which neither party had the advantage. But eventually Condé was beaten back by the superior force of Turenne, and not receiving the assistance he expected from the Spaniards, he fell back to the frontiers of Champagne. Previous to his departure from Paris, Edward had received Humphrey's letter explaining away the intendant's conduct, and the contents removed a heavy load from Edward's mind. But he now thought of nothing but war, and although he cherished the idea of Patience Heatherstone, he was resolved to follow the fortunes of the prince as long as he could. He wrote a letter to the intendant, thanking him for his kind feelings and intentions toward him, and he trusted that he might one day have the pleasure of seeing him again. He did not, however, think it advisable to mention the name of his daughter, except in inquiring after her health and sending his respects. "It may be years before I see her again," thought Edward, "and who knows what may happen?" The Prince of Condé now had the command of the Spanish forces in the Netherlands, and Edward, with his friends, followed his fortunes and gained his goodwill. They were rapidly promoted. Time flew on, and in the year 1654 the court of France concluded an alliance with Cromwell and expelled King Charles from the French frontiers. The war was still carried on in the Netherlands. Turenne bore down Condé, who had gained every campaign, and the court of Spain, wearied with reverses, made overtures of peace, which was gladly accepted by the French. During these wars, Cromwell had been named Protector, and had shortly afterward died. Edward, who but rarely heard from Humphrey, was now anxious to quit the army and go to the king, who was in Spain. But to leave his colours while things were adverse was impossible. After the peace and the pardon of Condé by the French king, the armies were disbanded, and the three adventurers were free. They took their leave of the prince, who thanked them for their long and meritorious services, and they then hastened to King Charles, who had left Spain and come to the Low Countries. At the time of their joining the king, Richard, the son of Cromwell, who had been nominated Protector, had resigned, and everything was ready for the Restoration. On the 15th of May 1660, the news arrived that Charles had been proclaimed king on the 8th, and a large body of gentlemen went to invite him over. The king sailed from Scheveling, was met at Dover by General Monk, and conducted to London, which he entered amid the acclamations of the people on the 29th of the same month. We may leave the reader to suppose that Edward, Chaloner, and Grenville were among the most favoured of those in his train. As the procession moved slowly along the Strand, through a countless multitude, the windows of all the houses were filled with well-dressed ladies, who waved their white kerchiefs to the king and his attendant suite. Chaloner, Edward, and Grenville, who rode side by side as gentlemen in waiting, were certainly the most distinguished among the king's retinue. "Look, Edward," said Chaloner, "at those lovely girls at yon window. Do you recognize them?" "Indeed I do not. Are they any of our Paris beauties?" "Why, thou insensible and unnatural animal, they are thy sisters, Alice and Edith. And do you not recognize behind them my good aunts Cunningham?" "It is so, I believe," replied Edward. "Yes, now that Edith smiles, I'm sure it is them." "Yes," replied Grenville, "there can be no doubt of that. But will they think you recognize us?" "We shall see," replied Edward, as they now approached within a few yards of the window.
but while they had been speaking, the procession had stopped. Is it possible, thought Edward, that these can be the two girls in russet gowns that I left at the cottage? And yet it must be. Well, Chaloner, to all appearance your good aunts have done justice to their charge.
Nature has done more, Edward. I never thought that they would have grown into such lovely girls as they have, although I always thought that they were handsome.
As they passed, Edward caught the eye of Edith and smiled.
Alice, that's Edward,
said Edith, so loud as to be heard by the king and all near him. Alice and Edith rose and waved their handkerchiefs, but they were soon obliged to cease and put them to their eyes.
Are those your sisters, Edward?
said the king. They are, your majesty. The king rose in his stirrups and made a low obeisance to the window where they were standing.
We shall have some court beauties, Beverley,
said the king, looking at him over his shoulder. As soon as the ceremonies were over and they could escape from their personal attentions, Edward and his two friends went to the house in which resided the Ladies Cunningham and his sisters. We pass over the joy of this meeting after so many years' absence, and the pleasure which it gave to Edward to find his sisters grown such accomplished and elegant young women, that his two friends, who were, as the reader will recollect, old acquaintances of Alice and Edith, were warmly received, we hardly need say. Now, Edward, who do you think was here today? The reigning belle and the toast of all the gentlemen? Indeed, I must be careful of my heart. Dear Edith, who is she? No less than one with whom you were formerly well acquainted, Edward. Patience Heatherstone. Patience Heatherstone, cried Edward. The toast of all London? Yes, and deservedly so, I can assure you. But she is as good as she is handsome, and moreover treats all the gay gallants with perfect indifference. She is staying with her uncle, Sir Ashley Cooper, and her father is also in town, for he called here with her today. When did you hear from Humphrey, Edith? A few days back. He has left the cottage now altogether. Indeed? Where does he reside then? At Arnwood. The house has been rebuilt, and I understand is a very princely mansion. Humphrey has charge of it until it is ascertained to whom it is to belong. It belongs to Mr. Heatherstone, does it not? Replied Edward. How can you say so, Edward? You received Humphrey's letters a long while ago. Yes, I did, but let us not talk about it any more, my dear Edith. I am in great perplexity. Nay, dear brother, let us talk about it, said Alice, who had come up and overheard the latter portion of the conversation. What is your perplexity? Well, replied Edward, since it is to be so, let us sit down and talk over the matter. I acknowledge the kindness of Mr. Heatherstone, and feel that all he asserted to Humphrey is true. Still, I do not like that I should be indebted to him for a property which is mine, and that he has no right to give. I acknowledge his generosity, but I do not acknowledge his right of possession. Nay, much as I admire, and I may say fond as I am, for time has not effaced the feeling, of his daughter, it still appears to me that, although not said, it is expected that she is to be included in the transfer, and I will accept no wife on such conditions. That is to say, because all you wish for, your property and a woman you love, are offered you in one lot, you will not accept them. They must be divided and handed over to you in two, said Alice, smiling. You mistake, dearest. I am not so foolish. But I have a certain pride, which you cannot blame. Accepting the property from Mr. Heatherstone is receiving a favour were it given as a marriage portion with his daughter. Now, why should I accept as a favour what I can claim as a right? It is my intention of appealing to the king and demanding the restoration of my property. He cannot refuse it." "Put not your trust in princes, brother," replied Alice. "I doubt if the king or his council will consider it advisable to make so many discontented as to restore property which has been so long held by others, and by so doing create a host of enemies. Recollect also that Mr. Heatherstone and his brother-in-law, Sir Ashley Cooper, have done the king much more service than you ever have or can do. They have been most important agents in his restoration, and the king's obligations to them are much greater than they are to you. Besides, merely for what may be called a point of honour, for it is no more, in what an unpleasant situation will you put his majesty? At all events, Edward, recollect, you do not know what are the intentions of Mr. Heatherstone. Wait and see what he proffers first." "But, my dear sister, it appears to me that his intentions are evident. Why has he rebuilt Arnwood? He is not going to surrender my property and make me a present of the house." "The reason for rebuilding the mansion was good. You were at the wars. It was possible that you might or might not return." He said this to Humphrey, who has all along been acting as his factotum in the business. And recollect, at the time that Mr. Heatherstone commenced the rebuilding of the mansion, what prospect was there of the restoration of the king, or of your ever being in a position to apply for the restoration of your property? I believe, however, that Humphrey knows more of Mr. Heatherstone's intentions than he has made known to us, and I therefore say again, my dear Edward, make no application till you ascertain what Mr. Heatherstone's intentions may be. "Your advice is good, my dear Alice, and I will be guided by it," replied Edward. "And now let me give you some advice for your friends, Masters Chaloner and Grenville. That much of their property has been taken away and put into other hands, I know, and probably they expect it will be restored upon their application to the king. Those who hold the property think so too, and so far it is fortunate. Now, from wiser heads than mine, I have been told that these applications will not be acceded to, as is supposed. But at the same time, if they were to meet the parties and close with them at once before the king's intentions are known, they would recover their property at a third or a quarter of the value. Now is their time. Even a few days' delay may make a difference. They can easily obtain a delay for the payment of the moneys. Impress that upon them, my dear Edward, and let them, if possible, be off to their estates tomorrow and make the arrangements." "That is advice which must be followed," replied Edward. "We must go now, and I will not fail to communicate it to them this very night." We may as well here inform the reader that the advice was immediately acted upon, and that Chaloner and Grenville recovered all their estates at about 5 years' purchase. Edward remained at court several days. He had written to Humphrey and had dispatched a messenger with the letter, but the messenger had not yet returned. The court was now one continual scene of fetes and gaiety. On the following day a drawing room was to be held, and Edward's sisters were to be presented. Edward was standing with many others of the suit behind the chair of the king, amusing himself with the presentations as they took place, and waiting for the arrival of his sisters. Chaloner and Grenville were not with him. They had obtained leave to go into the country for the object we have before referred to, when his eyes caught, advancing toward the king, Mr. Heatherstone, who led his daughter Patience. That they had not perceived him was evident. Indeed, her eyes were not raised once, from the natural timidity felt by a young woman in the presence of royalty. Edward half concealed himself behind one of his companions, that he might gaze upon her without reserve. She was indeed a lovely young person, but little altered, except having grown taller and more rounded and perfect in her figure, and her court dress displayed proportions which her humble costume at the New Forest had concealed, or which time had not matured. There was the same pensive, sweet expression in her face, which had altered little, but the beautiful rounded arms, the symmetrical fall of the shoulders, and the proportion of the whole figure was a surprise to him, and Edward, in his own mind, agreed that she might well be the reigning toast of the day. Mr. Heatherstone advanced and made his obeisance, and then his daughter was led forward and introduced by a lady unknown to Edward. After he had saluted her, the king said, loud enough for Edward to hear, "My obligations to your father are great. I trust that the daughter will often grace our court." Patience made no reply, but passed on, and soon afterward Edward lost sight of her in the crowd. If there ever had been any check to Edward's feelings toward Patience, and time and absence have their effect upon the most ardent of lovers, the sight of her so resplendent in beauty acted upon him like magic, and he was uneasy till the ceremony was over and he was enabled to go to his sisters. When he entered the room, he found himself in the arms of Humphrey, who had arrived with the messenger. After the greetings were over, Edward said, "Alice and I have seen Patience, and I fear I must surrender at discretion. Mr. Heatherstone may make his own terms. I must waive all pride rather than lose her. I thought that I had more control over myself, but I have seen her, and feel that my future happiness depends upon obtaining her as a wife. Let her father but give me her, and Arnwood will be but a trifle in addition." "With respect to the conditions upon which you are to possess Arnwood," said Humphrey, "I can inform you what they are. They are wholly unshackled, further than that you are to repay, by instalments, the money expended in the building of the house. This I am empowered to state to you, and I think you will allow that Mr. Heatherstone has fully acted up to what he stated were his views when he first obtained a grant of the property." "He has indeed," replied Edward. "As for his daughter, Edward, you have yet to win her and wear her, as the saying is. Her father will resign the property to you as yours by right, but you have no property in his daughter, and I suspect that she will not be quite so easily handed over to you." "But why should you say so, Humphrey? Have we not been attached from our youth?" "Yes, it was a youthful passion, I grant, but recollect, nothing came of it, and years have passed away. It is now 7 years since you quitted the forest, and in your letters to Mr. Heatherstone you made no remark upon what had passed between you and Patience. Since that, you have never corresponded or sent any messages, and you can hardly expect that a girl from the age of 17 to 24 will cherish the image of one who, to say the least, had treated her with indifference. That is my view of the matter, Edward. It may be wrong, and it may be true," replied Edward mournfully. "Well, my view is different," replied Edith. "You know, Humphrey, how many offers Patience Heatherstone has had, and has every day, I may say. Why has she refused them all? In my opinion, because she has been constant to a proud brother of mine who does not deserve her.
It may be so, Edith, replied Humphrey. Women are riddles. I only argued upon the common sense of the thing.
Much you know about women, replied Edith.
To be sure, you do not meet many in the New Forest, where you have lived all your life. Very true, my dear sister. Perhaps that is the reason that the New Forest has had such charms for me.
After that speech, sir, the sooner you get back again, the better, retorted Edith.
But Edward made a sign to Humphrey, and they beat a retreat. Have you seen the intendant, Humphrey? No, I was about to call upon him, but I wanted to see you first. I will go with you. I have not done him justice, replied Edward, and yet I hardly know how to explain to him. Say nothing, but meet him cordially. That will be explanation sufficient.
I shall meet him as one whom I shall always revere, and feel that I owe a deep debt of gratitude. What must he think of my not having called upon him?
Nothing. You hold a place at court. You may not have known that he was in London, as you have never met him. Your coming with me will make it appear so. Tell him that I have just made known to you his noble and disinterested conduct.
You are right, I will. I fear, however, Humphrey, that you are right and Edith wrong as regards his daughter.
Nay, Edward, recollect that I have, as Edith observed, passed my life in the woods.
Edward was most kindly received by Mr. Heatherstone. Edward, on Mr. Heatherstone repeating to him his intentions relative to Arnwood, expressed his sense of that gentleman's conduct, simply adding, "You may think me impetuous, sir, but I trust you will believe me grateful."
Patience coloured up and trembled when Edward first saw her. Edward did not refer to the past for some time after they had renewed their acquaintance. He wooed her again and won her. Then all was explained. About a year after the Restoration, there was a fete at Hampton Court, given in honour of 3 marriages taking place: Edward Beverley to Patience Heatherstone, Challoner to Alice, and Grenville to Edith. And, as his Majesty himself said, as he gave away the brides, "Could loyalty be better rewarded?" But our young readers will not be content if they do not hear some particulars about the other personages who have appeared in our little history. Humphrey must take the first place. His love of farming continued. Edward gave him a large farm rent-free, and in a few years Humphrey saved up sufficient to purchase a property for himself. He then married Clara Ratcliffe, who has not appeared lately on the scene, owing to her having been, about 2 years before the Restoration, claimed by an elderly relation who lived in the country, and whose infirm state of health did not permit him to quit the house. He left his property to Clara about a year after her marriage to Humphrey. The cottage in the New Forest was held by, and eventually made over to, Pablo, who became a very steady character, and in the course of time married a young girl from Arnwood, and had a houseful of young gipsies. Oswald, so soon as Edward came down to Arnwood, gave up his place in the New Forest, and lived entirely with Edward as his steward. And Phoebe also went to Arnwood, and lived to a good old age in the capacity of housekeeper, her temper becoming rather worse than better as she advanced in years. This is all that we have been able to collect relative to the several parties, and so now we must say farewell. The end. End of chapter 27. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. End of The Children of the New Forest, by Captain Frederick Marryat.
Hi, I hope you enjoyed tonight's audiobook. This channel's mission is to become the best resource for bedtime audiobooks, and while we're just getting started,